Chapter 765, Super Warrior. Seeing the silver radiance released by the Third Order Soul Stone, both Lilith and Shangyuan Bingzu exchanged glances for a moment before looking at Bai Zemin. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at the sleeping little princess first before looking him in the eyes and whispering softly, "What skill are you evolving?" Bai Zemin stroked Bai Shilin's hair and replied in a low voice, "I'm evolving my passive skill, Special Forces Soldier." "It's about time you did," Shangyuan Bingzu nodded. She was aware that Bai Zemin possessed a very rare and hard-to-obtain skill that passively granted him not only vast amounts of knowledge about Earth's firearms and bladed weapons, but also granted him enough experience to fly a fighter plane as if he were a professional pilot. Not to mention the fact that thanks to this skill, a normal person like Bai Zemin now possessed knowledge and real combat experience in several different martial arts from diverse countries on Earth. The skill Special Forces Soldier was so rare that so far only Bai Zemin possessed it in the entire Transcendent faction. There were other passive skills such as Soldier, Firearms Expert, Experienced Swordsman, Machinist, and so on, but those were below. At least so far, Special Forces Soldier was the only known skill that granted all in one. Lilith nodded at Shangyuan Bingzu's words, and as she watched the silver glow slowly entering Bai Zemin's body, she couldn't help but point out, "That skill of yours, Special Forces Soldier, you obtained it when you killed the level 25 Swift Mantis while you weren't even level 10 on the first day after the Soul Record arrived on this planet. That's probably the reason why you acquired such a rare skill scroll. Even I know few higher existences with that skill." "Well, it's not like higher existences really need this skill, is it?" Bai Zemin pointed out as the silver radiance released by the now vanished Third Order Soul Stone surrounded his body and slowly began to be absorbed into his soul. "Although we higher existences need not worry about the passing of time, which grants us the peace of mind of being able to lock ourselves away and train for centuries or millennia until we master a field, the skill you possess is the great foundation towards something very great." Lilith smiled slightly. Her eyes flashed as she whispered softly, "To be honest, when you acquired that skill back then I was really surprised." Bai Zemin's eyes lit up and a smile formed on his face as he said softly, "I guess I can expect something good to come then." With Shangyuan Bingzu's even more intense attention wishing to know what kind of skill Special Forces Soldier would become after evolving to the next stage, Bai Zemin felt his heart pounding in anticipation. Approximately 1 minute later, all the silver radiance that covered his body was absorbed into his soul. More specifically, what absorbed the silver glow was the skill rune that represented the skill Special Forces Soldier. At the same time that the silver glow was completely absorbed, and the rune attached to Bai Zemin's soul changed its shape and design to a much more complicated and mysterious one, several green messages flashed in his retina. "Your skill, Special Forces Soldier, has successfully evolved into a First Order skill. Special Forces Soldier Super Warrior. Super Warrior, First Order Passive Skill, Level 1. Its previous version granted the possessor of this skill knowledge and experience of the elite troops of the world it was born in, but the Super Warrior skill has taken that a step beyond by granting the user knowledge and experience of futuristic weapons from other worlds, as well as the ability to learn faster everything related to melee combat and martial arts. Increases the speed of learning different martial arts through combat by 500% of normal. All NOVELFULL. Passively increases the user's knowledge of the space, and once every 7 days allows the user to open a space gate to teleport to any allied area within the home world. To open the space gate, the user must be out of combat. After several seconds, Bai Zemin said quietly and somewhat dazed, "Well, that was something I expected but did not expect." Shangyuan Bingzu rolled her eyes and whispered softly but with some urgency, "Can you stop saying weird words and explain a little better?" Actually, it wasn't that Bai Zemin didn't want to explain his words, but that he really didn't even know how he felt at that moment. After several seconds of silence, Bai Zemin finally managed to organize his thoughts, and while looking at Shangyuan Bingzu, he asked, "Bingzu, do you remember that Empress of the Usra race?" Shangyuan Bingzu didn't have to stop to think about it when she nodded. "Of course, I remember," she said in a serious voice. The terrifying explosions that shook the earth for over 2 hours, even though she was hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield on which Bai Zemin and the Empress of the Usra race clashed, was something Shangyuan Bingzu would probably not forget for a long period of time. That had been the first battle in which an enemy managed to fight against Bai Zemin's fierce and merciless attacks without falling. That empress named Glynera gave me a good beating in close combat despite my special forces soldier skill. Her moves were very strange, and she was using several martial arts together at the same time to create a style that was very difficult to defend against. Bai Zemin explained calmly. He knew that back then, if not for the factor that his greatsword was a higher quality weapon than his enemies, and because his attacks were extremely destructive in large areas rather than concentrated, Glynera would have defeated and decapitated him in a matter of minutes due to the colossal difference in experience and expertise in close combat. Bai Zemin continued, that woman mysteriously appeared in the city I destroyed. At the time I thought she had used some kind of invisibility skill or the like, so I was attentive during the entire combat, but only now do I realize that she actually arrived in that city by teleporting. Teleporting. Shangyuan Bingzu was a little surprised at first, but then calmed down. Hadn't she witnessed the existence of runes and teleportation magic circles? However, Bai Zemin's next words really surprised her. She used a skill to break through space, open a door and teleport to my location. That changes things, Shangyuan Bingzu muttered with wide eyes. Could that skill be similar to your skill to move between worlds but in a smaller range? Something like that. Bai Zemin nodded before revealing. That Empress Glynera told me that the name of her skill was Super Warrior before the battle ended. Although I thought that my Special Forces soldier skill could evolve to Super Warrior in the next or maybe the next stage. What I didn't expect was that this skill also had an attached skill that allows the user to move to any allied zone within the world the user was born in. After a moment of silence, Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Lilith and asked in a calm voice, "How about you give your opinion?" "It's a very strong skill," Lilith smiled slightly. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu rolled their eyes. They already knew that the skill was very strong. What they cared to know was something else. Lilith chuckled as she saw the two's expression and shrugged her shoulders as she said in a low voice, "I am not a possessor of the skill Super Warrior, but I can at least say that it is a skill with a lot of potential. As for the ability to teleport to an allied area, it needs to be studied in depth." Bai Zemin nodded without saying anything. What was an allied area? Any part of Earth where there were subordinates or friends of his? Or did only territories that were under the control of the user or the faction to which the user belonged count as an allied area? Depending on which was the case, the space gate could be used in different ways. As Bai Zemin looked at his skills, he couldn't help but notice that he had several skills related to space in some way or another. Void Fist, a skill capable of compressing huge amounts of power into a single point, and with the ability to break through space defenses. Shadow Blink, a skill that, while relying on shadows, allowed him to teleport short distances. And now even the Super Warrior skill that not only granted him the ability to open a space door, but also increased his knowledge of the space element passively. Seeing Bai Zemin's narrowed and shining eyes, Shangyuan Bingzu and Lilith couldn't help but exchange glances, and even though neither of them said anything, they understood what the other meant. Looks like this guy is thinking of something crazy again. Indeed, Bai Zemin was thinking something crazy. Unfortunately, it was something that could not be carried out now given the circumstances, or else Bai Zemin would really put his brilliant mind title to good use. "I will evolve blood manipulation to third order now," he said suddenly. "Looks like you made up your mind to spend a good fortune tonight." Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head but didn't say much about it. "Bingzu, do you want to evolve some of your skills? I'll give you some third-order stones," Bai Zemin said calmly. After all, the third-order soul stones that Bai Zemin had were not only acquired by him alone, but Shangyuan Bingzu helped greatly in acquiring each of them. Furthermore, the stronger Shangyuan Bingzu was, the better it would be for Bai Zemin, which is why for 48 hours out of 60, he forged new equipment for her that with Meng Qi's help became equipment godly for any warrior on Earth today. Shangyuan Bingzu was silent for a moment, and her eyes soon seemed to stop on a fixed point, as if she was looking at something that only she could see. After a few seconds, and as if she had thought of something, she whispered, "Give me 2 third-order and 5 second-order, please." "Okay," Bai Zemin asked no questions and handed her what she requested. As she prepared to evolve some skill, Bai Zemin initiated the process of evolving blood manipulation. Creates or learns a false domain with blood manipulation. Complete. Kills enemies using Crimson Flame. 100,000/100,000. Kills first-order enemies with a single attack using blood manipulation. 50,000/50,000. Kills second-order enemies using Crimson Flame. 200/200. Kills third-order enemies using Crimson Flame, 5/5. Second-order Soul Stone, 10/10. Third-order Soul Stone, 2/2. All requirements have been successfully completed. Do you wish to evolve this skill to the next stage? The requirements to evolve blood manipulation to the third order were really brutal. If not for Bai Zemin being a special existence, he would never be able to complete such requirements at his current stage of power. In fact, were it not for the existence of the Brilliant Mind title, Bai Zemin was sure that it would have taken him at least a few more months to learn or create a false domain with blood manipulation. The false domain that he learned, since he did not dare to say that he was the creator, was that strange ability to completely freeze all enemies that came within a certain range with him as the center, leaving those enemies completely powerless, waiting to be slaughtered even by those weaker than them. With several bright flashes, a total of 12 soul stones shot forward and floated silently before they all took on a faint, ominous deep red color. Actually, while the process of Shangyuan Bingzu's skill evolution was in progress, two different energies intertwined for a moment before separating. One of those energies was full of charm and beauty, releasing an exquisite aroma of fresh roses. On the other hand, the other energy was darker and more sinister, releasing a smell of burning iron that in just an instant flooded half the room. Although the smell of burning iron only lasted for a brief moment, Bai Shilin's little nose wrinkled and her little body squirmed on the couch as if she was having a bad time with the foul smell of the place. After a few minutes, both Shangyuan Bingzu's skill and Bai Zemin's skill evolved correctly, and each received several but different green messages in their retinas. Your blood manipulation skill has successfully evolved into the third order. Blood manipulation, third order active skill level 1. Second order blood manipulation level 5 power multiplied by 4. Your blood weapons have a 25% chance to inflict a critical hit when hitting an enemy. Increases the body's healing and cell regeneration capacity by 30%. Crimson Flame, second activation. Consume 20 mana points to activate and 1 stamina point every 5 seconds. Envelop your weapon or a part of your body with a crimson blood flame, increasing your physical attack power and magical attack power by 30%. When Bai Zemin's eyes moved further down and he encountered a third activation, the first thing he felt was surprise. However, when he saw the name and ability of this third activation, that surprise he felt turned into shock. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 766, Obstructed Path and Powerful Enemies Appear. The third activation of the third order blood manipulation skill was really powerful. While it did not increase Bai Zemin's attack power, nor did it concretely increase his chances of killing an enemy, this third activation increased Bai Zemin's chances of survival greatly, to the point that it would be difficult for him to die even if he wanted to die. However, despite being happy, Bai Zemin felt more bitterness, so he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head subconsciously. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy with the result of your skill?" Lilith asked quietly, seeing him so bitter. "No, it's not that." Bai Zemin shook his head, and while he was looking at little Shilin sleeping, he said in a low voice, "I feel like I'll be facing a near-death experience soon again." "Why do you say that?" Lilith straightened her posture and closed the book she had been reading. In the past, she might not have paid attention to Bai Zemin's words. However, his instinct really was some sort of strange natural sixth sense, since it had practically never failed him so far, and Lilith had witnessed it on most occasions since the apocalypse broke out on Earth. However, Bai Zemin's next words made Lilith's expression sink. "Well, it's because I just got a third activation that increases my chances of survival tremendously, which means I'll soon be on the verge of death somehow or another. You know, it always happens in novels. The protagonist gets a great treasure or skill that somehow helps them survive what would be certain death if not for that treasure or skill." Lilith was silent before sighing exasperatedly. She shook her head and waved a hand without saying more, as if she had already made all her efforts before only to fail miserably. Shangyuan Bingzu also looked at Bai Zemin and felt a little speechless in her heart as she said softly, "It seems like you really liked reading novels, didn't you?" "Of course." Bai Zemin replied without a second thought and said as if it was natural, "While other guys had money and good looks to flirt with girls, I couldn't afford to ask anyone out, not only because I had no money but also because my looks were poor. Therefore, I could only read novels." "Your shamelessness really knows no bounds." Shangyuan Bingzu rolled her eyes. She assumed that Bai Zemin was joking for two reasons. First, Bai Zemin had no interest in any girl enough to ask someone out because of his past experience with his first love. Second, Shangyuan Bingzu did not believe that there were no interested girls, and if there were not, it was because those girls did not know him well enough. At the very least, she believed that there shouldn't be any girls in the university who really weren't interested in him if they had got to know him in depth. Meh, Bai Zemin shrugged, and while stretching his arms upwards he asked in a somewhat lazy voice, "Are you satisfied with your evolved skill?" I am," she replied with a nod and a curious sparkle in her eyes. Bai Zemin paused for a moment to look at her and notice something new about her. However, he did not point it out and simply nodded. "That's good to know." /////. Around noon the next day, 3,000 soul evolvers arrived at base number 1, and not long after Bai Zemin received information that base number 2 also received a visit from 3,000 soul evolvers, that under the care of Chen He and Wu, Yijin began to mingle with the armed and evolved troops at the base. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu did the same, and after about 2 hours of restructuring, they no longer had to worry in the short term about being stabbed in the back while they were not at home. At the same time, all the previous leaders of the base were replaced, and although to avoid major problems they were given the title Noble Level 5, not everyone was pleased. Unfortunately for these people, Bai Zemin ignored their complaints and sternly warned them that if they dared to cause trouble within one of his establishments, then death would be a light punishment for them. Taking 1,500 soul evolvers from the reconverted humans who had arrived today and joining them with 10,000 armed men, 20 battle tanks, and 10 assault helicopters, Bai Zemin led the troops slowly in a southeasterly direction. At the same time, Chen He led an army of 2,000 reconverted humans, 15,000 armed men, 25 battle tanks, and 20 assault helicopters in a southwesterly direction. The break was over, and this time Bai Zemin was going to attack for real. With Shangyuan Bingzu and Meng Qi at base number 1, and with Wu Yijin and Nangong Lingxin at base number 2, Bai Zemin didn't have to worry about anything but advancing. With one team attacking base number 3 and the other team attacking base number 4, by the end of the day only base 5 would be left standing, and the two teams would meet at a midpoint to launch the final attack. However, this time it did not turn out to be as easy as before. Apart from the assault helicopters and war tanks, both caravans were composed of over 1,000 military vehicles and at least 200 modified buses each. After all, it was impossible to ask the armed troops to travel such long distances in a short time, let alone without getting tired. Bai Zemin was sitting on the back of Little Snow, leading the charge of the vehicles and roaring flame tigers carrying their masters on their backs. Suddenly, however, Little Snow's hair stood on end, and Bai Zemin also sensed some danger at the front, something that surprised him greatly since very few things should make him feel danger. But Bai Zemin was even more surprised when he realized that this sense of danger he felt was not coming from a military-grade tactical weapon, but from a person. 500 meters ahead, a tall, handsome man with thick arms and legs surrounded by a large plate armor, as well as a giant hammer that should weigh at least 3 or 4 tons resting on the ground, used his mocking eyes to meet the indifferent gaze of Bai Zemin, who had stopped when he saw the scene in front of him. "Yo, so you must be Bai Zemin, aren't you?" The man's voice boomed across the snowy plain, causing large accumulations of snow in the path of the sound wave, trailing his voice to explode, and the snowflakes falling from the sky to drift away. Bai Zemin's eyes were cold. Instead of responding to the man's words, he looked straight ahead. Behind the giant and powerful-looking man, not only was there a well-organized armed army with war tanks, IFVs, howitzers, and red arrows, but there were also at least 5,000 soul evolvers, and to Bai Zemin's surprise he noticed after a quick inspection that at least 80% of them were at level 34 or higher. Moreover, judging from the way they held their weapons and the postures of their bodies, it was clear that these were not soul evolvers and soldiers who were selected casually, but were probably the cream of the crop of a large number of humans. This would not be an easy battle, especially since Bai Zemin noticed that the enemy in front of him was not simple. Bai Zemin climbed down from the big white dog's back and looked behind him as he casually ordered, "All of you wait here." 500 meters away, the giant man's pupils trembled for a brief moment as he noticed that even though the red-armored man's voice sounded calm, it was powerful enough to spread throughout the battlefield. Seeing Bai Zemin walk towards him with relaxed steps and an indifferent look, the man looked back over his shoulder and roared mightily, "You all stay where you are. If any bastard dares to shoot or move, I'll ram this hammer up their ass." Unlike the calm and relaxed voice from Bai Zemin, the man's shout was similar to the roar of a beast imposing its dominance, and the shockwave pushed those closest 2 or 3 steps back. The giant but still handsome man looked like a small tower as he walked step by step to meet Bai Zemin, who looked much smaller in comparison. This man was even taller than Zhang Du, who stood 2 meters tall, and the muscles on his body made him look like a bull in human form. Bai Zemin's army advanced only a few steps with soul evolvers in front, standing at the top of the small, snowy hill as they watched the person who seemed to be the leader of the other party slowly advance towards the one who was leading them. Despite the difference in size, none of the soul evolvers who knew Bai Zemin thought for a moment that the other party would be able to defeat their leader. However, the same applied to the other side. None of the soul evolvers behind the giant man thought for a second that he would lose to the red-armored youth. This was because this giant man was second only to Lord President Xuanyuan Wenchen. As if they had planned it before, the two of them stopped 100 meters apart and silently looked into each other's eyes. "Ha ha ha ha, your eyes are good, I like you." The enemy troop leader laughed and said in an honest voice, "My name is Xiao Tao, I will be 27 this year, and in the past I used to work in a construction company. How about you, Zemin?" The other party even treated him with kindness and closeness despite knowing that they would end up fighting to the death in a second. Bai Zemin didn't know how to feel about it. "Bai Zemin, I will be 21 in November. Former student at Beijing University, I used to work part-time at a store where they repaired cars and forged all kinds of stuff." "I see, so you're also from a normal family like me," Xiao Tao shouted at the same time as he nodded. It seemed that he really liked to talk loudly. "Xiao Tao, surrender." Xiao Tao's smiling expression slowly withdrew from his face, and while looking at the indifferent face of the young man in front of him, he repeated what he had just heard as if he was doubting his own hearing. "Surrender." The expression on Bai Zemin's face was indifferent as he said neither quickly nor slowly, "Surrender, and have your troops agree to be reformed by me. I can tell that you are powerful, and depending on your personality in the future you could be one of my generals. The situation on Earth currently is very bad for our human race. If possible, I would prefer not to kill so many warriors, let alone a powerful one like you." Xiao Tao's arm muscles swelled as he raised his giant hammer. His eyes were chilling as he said in a low voice, "Bai Zemin, are you kidding? I came here because I was told that if I was lucky I could find someone fun to fight. But you're asking me to surrender. What the fuck are you talking about?" "Too bad." Bai Zemin shook his head as a golden glow shot out of his chest and covered his right hand, turning into a golden dragon claw-shaped gauntlet. "I guess I have no choice but to kill you all in that case." At the same time that Xiao Tao appeared in front of Bai Zemin with a large army, things for the other Transcendent Faction army on their way to base number 4 had also not turned out well when a person appeared obstructing the way. When Chenny saw this person, his heart sank. This person was the father of the woman he loved, Xuanyuan Wenchen. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// I hope you don't die so easily, or this won't be fun at all." With a fierce roar and glistening eyes expressing his excitement, Xiao Tao's skin suddenly began to turn golden in color, and in just a few moments he looked like a small, gold-plated giant. Bang! The earth shook and snow flew everywhere, and after a mighty stomp, Xiao Tao's golden body shot out like a cannonball towards Bai Zemin, raising his giant hammer above his head and slamming downward with ferocity. The distance of 100 meters was closed in a blink of time. Bai Zemin did not dare to be careless, and at the same time, he brought one foot backwards and growled as he slammed his right fist forward without holding back at all. Boom! Snow flew everywhere, swirling like a white whirlwind as the ground beneath the feet of the two soul evolvers clashing, collapsed to take the form of a crater 200 meters in diameter. Bai Zemin was forced to back up about 10 steps, exactly the same number of steps Xiao Tao Tao backed up as he clung tightly to his hammer that was almost sent flying during the previous clash. In the distance, the eyes of the soul evolvers behind Bai Zemin grew wide in shock. "That dude managed to force Leader Bai back and he didn't even get hurt," Tang Hua muttered with wide eyes. Feng Tian Wu kept her eyes fixed on the two clashing figures and said in a firm voice, "Even though they seem to be tied, Bai Zemin clearly was the winner of the previous confrontation. "Why are you so sure?" Teng Hua asked in a low voice. Feng Tianwu looked at Bai Zemin straight back and said in a clear voice, "The other party not only activated a skill to boost his power, but also made use of his running strength to boost the force behind his attack. On the other hand, Bai Zemin not only did not activate any skill but also just punched with a normal fist and is not even using his real weapon." When the people nearby heard Feng Tianwu's logical reasoning, everyone's eyes flashed, and when they looked back to the battlefield, they began to roar and shout Bai Zemin's name so loudly that the air around them trembled. However, the transcendent faction side was not the only one celebrating. Amidst the surprise of seeing their leader pushed back by the enemy's fist, the soul evolvers, and then the soldiers following Xiao Tao began to shout his name with fervor and fiery eyes. "Ha ha ha ha, it's really funny." Xiao Tao laughed out loud while holding his giant hammer tightly and looking at Bai Zemin with a fierce smile. "Bai Zemin, aside from the President Xunyuan, you are the first one who manages to not only withstand one of my blows but also force me to step back. Damn, I almost lost my war hammer just now." Xiao Tao and his subordinates believed that the dragon claw-shaped gauntlet that Bai Zemin had summoned was a skill, so they actually believed that the previous clash had been more or less something of a draw. However, what they didn't know was that in reality, that gauntlet only gave Bai Zemin 1,000 physical attack points, which was nothing compared to the war hammer Xiao Tao Tao was wielding. Bai Zemin was a little surprised in his heart. This guy, Xiao Tao, was actually a peak second-order existence. He hadn't even broken into the third order, but he had managed to not only survive Bai Zemin's full-strength punch powered by God of War's will passive skill, but also managed to push him back. Although Bai Zemin had expected to meet more humans who focused more on obtaining pure soul power instead of casually leveling up, when he finally ran into such an enemy he couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, he felt that it really was a pity. To have to kill such a warrior who could help the human race. Really, what a pity. Bai Zemin muttered under his breath, except that the coldness in his voice did not reflect the content of his words. Since Xiao Tao was determined to stand in his way, then there was no need for mercy. Xiao Tao was preparing to charge forward for the second time when suddenly his face turned red, and a panicked expression flashed in his eyes as he felt as if a hand was trying to tear his heart apart from the inside. He quickly controlled his mana to put up that hand, but when he finally managed to stop the internal attack, his pupils trembled as he realized that he had just been tricked. Like a ghost, Bai Zemin's image flashed and in an instant appeared before Xiao Tao's surprised eyes. With a crimson flame burning around the golden dragon claw, Bai Zemin's right fist split the atmosphere in two, and before Xiao Tao could even react, he received a heavy blow on the chin. Boom! Xiao Tao felt his mind go blank for an instant, and all he felt besides a lot of pain was the wind around him howling noisily as he soared hundreds of meters in an instant. Bai Zemin stomped hard on the ground and soared like a rocket into the sky. His speed shot up even more when he practically canceled the gravity pulling him to the ground, and in just seconds, he soared above Xiao Tao's still soaring body. Bai Zemin spun in the midair, and before Xiao Tao's body rose above his position, he fiercely slammed his knee into his enemy's chest. Boom! Critical hit. Xiao Tao was sent flying back towards the ground at the same time as his mouth opened to let the blood spill out freely, and before his brain processed the pain in his chest, he slammed into the ground with such power that was plunged more than 200 meters. Rumble! As the Transcendent Faction's army victoriously raised their weapons in excitement while looking up to the sky in adoration, the New China army felt as if the world was collapsing over their heads as the snow cloud slowly ascended and revealed the crater in which the person who led them had been buried. Bai Zemin activated gravity manipulation in reverse, slowing their falling speed tremendously. Annihilation of the falling sky had morphed into an exquisite golden bow under his command, and a deep blue arrow was on the string waiting to be released with the center of the crater as its target. Bang! The blue arrow broke the sound barrier, spawning several sonic cones that closed what appeared to be a thin but bright laser beam that rained down from a great height before burying itself in the ground. Contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no loud explosion, but instead, the ground melted rapidly, turning into lava that in just seconds became a huge 250-meter pool that burned strong enough to melt all the snow in the vicinity. In the sky, Bai Zemin frowned slightly as he received no notification, let alone felt an orb of soul power rushing into his body. His enemy hadn't died despite all that. Bang! The pool of lava split, and a torrent of fire rose over 60 meters high as a shadow shot into the sky. It was difficult to move in the sky when one did not have the ability to fly. However, the current Bai Zemin possessed the passive skill Super Warrior, so his combat prowess was simply monstrous, and in just an instant, he found the best course to follow in the face of his enemy's surprise attack. Activating gravity manipulation to the maximum, and with his knee pointing downwards, Bai Zemin's body fell like a torpedo. The cold glint of one of the scythes of his leg plates of unholy vengeance reflected in Xiao Tao's eyes, and for a moment his heart clenched, but it was too late to retreat, so he could only continue his assault. Boom! Xiao Tao's body was forced to retreat, while Bai Zemin's trajectory changed due to the previous collision. However, to his surprise and disbelief, Xiao Tao did not fall to the ground like him, but after some effort stayed suspended in the void. Xiao Tao's body was covered by a strange layer of black skin with glowing red veins that seemed to pulsate. His eyes had turned blood red, and on his hands were powerful claws of more than 20 centimeters long each. However, what attracted the most attention was that pair of fleshy wings that came out from his back and stretched out proudly as they flapped and held Xiao Tao in the sky. Honestly, I didn't expect this at all. Xiao Tao's voice was hoarse and deep, like that of a demon that had just come out of hell. His red eyes looked at Bai Zemin with respect and seriousness as he spoke from over 600 meters high. In such a short time, you forced me to use this skill. I guess it was to be expected from someone whom even that sword lunatic didn't dare to underestimate. Black blood was sliding slowly down Xiao Tao's right claw, and on his chest there was a hole that narrowly missed showing his heart beating. However, everyone noticed that those wounds were healing at monstrously high speeds to the point where it seemed as if a powerful mage was healing him. Even the smoldering burns on his skin began to disappear quickly. A new deep blue arrow burned in Bai Zemin's right hand. His expression was indifferent as he placed the arrow on the golden bowstring, and as he pointed towards the sky, he gave the final warning. This is the last chance I will give you, Xiao Tao. Surrender, only then will you prosper. All those who get on my path will perish. His voice was lethal at the end of his warning. Although Bai Zemin was amazed by Xiao Tao's battle capability and overall resistance, as he clearly possessed the power of an intermediate third-order existence despite being only a second-order existence, Bai Zemin's patience had limits. Moreover, for some reason, Bai Zemin began to feel somewhat anxious, but he temporarily did not know where this anxiety was coming from. Even though you're strong, that old Xuanyuan Wenchen is a monster. If you manage to defeat me today, you will probably face him soon, and then you will understand my words. That was Xiao Tao's reply. I see, in that case just die please. Bang! The arrow shot out like a beam into the sky once Bai Zemin released his grip, forcing Xiao Tao to hastily move to the side and barely dodging the attack. However, a new sense of danger assailed him, so without even looking down, he quickly resumed evasive maneuvers, which saved him from a second arrow. Bang 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 bang. Xiao Tao had no time to attack at all, as he was bombarded by terrifying arrows from the ground, as Bai Zemin's right arm became a blur, and released arrow after arrow at lightning speed. The seconds passed as slowly as a snail's pace, and while the Transcendent Faction's army nodded in satisfaction and pride, the New China's army had ashen expressions on their incredulous faces. Although Xiao Tao had managed to avoid most of the arrows, his body had still been hit by some. Not only had he been superficially brushed and burned, but some arrows had pierced his legs and arms, leaving deep black holes that had difficulty healing despite the bestial regeneration that his demon transformation skill conferred on him. Bai Zemin continued to attack calmly, waiting for the perfect opportunity. When the opportunity he was trying to create with his attacks presented itself, just one attack would be all it would take for Xiao Tao to lose his life. Bai Zemin was just that confident. Finally, one of the soul evolvers belonging to one of the most powerful legions of the faction under Xuanyuan Wenchen could not bear to continue watching at what would eventually lead to the defeat of the commander in charge. If Xiao Tao fell then, who would stop that monstrous young man with the golden bow? They would all lose their lives. Die! The vice commander of the Swift Wind Legion took a step forward, and while pointing both hands towards Bai Zemin in the distance, he launched a magical skill called Dark Wind Blade. The deep black wind blade shot forward, slicing the air in two halves and splitting open the ground even though it did not touch it. With a total diameter of over 20 meters, The wind blade had the ability to cut through 10 war tanks side by side like a hot knife slicing through butter. This was an attack from a level 65 soul evolver whose soul power was very pure therefore. Bai Zemin could not treat it lightly. However, he ignored the enemy attack as if he had not noticed it and focused completely on Xiao Tao, overwhelming him with arrows made with the power of his endless blue lotus flame. The black wind blade had only reached halfway when a flame blade bright red in color appeared seemingly out of nowhere in its path. Boom! The explosion of both attacks blocked everyone's view for an instant as the snow evaporated, and had it not been for the fact that the soul evolvers near the explosion were all high level with considerably pure soul power, several of them would have been cut by the small black wind blades that flew everywhere after the main attack was destroyed, or would have received severe burns from the abrupt rise in temperature. The vice commander of the Swift Wind Legion gritted his teeth in anger and turned his face toward the snowy hill in the distance. There, he saw a beautiful woman in a fiery red magic robe glaring at him as she raised her right hand skyward. "Looks like you all have forgotten that our leader is not alone." Feng Tian Wu's voice was dripping with indifference as she looked at the enemies in the distance. The mana inside her body trembled and moved to her right hand, fueling the increasingly large glowing fireball suspended 300 meters above. Surrender and live oppose and perish. Is it so hard to understand? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 768, The End of a Battle but Not of the War. Chapter 768, The End of a Battle but Not of the War. The snow on the plains had been completely wiped off the map. That beautiful sight of pure white that could be appreciated from a distance was nowhere to be seen anymore, and contrary to the incredibly low temperatures that would freeze the blood of the bravest and best-trained soldier, the current temperature was high enough to make a mutant creature with blood like ice running through its veins break out in a sweat. Spear of Lightning. A magic circle glowed above the hand of a soul evolver belonging to the Swift Wind Legion. The surrounding mana trembled as lightning-like energy gathered in less than a split second, filling the runes that made up the magic circle. The skill Spear of Lightning was a second-order skill with great destructive potential. Even a 20-story building would be brought to the ground in a heartbeat. Just as the skill was about to be cast and wreak havoc in the middle of the enemy ranks, the mage's face changed as she felt the ground beneath her feet tremble. But by the time she realized that someone had ambushed her, it was too late. Bang! The head of a mutant snake whose body was covered in blue scales broke from under the ground, and with a ferocious bite tore off the right leg of the soul evolver, who amidst a terrifying scream of pain and wailing, canceled the imminent activation of her skill. Seeing what was happening, a level 52 fighter-type soul evolver became enraged and immediately slashed with his sword at the snake. The snake did not stay after accomplishing its task and immediately sank back to the ground, causing the enemy's attack to barely leave a minor cut on its body. The mages were frightened, and now no longer dared to launch skills so casually even under the protection of powerful fighters who were like an impenetrable wall before them, but could do nothing against the monster underground. Even when they hit the ground hard in an attempt to make the snake come out, the cunning creature did not move or reveal its position after hiding. Screams accompanied by curses and explosions echoed in the distance. The battlefield that previously belonged to only two had now become a hell where death for both sides was the best friend, but at the same time the worst enemy of them all. The soul evolvers of the Blood Spear Legion faced the soul evolvers of the Swift Wind Legion, and to the surprise of one of the most powerful legions in New China, they managed to stand up to them even though they had a lower average level and were fewer in number. A level 43 soul evolver from the Swift Wind Legion roared loudly, activating his flaming sword skill and increasing the power of his attack by 10%, as he slashed ferociously towards the level 39 soul evolver belonging to the enemy faction. Sonic Drive. A terrifying explosion shot out from the spear tip of the soul evolver belonging to the Blood Spear Legion, and both attacks collided head-on. Boom! The level 43 soul evolver retreated 10 steps, and his hand trembled as he tried to hold on tightly to his sword. The level 39 soul evolver retreated the same number of steps. However, the grip on her spear was as firm as a mountain, and without even giving her enemy time to think, she charged forward with a powerful stab that cut the wind in two. Damn it! The level 43 soul evolver slowly began to be pushed back, and it wasn't until a second-level 37 soul evolver belonging to the Swift Wind Legion joined in that between the two of them, they finally managed to somehow equalize the enemy's ferocious assault. Where the hell did these damn monsters come from? That question had been repeated several times in different areas of the battlefield. There was no doubt that they were more. There was no doubt that the soul evolvers of the Swift Wind Legion had higher levels for the most part. Then why did the enemy always force them to join with others even though they were outnumbered? Some partially found the answer to that question. Damn, these bastards are packed with treasures from the soul record. Where the hell did they get so many blazing rings and ice cone rings from? They even have so many broken bronze bells. How are we supposed to compete against people who get so many good treasures while we get only scraps? As the minutes passed, the Blood Spear Legion began to force their enemies back. Even the battlefields separated from the rest. Those battlefields where two or more second-order existences clashed seemed to be on the verge of finding their own result. Surprise and shock slowly began to turn to frustration as they discovered that they were not losing because they had bad equipment, but that part of the reason they were being pushed back and slowly pushed into the abyss of defeat was because the other side had too many soul record treasures. In the new China faction, the soul record treasures were mainly given to government cabinet personnel or high-ranking army generals. Soul evolvers also received treasures occasionally, but for that they first needed to reach a certain score of accumulated achievements before finally redeeming them for a treasure. However, things were different in the Transcendent faction. All treasures were to be given to people that Bai Zemin had specifically designated, but eventually, 90% of all such treasures were given to the evolved troops. In the Transcendent faction, it did not matter if you had a high noble title or a high position in the troops. As long as you showed bravery on the battlefield, even the lowest survivor would be rewarded with a treasure from the soul record. Although such a thing was only possible thanks to the fact that Bai Zemin's troops had faced too many enemies in a short time, and thanks to Bai Zemin's soul not absorbing poor quality soul power. The fact that his troops had so many treasures discouraged the opposing troops, as it was a sign that, in contrast to the new China faction, where the old government received better treatment, such a thing did not happen in the Transcendent faction. Damn, even the person leading them was an unknown young college student. BOOM. A terrifying explosion suddenly caught everyone's attention, and as they looked into the distance, they saw a huge tornado of burning flames rising into the sky, devouring everything in its path. After about 30 seconds, the giant fire tornado disappeared, and apart from a large pool of lava, all that was left in sight was the elegant, seductive, and beautiful silhouette of a woman standing on a small piece of unmelted earth. The faces of the soul evolvers of the Swift Wind Legion turned white as they realized that no matter where they looked, they could not find the silhouette of the Legion's vice commander. Don't tell me. Vice Commander Liu died. It had been about 10 minutes since the war had fully broken out when the vice commander of Swift Wind Legion tried to attack the enemy leader with a surprise attack, after realizing without too much difficulty that the Legion commander was being overwhelmed. After Feng Tian Wu stopped Lu Xiaochao, she immediately launched a retaliatory attack, and the two second-order soul evolvers moved by prior agreement into the distance to avoid affecting their troops. 10 minutes later, and with several bloody cuts on her delicate arms, legs, and tender thighs, Feng Tian Wu was the only one who remained standing while Luo Xiaochao was plunged into an inferno of flames from which he could not escape. In the sky, Xiao Tao's body was riddled with wounds and burns. Although he had tried his best to dodge Bai Zemin's attacks, it was impossible to dodge them all, so at this point he was not only too injured for his regeneration to keep up, but his stamina had dropped below 30%. Damn it, Xiao Tao cursed as he realized that Luo Xiaochao had been killed by the other party's vice commander. Quickly looking down as he moved across the sky dodging the deep blue laser-like arrows, Xiao Tao realized that the proud Swift Wind Legion was slowly, but surely being wiped out. It was hard for Xiao Tao to accept this kind of end result. This ending was completely different from what he had expected when he had agreed to come to this battlefield in the north. Xiao Tao had seen Chuanyuan Wenchen and his 5 legions crush everything, always with such ease that everyone began to see victory as something natural that would happen regardless of who the enemy was. This was the first time Xiao Tao or any other member of the Swift Wind Legion had encountered soul evolvers belonging to an enemy faction as fierce, brave, and terrifying as hungry wolves. It was also the first time Xiao Tao doubted for a second who would be the final winner in this war that had only just begun. Retreat, I have to retreat. When such a thought grew in his heart, it was hard to shake it off. Xiao Tao no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of his position in the sky, he turned his body in a southerly direction with the intention of flying away and disappearing from here. It was then when a calm and cold voice sounded below him. I was waiting for the moment when you turned your back on me. Xiao Tao's pupils contracted to the size of a needle, and his eyes widened in shock as he realized that, in his attempt to flee, he committed the greatest taboo a warrior could commit on a battlefield, turning his back on the enemy. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything. Bai Zemin knew that Xiao Tao could escape using the wings behind his back, and he could have done nothing to pursue him if he decided to soar to great heights. Bai Zemin, being careful to never allow a powerful enemy to escape from his hands, to avoid future problems that could lead to eternal regrets, decided to wait instead of pushing Xiao Tao too hard. Now the opportunity to strike the final blow, a single attack that would end it all, had arrived. Xiao Tao barely had time to slightly turn his head over his shoulder downward. When his world went blank due to the overwhelming pain he felt in his lower back. Boom! A thunderous explosion rumbled across the sky. Under the eyes filled with shock and fear of the Swift Wind Legion soul evolvers and armed soldiers belonging to Base Number 3, Xiao Tao's body broke in half as Bai Zemin, enveloped by purple flames, soared into the sky, and mercilessly struck out with a giant sword enveloped by crimson flashes and blue flames. You have received the soul power of second order Xiao Tao level 99. You can't. All the blood that should have flowed from the body split in two of the now dead Xiao Tao was incinerated by the flames that covered the body of Bai Zemin and his great sword. When his feet landed back on the ground, the thud of the two halves falling a short distance apart was the announcement that the battle was over. The soul evolvers of the Blood Spear Legion, as well as the heavily armed soldiers who had recently surrendered to the Transcendent faction, roared at the top of their lungs as victory was finally decided. On the other hand, the soul evolvers of the Swift Wind Legion and the soldiers of Base Number 3 watched with pale faces as the enemy leader pulled out a shining soul stone from the head of the formerly proud and brave Xiao Tao. However, Bai Zemin was not happy. Despite having won, he still felt tremendously uneasy, and as his eyes looked in the southwest direction, Bai Zemin sensed a terrifying storm approaching when he saw the distant black clouds covering the sky. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 769, Descend from the Sky, a person who should not be there. Chapter 769, Descend from the Sky, a person who should not be there. Southwest of Hadean District, minutes before the war between the Blood Spear Legion faction led by Bai Zemin and the Swift Wind Legion led by Xiao Tao broke out completely. Chen He stopped in the middle of the way, and the army behind him stopped when they saw the roaring flame tiger that he was riding come to a steep halt. There were no large numbers of enemies, nor was there an impossible to cross abyss visible. There was only one man standing alone with the pure white snow as his only companion. Dark silver hair almost bordering on ash, eyes that matched his hair, a slender body accompanied by a face handsome enough that even Chen He had to admit defeat in his heart. I must say this is a surprise. The man's voice was indifferent, devoid of any emotion that every sentient being should possess. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of his sword, a sword that few had had the luxury of getting to know as he looked straight ahead and spoke in a leisurely voice that echoed clearly in the clearing. Chen He, I assume you heard who the leader of New China is, didn't you? Chen He's face was pale, however. He was no longer that young university student from before. The current him was one of the highest generals of the Transcendent faction, a powerful level 70 soul evolver whose combat power was far above his level, possessor of great treasures, the highest commander of the Blood Whip Legion with tens of thousands of armed men under his command. The current him did not believe that the former president of the country deserved his fear, only his respect for who he was. Lord Chuanyuan, I'm glad you survived the initial mutation, and that the harshness of this new world wasn't enough to bring you down. Although he did not give a clear answer, to Xuanyuan Wenchen, and to anyone who was the least bit perceptive the answer was more than clear. The fact that the first words Chen He said were those instead of surprise proved that, just as Xuanyuan Wenchen believed, he was aware of who he was up against by doing what he was doing. Xuanyuan Wenchen observed the handsome young man in front of him, and couldn't help but notice his growth in several aspects. Not bad, Compared to the little prince before, you now look more like a man worthy of leading. I'm sure both your father and old Chen would be proud of you if they saw you now. Although I can't say the same if they knew what you are doing." Chen He's heart began to pound and his eyes grew wide at the mention of his family. He subconsciously took a step forward and asked aloud, My family? Are they?" Xuanyuan Wenchen looked at Chen He silently for several seconds as if seeking to torture his mind before opening his mouth and slowly saying, "Chen Mei and your two uncles died. Your big brother Chen Yashin was killed by a second-order zombie a little over half a month ago." Chen He's face turned as pale as a sheet, and his legs grew weak. It was quite a challenge for him to stand and hold his head up as he listened word by word. "Your grandfather, your father, and your mother are alive. Although your father lost a leg since I had no choice but to cut it off the first instant he was scratched by a fallen zombie." Chen He closed his eyes and raised his head to the sky, letting out a heavy sigh that contained relief, sorrow, regret, gratitude, hate, and many extremely complicated emotions that turned his mood into a mess. Chen Mei was Chen He's first cousin, and the two were very close. However, the biggest blow was the loss of his older brother. Chen Yashin had been an exemplary big brother, someone Chen He aspired to. Chen Yashin was only 29 years old, but his achievements in the army were so high that his grandfather planned to pass his position to him in a few years as long as he continued at the same pace. In fact, Chen Yashin was handsome and had many talents, but in contrary to Chen He, his personality somewhat resembled that of Bai Zemin. His loss would definitely take Chen He a long time to accept. "Since you are alive, I guess that girl is alive too," Xuanyuan Wenchen suddenly asked. Chen He opened his eyes abruptly, staring at the gray sky for a moment before lowering his head to face the man in front of him with a now firm and indifferent expression. "Bingzu is alive, don't worry about it. Besides, you'll see her sooner than you think, and you'll probably be in for a not-so-pleasant surprise." Xuanyuan Wenchen's eyes glistened curiously, and the corners of his lips turned slightly upward. He shook his head and closed his eyes as he slowly said, "You children really are something else." Xuanyuan Wenchen's eyes opened, and his expression turned cold as he said in a clear voice, "You are not even capable of seeing something so simple, but you dare to play conquerors. Laughable." Chen He said nothing, and instead began to focus some of his mana on his longbow, preparing for the inevitable combat that was coming. "You know what's the most laughable thing about all this?" Xuanyuan Wenchen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "The most laughable thing is that this girl who seemed to hate men so much actually became the pawn of a man. Who knows what kind of favors she does for him? Don't you find it laughable?" Chen He's eyes flashed with anger and he was about to explode when he remembered Bai Zemin's plan. He clenched the blue bow in his hands tightly and said through gritted teeth, "Shut up. Don't talk when you don't know anything." Xuanyuan Wenchen shook his head and said nothing more on the matter. It was clear to him that Chen He was still head over heels for his illegitimate daughter. But that was also good for him. He could use it to his advantage. "Hey kid." Chen He looked at Xuanyuan Wenchen without saying a word, but the anger in his eyes had not dimmed at all. Xuanyuan Wenchen didn't mind at all and continued, "How about you just surrender and join me? Your family will be disappointed about you if they knew that you have become a traitor who took advantage of troubled times to rise up, don't you think?" Chen He was still silent even though his eyes shone with a complicated light. He knew that his family would probably look at him with disgust, and it will be hard for him to see their faces again in this life. "Lord Xuanyuan, you underestimate me too much." But the current Chen He was no longer the past Chen He. "I have made a decision, and I will follow it to the bitter end." Xuanyuan Wenchen still wanted to use one more card, but seeing the expression of resolve on the face of the young man more than 300 meters ahead of him, he realized that the Chen He in front of him really was no longer that indecisive boy he had known in the past. "That kid with the surname Bai must be interesting. Not only is my proud daughter willing to follow him, but he even helped you become a real man. You should thank him for that." Xuanyuan Wenchen sighed. "You don't need to worry about that, Lord Xuanyuan," Chen He said in a firm voice. "Bai Zemin can be a bit annoying sometimes, and there were more than a few times I felt like punching him in the face, but he is without a doubt one of the most honorable and brave people I met in my life. I Chen He consider him a friend and a rival. I Chen He may lack in many areas, but I am definitely not a backstabber." Chen He's voice echoed throughout the White Plains, echoing in the distance for a few seconds before everything fell silent again. Finally, Zhang De, who was standing a few steps behind Chen He, after getting off his mount couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, Chen He, this daddy has now started to admire you a little. Well said. Kai Jingyi closed one eye, and while looking at Zhang De sideways said in a low but clear voice, "If Bai Zemin hears you calling yourself daddy like he usually does, he'll probably kick your ass." "Aren't you a traitor?" Xuanyuan Wenchen sighed, finally giving up on trying to come to a peaceful agreement after realizing that the other side could become a powerful union to his troops. His expression became deadly indifferent as he said in a flat voice, "A traitor who takes advantage of chaotic times is nothing but a dog. But that's good. I think your family will understand my motives." As for what motives, it was obviously about killing Chen He. "Damn it, old man." Zhang De's eyes widened like a bull's, and as he pointed his heavy hammer forward, he shouted loudly, "If you want to fight, then fight. What are you wasting our time for? You should be thankful our leader isn't here, or he would have already given you the beating your parents didn't give you in childhood." Xuanyuan Wenchen's eyes flashed like two lightning strikes as they moved towards Zhang De, making the latter feel as if someone was grabbing him by the throat despite the distance. "Boldness," Xuanyuan Wenchen muttered as with a swift movement he unsheathed and resheathed his weapon, barely withdrawing the blade from the scabbard for a split second. When Zhang De saw the ash-haired man's hand move, for some reason he sensed danger. However, all he saw next was a flash of white light, and an instant later he fell to his knees. "Eh?" Zhang De was in disbelief. He tried to stand up, but he couldn't feel his legs at all. If it wasn't because he could touch them with his hands and feel that they were still there through touch, he might have thought that they had been cut off. The expressions of Kai Jingyi, Zheng Yun, Ziya, Evangeline, Chen He, and others abruptly changed as they saw Zhang De on his knees. There were 4 cuts on his legs that had completely pierced through the plate armor defense, severing the rear ligaments connecting the upper and lower legs, as well as 2 other cuts just above the heel, which had completely cut off Zhang De's ability to move. Among them were second-order existences, but they couldn't even understand what the enemy did. Xuanyuan Wenchen was over 300 meters away and barely moved his right hand for a second, but he had knocked a level 60 warrior out just like that. If those slashes earlier hadn't been aimed at Zhang De's legs, if only those slashes from before had been aimed at his throat. The mere thought made everyone realize that the enemy they were facing this time might not be any less dangerous to the one leading them, and this only added even more weight to their hearts. Xuanyuan Wenchen looked at Zhang De with cold eyes and said indifferently, "Kid, while you were playing with mud, I was hunting in the worst environments on Earth. Even if we put aside my position as the president of the country you were born in and live in, I think just the aforementioned should be enough reason for you to be careful with your words." Zhang De spat on the ground, and as Kai Jingyi helped him to his feet, he said in a firm voice, "Old man, our leader showed us that respect is something you earn and not something you ask for. You, trying to destabilize the emotional and mental state of one of our members before battle, you are not worthy of receiving my respect at all." Xuanyuan Wenchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent that he hardly suppressed, and as he looked towards the back of the enemy army, he spoke in an indifferent voice. "If you don't come out soon and continue to hide there, I can't guarantee that I won't behead this insolent brat." Everyone except Chen He was shocked. To whom was this person talking? It was then that everyone noticed that the snow falling from the sky had turned into small ice fragments that rained down like beautiful crystals from the increasingly dark clouds in the sky. The ice crystals gathered in the sky, forming a shimmering silver-colored magic circle from where a cold, but at the same time beautiful voice emerged. "It's a good thing you didn't kill him. Or I'm afraid that even if I begged for you, your head would still roll on the ground to make up for his death." A magic circle glowed, and a second later, a person who shouldn't be there began to slowly descend from the sky. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 770, Father versus Daughter. Chapter 770, Father versus Daughter. Shangyu and Bingzhu. Both Ziya and Evangeline, as well as the others, were stunned as they witnessed Shangyu and Bingzhu appearing like a fairy in the middle of what would soon turn into a battlefield. One that would probably be very bloody considering the small but lethal portion of power that the enemy before them had shown them only moments before. "Why is the second leader here?" "Miss Shangyuan was at the base when we left. I was using my sonar detector skill at every turn, but she wasn't detected at all." The soul evolvers began to mutter under their breath as they marveled at the beautiful scene. Shangyuan Bingzhu's eyes were fixed on the dark gray-haired man, who was single-handedly facing an army of thousands with his sword as his only companion. As she descended from the clouds, the magic circle behind her exploded and turned into small pieces of glittering ice which, as they began to slowly rain down, gave her an appearance similar to that of a true goddess descending into the mortal world. She waved a hand and a kind of slider appeared under her feet. The ice slider was connected to the ground, so when her feet touched the snow there was not the slightest sound. Xuanyuan Wenchen stood with a straight back and a serene expression on his indifferent face. As he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, the girl who carried his genes, the daughter he had abandoned, he could not help but sigh in his heart as he felt a brief approximation of the level she was in. Shangyuan Bingzhu remained standing as she looked at the man who appeared to be her own age, but was actually her father. Her posture was elegant and worthy of contemplation, even in this kind of situation. She wore a full-body armor of pale blue color just like the color of her cold eyes. In her right hand was a slim sword of the same color as the armor. And just like the armor, the sword was also covered with strange engravings that released a faint silver shimmer occasionally. After about a minute of silence, Shangyuan Bingzhu's lips opened slightly, and her flat voice swept across the snowy plains. Xuanyuan Wenchen, if you surrender now and cooperate to have your new China faction disintegrate, and join the forces of my transcendent faction, then everything will be easier for you in the long run. Xuanyuan Wenchen couldn't help but shake his head as he calmly said, the only reason why I haven't killed everyone here yet is because I wanted to see what kind of words the person who from a young age aspired to surpass me would say. But I must say that I'm a bit disappointed. Shangyuan Bingzhu was not angry upon hearing his words. In fact, her lips curved upward slightly and her eyes glinted strangely as she calmly said, you don't need to worry. I can assure you that soon your disappointment will turn into something else. Were you the person who came up with this plan? Xuanyuan Wenchen suddenly asked. I helped, but the one who really figured it out was Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzhu replied in a clear voice. Xuanyuan Wenchen pondered silently for a moment before nodding. I see. Looks like I really have to kill that boy or it will be a bigger problem later. Xuanyuan Wenchen believed that the Transcendent faction would be taken by surprise, and that they probably wouldn't count on the fact that he and two of his most powerful legions had already arrived in the Hadean district. He had also foreseen that the enemy would need at least a few days to adjust their position in the two captured bases, or else everything would collapse when the other leaders tried to eat each other, which would cause chaos to spread within the walls. After receiving a secret report from one of the base leaders who had managed to obtain some information, and in an attempt to surprise the enemy who would definitely split in two to make the most of their overwhelming strength before joining together to launch a two-pronged attack towards the last base, Xuanyuan Wenchen sent the Swift Wind Legion to intervene the road in the direction of base number 3, while he left the Bright Light Legion at base number 5. He alone was more than enough to stop the enemy that would target base number 4. However, there were several things that Xuanyuan Wenchen did not expect. He did not expect that the enemy faction had been established by a student, nor did he count on the fact that in the enemy faction he would meet Chen He, which at the same time meant that his illegitimate daughter and perhaps even Wu Jianhong's granddaughter were alive. Xuanyuan Wenchen also did not count that the enemy leader would be as cunning as a fox and would see through his plans. Not to mention that he definitely did not expect to meet so many powerful people, especially the daughter he abandoned in the past. Xuanyuan Wenchen could sense mortal danger from her, and it shocked him to the core even though he did not show it. He was a second-order soul evolver level 97, however, even a high-level third-order mutant beast would be cut into small cubes of flesh by his sword and skills. Even then, Xuanyuan Wenchen could tell that even though his daughter's level was lower than his own, her real strength was overwhelmingly high. Kill him? Shangyuan Bingzhu raised an eyebrow and said in an amused voice, only with you. Bai Zemin knew that they were in territory that did not favor them. The Transcendent faction was the invader of the Hadean district. It was to be expected that even after conquering two of the enemy bases, someone would appear to report the moves they made. Therefore, except for Chen He and Wu Yizhen, no one else knew that Shangyuan Bingzhu was following the second main army from a distance, and everyone thought that she was staying at base number 2. Although Bai Zemin did not count on the fact that Xuanyuan Wenchen would be so arrogant as to show up alone, he did expect that both the first and second armies of his faction would run into trouble along the way. Xuanyuan Wenchen didn't waste any more words. He knew there was no point in speaking when he saw his daughter's eyes brimming with battle intent. Don't worry, I won't kill you, he said in an indifferent voice as he took a step forward. Bang! Silver lights began to dance around his body. Snowflakes were slashed and shattered, while the surrounding snow was completely swept away. After all, you are my daughter. Shangyuan Bingzu took a step forward. Hundreds of silver-colored magic circles glowed behind her back with a single wave of her left hand, as her cold voice echoed amidst the piercing wind. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Ice swords and ice spears slowly emerged from within the various magic circles, remaining suspended in the sky as she culminated her words. At the end of the day, I'm proud of the kind of person I've become, and that's all thanks to you. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. At the same time as Shangyuan Bingzu waved her left hand forward, hundreds of ice swords and ice spears sliced the air in two and formed hundreds of frozen lines as they swooshed across the skies in Qianyuan Wenchen's direction. Qianyuan Wenchen narrowed his eyes and waved his free hand in the air. The silver lights surrounding his body expanded around him, as if he was some sort of transparent dome protecting him from the outside world. Bang, 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 bang. The silver lights seemed to have some kind of really sharp cutting power, because when the ice swords and ice spears tried to cross beyond the dome, they were cut into hundreds of tiny ice fragments that fell onto the snow before melting to merge with it. Shangyuan Bingzu's expression did not change at all. She clearly did not expect such a simple attack to be enough to finish off the man in front of her. With a faint smile at the corner of her lips and a gaze that was packed with confidence, she slowly walked towards him as her commanding voice echoed amidst the explosions resulting from the clash of her ice weapons and the silver lights surrounding Qianyuan Wenchen. All of you stand back. No one is allowed to interfere. This was the battle she had looked forward to the most in her entire life. Only Shangyuan Bingzu herself was aware of how many times she had felt despair in the past, knowing in her heart that taking revenge against the most powerful man in all of China, and one of the most powerful men in the entire world, would be impossible for an ordinary person like her. However, things had changed. Fate and life had given her a new opportunity. The soul record had brought death and misery, but it also brought growth and hope. Shangyuan Bingzu would seize the new opportunity given to her no matter what, and would not allow anyone to interfere. She would, with her own hands, complete what she had always dreamed with. As Qianyuan Wenchen calmly watched as his daughter advanced step by step and the enemy army retreated, his expression changed slightly for an instant when he realized that something was wrong. Shangyuan Bingzu gently clenched her left hand at the same time as her sweet lips whispered two words: ice prison. When Qianyuan Wenchen finally realized what was happening, it was already too late. Bang! All the ice fragments that had accumulated and melted into the snow after thousands of ice swords and ice spears were destroyed by the silver cutting lights protecting Qianyuan Wenchen suddenly seemed to come back to life. The former president of China did not even have time to take a step back before an extremely robust and hard ice cube enclosed him inside. However, if something like this could contain Qianyuan Wenchen, then he would have died long ago. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Long silver lights suddenly cut past the robust ice cube, and an instant later, what Shangyuan Bingzu expected to happen occurred. Boom! The ice cube exploded outwards into millions of tiny fragments, revealing Qianyuan Wenchen still standing without any change in his expression or body. The only difference was that the unadorned sword that had been sheathed until now finally left its scabbard and was now in his right hand. Shangyuan Bingzu had used the second activation of her Ice Maker skill hidden within every ice sword and ice spear she cast before, so that even with the ice shattered she could use it again. Unfortunately, that was no longer possible now since the surprise attack had been shattered and she had no ice manipulation. However, her target was another from the start. Qianyuan Wenchen frowned slightly as he saw that she was no longer in his line of sight. Suddenly, and as if he had eyes behind his back, he moved his arm back and positioned his sword in the middle of his back as if he was sheathing it in an invisible sheath. Boom! Snow flew everywhere and the ground sank slightly, revealing the green grass hidden below the white. Qianyuan Wenchen's robe flapped as the wind burst outward. He could feel how from behind him a person exerted constant pressure, and it was not necessary to turn around to know who that person was. Not bad, he nodded. The two swords released sparks as they clashed amidst a steady trembling, one of them trying to press further and the other trying to prevent its counterpart from continuing its advance. However, Shangyuan Bingzu's expression changed slightly when she noticed that the sword of the man with his back to her took on a silvery radiance. She sensed danger, so instead of continuing her assault, immediately slipped to the side with ghostly agility. A second later, Qiunyuan Wenshin's sword followed the movement of his wrist and slashed in a wide arc, releasing a bright, thin silver light that quickly grew in size as it flew into the distance. Shangyuan Bingzhu followed with her eyes the silver light in the shape of a half-moon as it flew thousands of meters into the distance, finally disappearing beyond a partially snow-covered mountain. Under her astonished eyes, as well as that of the disbelieving eyes of the troops watching the battle from a distance, the mountain began to tremble as the top half slowly slid down before finally slamming into the ground, causing the snow to blow and the earth to rumble. Boom! If that's all, then I must say I will be truly disappointed, dear daughter. Qiunyuan Wenshin's voice was indifferent as he stood surrounded by silver lights that for every second that passed became stronger and stronger. Shangyuan Bingzhu gazed for a moment at the perfect cut in the distant mountain, before turning to look at the man who looked like a sword god. Her lips curved upward slightly, and the edge of her blue eyes turned slightly red as her enchanting voice echoed amidst the rumbling of the surroundings. Don't worry, I can assure you that by the time this battle is over you will have no desire for more, dear father. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 771, Unexpected Situation Change. Xuanyuan Wenchen was truly powerful, so powerful that his strength left the transcendent faction troops watching his clash against Shangyu and Bingzhu, with their eyes filled with dread at the mere reminiscence that they were about to face that monster. Even though 95% of them could not see anything clearly, and the remaining 5% for the most part could only see two blurs constantly flickering everywhere. The resulting explosions and the sparks that were born from the collision of the two swords were enough signals for them to understand that getting close would be enough for their bodies to be cut into pieces. The two had been fighting for about 5 minutes, and the battlefield was a mess. There were deep gashes in the ground and huge walls of half-destroyed ice covered at least 2,000 meters of what was once white snow. Except for the armed soldiers who formerly belonged to New China and had no choice but to accept the rule of the transcendent faction when the base fell. The soul evolvers who had fought on at least one battlefield together with Shangyu and Bingzhu were in shock to see that even after so long the other side still managed to hold his ground against her. Boom! After a new clash of swords and followed by a powerful explosion, the two figures that had been in a constant confrontation in what seemed to be a deadly sword dance finally broke apart. The feet of Shangyuan, Bingzhu, and Xuanyuan Wenchen slid on the ice-covered ground as they glared at each other. Neither dared to be careless at this point, not after gauging the strength of the other party. Lightning began to gather in the sky, now covered by dark clouds. The snow falling from the sky became even heavier to the point where a normal person would have difficulty seeing 20 meters in front of them. Dear Father, if you don't have something better under your sleeve, then I'm afraid this will be your defeat. Don't you think so? Shangyuan Bingzhu smiled sweetly, and her voice was full of affection as if she was really talking to her most loved one and not someone she had been attacking with her sword and magic skills all this time. Xuanyuan Wenchen watched his daughter for a moment, but subconsciously lowered his gaze after a few seconds and no longer dared to look at her directly. Shangyuan Bingzhu's body was brimming with charm all over. Her usually cold eyes seemed to have taken on the shape of fox eyes. Her pupils were slightly moist as if she was enchanted by something, and the puckering of her lips and the tenderness in her voice were more than enough to drive anyone crazy regardless of whether they were male or female, saint or demon. Forget about the fact that she was his daughter. Shangyuan Bingzhu's charm had reached a dangerous level when she fully utilized the skill she had evolved last night, and for the past 5 minutes, she had not deactivated charming eyes even for a second. If not for the fact that Xuanyuan Wenchen had a will of steel, he would have already thrown his sword aside, and regardless of whether she was his daughter or not, he would have tried to reach her body, which would naturally end up with his immediate defeat due to the poor defense. Xuanyuan Wenchen looked at his body, noticing a light layer of frost slowly forming on his limbs. Although he had tried to shake off that layer of frost, it was difficult to completely avoid it when the entire area they were fighting in was now an ice realm created by Shangyuan Bingzhu. His movement speed and attack speed had begun to drop over the past 60 seconds. Xuanyuan Wenchen was certain that at this rate, he would end up turning into a statue that would barely be able to move within 15 minutes. If you had elemental magical skills, then you would be able to get out of this problem. If your physical skills were destructive, then you would be able to shatter the entire ice realm I make. However, all of your skills are related to your swordplay, aren't they? Shangyuan Bingzu narrowed her eyes dangerously, but the charming smile on her face did not waver as she calmly whispered, "Your skills have high penetration and damage capabilities, but they are not capable of affecting length and breadth equally." "So, what with that?" Qianyuan Wenchen replied. His expression was calm as was his voice despite the seemingly unfavorable situation. "Dear father, let me tell you a secret." Shangyuan Bingzu giggled like a little girl before her face cooled, and she said in an indifferent voice, "Do you know the reason why I chose this style of combat? The reason why I specifically chose these skills despite having had the opportunity to learn more destructive ones?" Qianyuan Wenchen narrowed her eyes, and she nodded even though he said nothing. "It is just as you are thinking. You, a swordsman, can cut through any obstacle with ease, and this is especially true with your personal ability. However, if there is one thing a swordsman cannot do, it is to fight for too long against skills that control your movements." She smiled and said confidently, "My mass control skills plus my charm are more than enough to put you down." Under Qianyuan Wenchen's surprised eyes, she snapped her fingers, and a small magic circle that he didn't know when it had appeared there glowed on his left arm. In just an instant, his entire left arm was covered by a layer of ice. However, this ice was a strange deep blue color instead of silver. Moreover, to the even greater disbelief of the ex-China president, he was unable to destroy this ice despite trying in various ways, and it did not take him long to realize that he would need at least a whole day to remove it unless he was willing to cut off his entire arm. Qianyuan Wenchen looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and asked, still keeping calm, "When did you leave that magic circle skill on my arm?" He was really curious regarding this matter. This was because Qianyuan Wenchen was an expert in all kinds of martial arts, and his sense of his own body had reached a realm simply too high. It was hard for him to accept that someone had put something on him without him noticing it. "I simply put it down when I touched your arm earlier," Shangyuan Bingzu revealed. Seeing the confused expression on the face of the man in front of her, her lips curved into a smile of pure disdain as she said in an affectionate voice, "Could it be that the ever-cold and indifferent Lord President who rarely pays attention to women was too distracted looking at his own daughter, hence he didn't even notice when she put a trap on his own arm?" Qianyuan Wenchen's face sank, and for the first time in a long time, his indifferent eyes began to fill with anger. Even though he knew that what his daughter was seeking was to disrupt his emotional state by saying those words, there were things that could not be tolerated even by saints, much less someone as proud as him. "You brat, how dare you!" Suddenly, the silver lights that surrounded Qianyuan Wenchen's body and protected him from all kinds of attacks within a certain power range or attacked approaching enemies, as long as they did not exceed a certain level, began to rush into his body. His silhouette quickly took on a faint silver radiance, and his sword began to tremble as it glowed brightly. Boom! Qianyuan Wenchen charged forward, and his speed nearly doubled as did his strength. Shangyuan Bingzu's lips curved into a disdainful smile, and at the same time she activated lightning movement, frozen slide, frost rebuff. In just a split second, multiple skills that boosted her agility, magic attack power, physical attack power, defense, and above all lethality in her attacks, were activated one after another without her worrying about excessive mana consumption. When Qianyuan Wenchen's eyes met Shangyuan Bingzu's for a moment, he could not help but feel marveled and subconsciously slowed down the speed of his slash as well as the power behind it. Shangyuan Bingzu, on the other hand, showed no mercy. She parried her father's sword and counterattacked immediately, but Qianyuan Wenchen was clearly superior to her not only with the sword, but also in martial arts, as even under the constant effect of her charm, he managed to defend and counterattack. Two flickering flashes amidst constant explosions were all the others could see in the distance. Every clash between Shangyuan Bingzu and Qianyuan Wenchen was accompanied by air bubbles bursting outward, flying sparks, slashing sword energy, and all kinds of flying ice weapons. The speed at which the two moved and attacked was so high that after 5 minutes the explosions seemed to merge together to form a single rumble that shook the earth like an earthquake. The previous landscape that was incredibly appealing to the eye had been completely destroyed at this point. The mountains in the distance had been cut down and toppled by the stray sword energy that flew everywhere every time Qianyuan Wenchen activated a skill. The beautiful white snow had been sealed under cold, hard ice. Several layers of thick ice resulting from the hundreds of thousands of ice weapons Shangyuan Bingzu had created to attack or keep her opponent's movements at bay. The lightning in the sky was getting stronger, and the snowstorm had worsened to the point where the soldiers had no choice but to get into the vehicles to avoid freezing to death. The soul evolvers even had to hold on tightly to the modified vehicles that were shaking and shuddering in the fierce wind to avoid being sent flying. After 5 minutes of the battle had resumed, Shangyuan Bingzu and Xuanyuan Wenchen broke apart again. Xuanyuan Wenchen had begun to pant heavily, and the hand holding his sword was trembling, while his still frozen left arm hung to the side heavily. Half of his body was covered with several layers of ice. Every time he clashed with Shangyuan Bingzu's sword, he noticed how his movement and attack speed dropped as a result of the rapidly expanding ice lingering on him. Shangyuan Bingzu's chest was rising and falling slightly. She was clearly in better condition than her father. However, there were several bloody cuts on her body, and although the armor that Bai Zemin and Meng Qi had made for her was tremendously powerful, its durability had dropped below 1,000 points, so it would not last long at this rate. Moreover, she could feel an invading cutting-type energy assaulting the inside of her body, forcing her to divert her attention in the middle of the battle. The two of them were very, very surprised. Regardless of whether it was Shangyuan Bingzu or Xuanyuan Wenchen, this was the first time someone at a level practically equal to theirs could stand up to them like this. Shangyuan Bingzu knew that this was not going to be an easy battle. From the very beginning she was aware of that. However, she did not expect that even after having used practically all of her trump cards, she was still not able to take the complete victory. On the other hand, Xuanyuan Wenchen was in shock when he realized that at this rate the one who would lose would definitely be him. He could not accept it. Lose. Him. No one had even come remotely close to defeating him ever. He was going to lose to someone from the younger generation. Xuanyuan Wenchen couldn't accept it, especially with the girl in front of him. Just then, Xuanyuan Wenchen noticed his illegitimate daughter's eyes slowly widen as she looked past him. That was when he finally noticed a presence just a step behind him, and his face turned as pale as a sheet when he identified the aura of that existence. Someone who had given him countless headaches for months had finally taken advantage of this moment to ambush him. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// behind him. The first thing Chunyuan Wenchen instinctively tried to do was to move to the side while slashing with his sword in a wide diagonal arc. However, to his surprise and horror, what Chunyuan Wenchen found when he tried to move his body was that, although he was not completely frozen, his actual mobility had dropped to the point where his agility stat was only there for show, but unable to be used properly. The ex-Chinese president barely had any time despite his high reaction speed and reflexes. Out of pure combat instinct rooted deep in his soul, Chunyuan Wenchen leaned his body as far as he could to the right. Unfortunately, he soon felt deep, sharp pain transmitting to his brain from his left arm, and looking down, he saw a delicate and beautiful snow-white hand, clearly belonging to a woman piercing past the ice, imprisoning his limb. Damn it! For the first time, Chunyuan Wenchen completely lost his temper when he saw those black fingernails stained with his blood dripping onto the ice. How could he keep his calm knowing that he had seconds before his life would be over? Redemption! Chunyuan Wenchen's frustrated and furious shout accompanied the end of his right arm swing, causing the edge of his sword to take on a deep silver color filled with sword energy strange to understand, let alone learn. The unexpected enemy naturally already knew well how dangerous Chunyuan Wenchen was. She did not linger after managing to inflict a piercing wound on the man, and at the first moment of danger, her body turned into a whirlwind of wind and snow. The golden flash of light blasted out from Chunyuan Wenchen's sword once he finished the slashing motion, soaring into the sky and cutting the clouds along with the crackling lightning in two. The power of that attack was definitely terrifying to the point that even a peak third-order existence would have to be very careful if it didn't want to be cut to pieces. Unfortunately, it was no use having a powerful attack if you couldn't hit your enemy. Chunyuan Wenchen kicked the ground hard in an attempt to put distance, and in an instant he was hundreds of meters away from his previous position. Looking down and seeing the red blood running in and out of the cracked purple ice, Chunyuan Wenchen realized that with each passing second more and more of his blood was turning black as ink. Looking ahead with eyes filled with murderous intent, Chunyuan Wenchen's gaze met the silhouette of an incredibly beautiful woman, standing a little over 700 meters distant. This woman was stunningly beautiful, appearing to be around 18-19 years old at most, and both her face and small body were practically perfect to the point where it would be hard to find a single blemish in her creation. She was surrounded by countless snowflakes swirling around her lovely body under what appeared to be a distinctly unnatural whirlwind. With a pure white dress covering just below her knees and exposing her slender arms, the woman's all-white hair danced softly behind her back as she looked up with bright red eyes at Qiunyuan Wenchen with an amused smile. "You finally got careless." Her voice sounded sweet and soft, even amidst the thunder of lightning in the sky and the wind swirling around her. There were no impediments for everyone to hear it. "I've been waiting for this moment." Qiunyuan Wenchen gritted his teeth, and with a glint of viciousness shining in his eyes, he did not hesitate as he slashed with his sword. However, his target was not the woman who had just appeared. His target was his left arm. From the shoulder down, the entire left arm was cut clean off, and red blood partially dyed with ink black bathed the ground at the same time as Qiunyuan Wenchen's roar spread across the frozen plains. He had no choice but to do it. This was because the woman before him was a third-order zombie, and even though from the second order onwards humans could use their pure mana to fight against the wild and invading mana, this was only possible with scratches, but not with deep piercings like the one he had just suffered. "Xinyu, you bastard. I'll rip your head off even if it's the last thing I do in this life." This time without holding back at all and with true killing intent, unlike his previous fight against his daughter, Qiunyuan Wenchen's body was surrounded by a faint pale blue light. Boom! His agility stat had increased by over 400 points after activating his unhindered skill. At the same time, all natural wind pressure was no longer an obstacle to his movements, and the ice hindering his limbs was completely cleared away as he dashed forward at lightning speed. "You weren't able to achieve your words in your best condition. What makes you think you'll be able to achieve it now?" Despite her words, the woman called Xinyu did not dare to take lightly the man charging towards her, abandoning all defense and focusing entirely on attack. After so many battles, she knew that Qiunyuan Wenchen was a terrifying man. She waved her left hand, and the surrounding winds quickly blew her away from the ground which was cut in two halves by Qiunyuan Wenchen's sword, opening a crack at least 400 meters deep and 1,500 meters long. At the same time, as she moved back from the deadly danger, the agility of the third-order zombie named Xinyu increased and let her slender body that made her look even younger than her real age be carried away by the wind. She waved her right hand and pointed towards the sky as she called out in a sweet voice. "Electric Scourge." The purple and deep blue lightning flashes in the sky crackled at her call, and in an instant began to scourge the earth as if they were the divine punishment sent by the thunder god of Greek mythology. Qiunyuan Wenchen moved in irregular patterns, sometimes advancing and sometimes retreating, as he tried his best to avoid the thin but terrifying lightning strikes that tried to hunt him down. Boom, 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 boom. Although the lightning strikes were the thickness of a normal human arm at most, the power behind each of them was terrifying. Several black holes appeared on the cracked ice, not only piercing the ice, but also forming large craters of at least 50 meters each on the ground for each lash raining down from the sky. Qiunyuan Wenchen slashed with his sword and managed to shatter at least 60% of the lightning aimed at him, but it was hard to fight against thousands and thousands of lightning raining down from the sky at a ghostly speed. Not to mention the fact that the current he wasn't nearly at his best, and the anger blinding his reasoning didn't help much in his current situation. Shangyuan Bingzhu watched the confrontation between the two people, frozen on her feet with her eyes wide open. Her eyes moved automatically with every movement of the third-order zombie, her heart beating so fiercely that even amidst the crackling lightning that lashed the world from the sky she could hear it pounding against her chest. Only the gods were perhaps aware of how many times Shangyuan Bingzhu had prayed despite her lack of faith in them. Only the gods perhaps were aware of how many times her coldness melted with hot tears that rained down on her face and soaked her pillow during the cold nights of the apocalypse. Only the gods were perhaps aware of how much she longed to see her mother again, the woman who practically gave up her happiness, her life, and her future for the sole purpose of providing her with the best possible education and the best possible future. Now Shangyuan Bingzhu finally found her mother. She was alive. However, Shangyuan Bingzhu could not feel happy, because when she looked at those two blood-red eyes on her mother's practically teenage face, and when she noticed the ink-black nails on her perfectly white hands, it was not hard to understand that Shangyuan Xinyu had turned into a zombie. How many zombies had Shangyu and Bingzu faced so far? Simply too many to count. Unclassified, first order, second order, and even a third order zombie. Shangyu and Bingzu had her fair share of experience and knowledge of them to understand that mankind and zombies were destined enemies that could not coexist on the same ground and under the same sky. Electric world. Shangyu and Xinyu's voice brought Shangyu and Bingzu out of her inner thoughts, and when she came to herself, she realized that the battle had probably been going on for a few minutes. As proof, the ice realm she had created with her ice maker skill to limit and freeze the agility of the swordsman named Qiunyuan Wenchen, her father, was now completely shattered. Instead of an ice realm, what Shangyu and Bingzu saw was a world of white snow and millions of tiny neon purple and bright blue lightning snakes crackling everywhere. Your attack power and speed have always been high. You probably have the highest piercing power in all of China. But your defense and other stats are pitiful in comparison, just as my beloved girl mentioned minutes ago. Amidst the howling wind, crackling lightning, and whistling snow, Shangyu and Xinyu's sweet voice resounded, devoid of anger or desire for revenge. Qiunyuan Wenchen's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his teeth so tightly that a trickle of blood silently trailed down each side of his mouth. His body trembled as the electricity traveled through his nerves to his brain, with the intention of frying it. The pain was unbearable, but as he looked at the woman who kept that little girl's smile on her face, all he could feel was anger and burning rage and hatred. Shangyu and Xinyu went on to ignore Qiunyuan Wenchen and let his body be consumed bit by bit. She turned to look at Shangyu and Bingzu, who was standing frozen in the distance. A gentle sparkle glistened in her red eyes as she walked towards her. Bingzu, my child, I've been gathering soldiers in order to come and get you. Her voice was truly kind and sweet, making it impossible to keep one's guard up against someone who had such an angelic expression on her youthful face. Shangyu and Bingzu's emotions were too chaotic to think things through too much. Not only had she nearly defeated the man she hated most in the world, but her mother mysteriously appeared on the battlefield that belonged to her, except that her mother was no longer human. Shangyu and Xinyu approached step by step as she continued to speak gently and lovingly. You have become really powerful, so powerful and beautiful. You are my greatest pride, you know that, don't you? Shangyu and Bingzu's lips moved, and a small choked sound came out of her throat as she tried to say something. Her words were suppressed by her emotional state, so she just stared frozen, and with tears at the edges of her eyes about to spill over as her mother stopped an arm's length ahead. Shangyu and Xinyu looked into the eyes of the girl, who looked older than her even though she was the mother, a consequence of her small body. She extended her right hand gently forward as she whispered lovingly, "Come, now that we have finally reunited, let's never be separated again, okay?" Shangyu and Bingzu subconsciously nodded. How could she reject her own mother, the only family she had? Even as she noticed Shangyu and Xinyu's dark fingernails glowing, Shangyu and Bingzu seemed to forget the consequences of being injured by a zombie, and without moving watched as her mother's hand moved to her shoulder. Shangyu and Bingzu felt the space around her shake, but she was too focused on her mother's eyes to care about anything else. She only awoke when something appeared in her line of sight, followed immediately after by a spurt of hot red blood splashing over the side of her face and armor. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 773, Shangyu and Xinyu, a sweet and gentle but dangerous and mysterious woman. The blood was perfectly red, but unlike the blood of all normal humans and the rest of the soul evolvers, this blood had a sweet smell that practically tantalized the senses of even the sanest being of all. Even though the blood was warm, Shangyu and Bingzu felt as if someone had dumped a bucket of ice water on top of her head, as she felt the red drops slide down her left cheek to her neck, getting lost inside her plate armor. Her blue eyes trembled as she looked at the outstretched hand just above her shoulders. Her mother's hand was extended forward, and although it had not pierced from side to side the distinctly male arm that stood in the way, it definitely managed to pierce not only the dark red armor, but also the skin and flesh. Dark red armor. The image of a person flashed in Shangyuan, Bingzu's mind, and her entire body trembled as a chill ran through every cell of her existence. Shangyu Bingzu and Shangyu Xinyu turned their heads almost at the same time, looking in the direction where that hand covered in thick armor that seemed to have been forged using dragon scales had come from. There, just an arm's length from the two women, a sort of portal as black as a wolf's mouth was slowly spinning. Moments later, a leg came out from inside the portal, and upon sensing the aura of the approaching person, Shangyuan Xinyu immediately retracted her hand, and with a swift movement her body was surrounded by powerful gusts of wind that blew her away from the place in an instant. Bai Zemin had a slight frown on his brow when he finally stepped out of the portal, and the first thing he did was to make sure Shangyuan Bingzu was safe. "Are you okay?" he asked with a frown as he saw that there were several slash wounds on her arms and her beautiful thighs. What Bai Zemin was worried about was that he might have been a little late. Although after defeating the enemy army in the other part of Hadian district, he had used the activation of his super warrior skill to teleport to this place because his anxiety was becoming unbearable. Bai Zemin was not sure if Shangyuan Bingzu's wounds had been inflicted by the zombie that had just injured him. However, Shangyuan Bingzu did not respond to his words. Her trembling eyes were completely fixed on his right arm. More specifically, what she was staring at was the red blood slowly turning black that was dripping from the flesh wound on his wrist. "Bai's your arm." Her face turned as white as if all the blood in her body had been drained away, while her lips, now purple with fear, trembled as a sweet and fearful voice, like a little girl's, came out, in a broken voice. Every time she opened her mouth with her eyes still fixed on the wound her mother had inflicted on Bai Zemin. No, Shangyuan Bingzu knew that the reason Bai Zemin had been harmed by her mother, by a zombie, was exclusively because she stood motionless and was about to be infected by the wild mana. What happened when a zombie managed to inflict a wound on the flesh of a human? Shangyuan Bingzu was very clear about that. The strength in her legs disappeared in the face of the future of what was about to come, all because of her mistake. And if not for Bai Zemin managing to support her in time, Shangyuan Bingzu would have definitely collapsed just like that. "Bingzu," Bai Zemin panicked a little, but more than panic what he felt was anger, thinking that he had come too late. It was only when he noticed her staring at his right arm, even now, that he realized what Shangyuan Bingzu was thinking. Bai Zemin watched as his blood turned blacker and blacker, and the flesh under his skin began to corrupt, turning from bright red to a strange reddish with small black polka dots. He could feel the mana inside his body stirring and his soul shuddering. His record seemed to be fighting against the impending modification. Zombification. It was something every human would definitely experience when bitten by a zombie or if they received a scratch hard enough to pierce the skin. Even soul evolvers couldn't completely escape it. "Don't worry about this," Bai Zemin said as he watched her eyes slowly fill with more and more tears until they could no longer be contained by her beautiful eyelashes and slid down her grieving face. This was the second time Bai Zemin had seen Shangyuan Bingzu shed tears. Whether she had cried alone or not, he did not know. But this was the second time she shed tears in front of him, and it was something Bai Zemin hoped not to witness for a third time, to avoid feeling that uncomfortable feeling where his heart clenched as if it was about to break into a million pieces. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes were filled with sadness. She had gone through a roller coaster of emotions in less than 30 minutes. Not only did she face the cause of the suffering during most of her life, but she was also reunited with her mother. However, that person she so longed to see day and night turned out to now be a zombie that attacked her. And as if that wasn't enough, one of the most important people to her ended up getting hurt and was now slowly being turned into a zombie because of it. Probably even immortals would break down at such a fierce rise and fall of emotions, not to mention a young woman barely 22 years old, who until 5 months ago was living a relatively normal and ordinary life like any other human on planet Earth. Bai Zemin remained alert as he knew there were two powerful enemies on this battlefield. Even then, he focused on Shangyuan Bingzu, and to appease her trembling heart a little, he whispered something to her in a low voice. She looked up from his arm and stared at him in confusion. Bai Zemin wanted to wipe away her tears that were falling down like delicate pearls, but he restrained himself as it probably wasn't right for him to do something like that. "Look, it's all right," Bai Zemin said in a low voice as he activated the third activation of his newly evolved blood manipulation skill. Blood Immortal Radiance. Blood Manipulation, Third Order Active Skill Level 1. Second Order Blood Manipulation Level 5, Power multiplied by 4. Your blood weapons have a 25% chance to inflict a critical hit when hitting an enemy. Increases the body's healing and cell regeneration capacity by 30%. Crimson Flame, Second Activation. Consume 20 mana points to activate and 1 stamina point every 5 seconds. Envelop your weapon or a part of your body with a crimson blood flame, increasing your physical attack power and magical attack power by 30%. Blood Immortal Radiance, Third Activation. consumes 400 mana points to activate and lasts for 60 minutes before going into cooldown for 48 hours. Covers the body with a faint glow of blood. While the effect is dormant, the physical defense and total magic defense are multiplied by 2, while the health stat is multiplied by 3. During the 60 minutes that this third activation is active, any status effects that affect the user's deepest records negatively are immediately purged regardless of whether the adverse effect occurred before or after the activation. Under Shangyuan Bingzu's teary but wide-open eyes, a faint crimson light surrounded Bai Zemin's silhouette. It did not obstruct the view of his body at all, only the outline. Therefore, it was easy for her to see that the small black polka dots quickly began to disappear and the flesh became red again as before. Within seconds, the black blood turned back to red, and when Bai Zemin activated blood manipulation coupled with his colossally high health, the wound closed in a matter of blinks, as if it had never been there even though the cause had been a third-order existence. That, the zombie infection. Shangyuan Bingzu sobbed as she looked Bai Zemin straight in the eyes as if she wanted to believe in miracles even though common sense told her that such a thing was not possible. Bai Zemin nodded with a gentle smile and said softly, "It's all right now. You just rest and leave the rest to me." Bai Zemin had only taken a quick glance at the battlefield before, and the destructive level of the entire area was proof enough that the battle or battles that had occurred here had been terrifying and dangerous. Shangyuan Bingzu not only faced the man who, regardless of the hate or anger she felt for him, was her father. And when Bai Zemin saw the woman's perfectly snow-white hair in the distance, it was not difficult for him to understand roughly what had happened. "My mother," Shangyuan Bingzu closed her eyes, and like a little kid began to choke back her own tears. She seemed to have found a shoulder to rely on as she blurted out her pains. "She's a zombie." Bai Zemin nodded, and as he stroked her hair he said softly, "Remember what I told you. Even if your mother is a zombie, I will bring her back for you. I will keep my word just like I always did." Shangyuan Bingzu looked into his eyes, confused but strangely confident that he would be able to keep his word this time too. Again, common sense told her that such a thing was impossible. But hadn't the little young man in front of her accomplished what many thought impossible not once but several times? She not only wanted to believe him but was willing to cling to any false hope, therefore, she nodded. "Okay." Bai Zemin nodded, and his expression became serious as he slowly straightened his posture and turned around. His serious eyes scanned the surroundings, and the first thing he noticed were naturally the endless flashes of lightning that crackled all over the ground, but strangely only hurt the man in the distance who was still struggling to break free, slashing with his sword over and over again at what seemed to be endless electric elemental snakes. Xuanyuan Wenchen was powerful, so powerful that in a 1 versus 1 battle Bai Zemin could not win unless he gave his 90%. This was because the other party was also in existence whose soul power was incredibly pure, which meant that he had always fought and killed beings above his level. Considering that Xuanyuan Wenchen was almost 50 levels higher than Bai Zemin, it was only natural that his stats were far above his. However, if there was one thing that Xuanyuan Wenchen lacked in, it was stamina and the ability to fight numerous enemies for long periods of time. Furthermore, although his skills were powerful, he lacked skills capable of affecting the terrain and large numbers of enemies. Or perhaps he did have such skills, but perhaps they were used during his fight against Shangyuan Bingzu. Bai Zemin did not know. Well, at least that trash father is not going to die for now. Bai Zemin thought before turning to look at the woman who had strangely remained silent and had not attacked even though he had turned his back to her before. As he expected, Shangyuan Bingzu's mother was a great beauty. Leaving aside Shangyuan Bingzu and Lilith, the woman Bai Zemin had in front of him was worthy of taking the position as the third most beautiful woman in terms of face he had ever seen in his entire life. It was just that in contrast to Shangyuan Bingzu's silver-white hair, Shangyuan Xinyu had completely snow-white hair. In addition, her chest was clearly not particularly full-grown, but her hips were undoubtedly alluring. However, what interested Bai Zemin most was neither the beauty nor the identity of this woman. In fact, there was something else that caught his attention. He frowned, and as he slowly walked forward, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Shangyuan Bingzu's mother was licking her right hand and fingers constantly. She occasionally closed her eyes softly, and her body was shivering strangely. The pale skin on her face had a pleasant blush, and the snowflakes around her were dancing happily for some reason. Shangyuan Xinyu slowly opened her eyes when she heard the voice of the man who had recently interrupted. She used her 2 big red eyes to look at him, and her lips curved into a sweet smile as she said gently, "Your blood. It's very delicious. The most delicious thing I've ever tasted in my entire life, either as a zombie or as a human. Bai Zemin's expression was a bit weird as he didn't know if he was being praised or not, but for some reason, he didn't like being treated like food. Perhaps being aware that confrontation was inevitable, Shangyu and Xinyu tried to find a different solution. "Young man, may I know what kind of relationship you have with my daughter?" Alarm bells were fiercely ringing louder and louder inside Bai Zemin's head. For every second, he listened to the woman in front of him speak. She, Shangyuan Bingzu's mother, was definitely very different from all the other zombies he had faced so far. Not only was she giving him a tremendous sense of danger, but she was also giving him a strange feeling of cunning that Bai Zemin only occasionally felt from Lilith or Meng Qi. This woman not only kept her memory intact from her time as a human, but also didn't seem to particularly dislike humans, even though her records had been modified down to the base after she turned into a zombie. Shangyu and Xinyu looked innocent and very sweet, really sweet to the point where even the heart of the cruelest murderer would falter. However, that angelic smile for some reason looked dangerous in Bai Zemin's eyes. It was not murderous intent. It was something different, something that Bai Zemin could not yet identify. She's definitely planning something. The more Bai Zemin thought about it, the more alert he felt towards her. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 774, Blood Emperor Bai Zemin vs. Climate Queen Shangyu and Xinyu, Part 1. Chapter 774, Blood Emperor Bai Zemin vs. Climate Queen Shangyu and Xinyu, Part 1. Maybe because he had been silent and staring at her for too long, Shangyu and Xinyu put both hands on her hips and raised both eyebrows as she said with clearly feigned anger, "Young gentleman, not only did you interrupt a wonderful meeting between mother and daughter after almost half a year of separation, 5 months during which either of them could have died, but now you ignore my questions as well. I hope you are not the partner my Bingzu chose." Bai Zemin's expression did not change at all, and after reaching about 200 meters of distance from her, he stopped. Meeting between mother and daughter. I'm afraid if I had arrived a second later, my precious friend and treasured general would have turned into a zombie by now, he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, casually revealing his relationship with Shangyu and Bingzu in the process. Shangyu and Xinyu not only looked like a juvenile teenager, but even her attitude made her look like Shangyu and Bingzu's younger sister as she pouted and said in a voice full of aggravation, "What's wrong if I turn my girl into a zombie? Zombies are a race just like the human race. Besides, let me tell you that if you have a particularly strong will, all bad will towards humans will disappear once you break into the third order." Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders and got into a combat stance as he said quietly, "Sorry, Auntie, but none of that matters to me. I promised I would make you human again, so that's what I will do. So, I apologize in advance, but I'm afraid I'll have to be a bit rough with you." Shangyu and Xinyu sighed in exasperation and raised both hands in surrender as she said wearily, "You men really? Why can't you let us women make our own decisions?" Bai Zemin suddenly sensed danger and didn't even stop to think about what was happening when he kicked to the right and turned into a red flash that, in an instant, crossed over 100 meters. Boom! Only an instant later, a purple lightning strike fell from the sky and struck with monstrous precision the spot where Bai Zemin had been standing just a second before. Giving a long look at the crater over 50 meters in diameter with scorched edges and lightning crackling all around, Bai Zemin's expression was dark as he turned to look at the woman in front of him. Shangyu and Xinyu stuck out her tongue and winked one eye as she said in an innocent voice, "I have a proposal for you. I don't know if you are interested in listening to it." Bai Zemin's expression was serious as he said with some anger, "I wonder if what you are looking for is to distract me just like before to cunningly attack me." "Cunning? I am, please, you defame me." Shangyu Xinyu quickly shook her head as if she was unwilling to take on the responsibility of carrying such a title. Bai Zemin did not know if this was the personality of Shangyu Xinyu's mother before she turned into a zombie as well, or if it was a personality she had acquired after zombification. However, the more Shangyu Xinyu acted like this, the more he labeled her as more and more dangerous. She didn't give him time to speak and continued, "As I was telling you before, my proposal is very simple and I am sure it will benefit us all. Why don't you listen to it first?" Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and didn't let his guard down when he nodded. "Go ahead." "Yay." Shangyu Xinyu did little hops in place and clapped her hands as she smiled brightly. She looked genuinely happy, and had it not been for the fact that 10 seconds ago she had attacked him with a lightning strike capable of destroying a battle tank, Bai Zemin might have bought that act. Just to confirm, you and my girl are friends, is that so? Regardless of each other's position in the faction to which you belong. That is correct. You could say that we are best friends even though she has more best friends too. Great. Shang Yunzinyu clapped her hands again, and her eyes curved into a crescent shape as a beautiful, angelic smile grew on her face. Look, it's much easier for us zombies to rule our race compared to humans. We don't need to establish a false hierarchy, since the zombie with the highest order or the purest soul power can rule and lead a larger number of zombies. Even if tomorrow a third-order zombie with the same ability as you appear, the leader will be decided in a death match if the other party wishes to challenge the zombie king. Much better to cunning and troublesome humans, don't you think? Bai Zemin subconsciously nodded. It was true that the hierarchy of the zombie race was simpler and less problematic than that of humans. Among mankind, even an insignificant ant would sometimes muster the courage to challenge the mighty leader, and while they were unlikely to be able to succeed, the leader might experience no small headache depending on the situation. Such a thing did not happen among the zombies. They all obeyed the leader regardless of the order, and Bai Zemin had witnessed this several times. Shang Yunzinyu nodded, and the smile on her face grew as she saw Bai Zemin nod. Right now, I'm the queen of more than 16 million zombies. Actually, it was over 20 million, but during several wars against Qun Wenshin's troops I lost several soldiers. Be that as it may, that number will grow once I start expanding, since the only reason I've been stuck is because I've been trying to turn that man into a zombie, but it hasn't been easy at all. 16 million zombies. Bai Zemin remembered the war on the bridge and couldn't help but shudder. Even if all those zombies were just unclassified existences, their numbers were large enough that even he would have to spend a good bit of time cleaning them up. However, there was something else that caught his attention. So, your goal was to turn Qun Wenshin into a zombie, not kill him. Oh, that was before. But if you accept my proposal, then I will kill him for you, to make you feel more at ease. Shang Yunzinyu replied with a sweet smile while staring at Bai Zemin. For some reason, the intense stare of the woman in front of him was making him feel a little uneasy, especially after hearing her words. It was as if Qun Wenshin's life or death didn't matter at all now that Bai Zemin had appeared, which he found strange. What is your proposal? You haven't told me too much so far. Bai Zemin pointed with narrowed eyes. That's because if I told you my proposal right away, without first pointing out those factors, the likelihood of you accepting would be less than what it already is. Shang Yunzinyu continued to smile, and Bai Zemin had to admit that her voice was so sweet and pleasant to listen to that he wouldn't mind listening to her all day if it weren't for the circumstances they were in. She continued, "We zombies are guided by strength, the strong lead and rule. Don't you think that's fair?" Bai Zemin nodded without saying anything. The strongest had the right to lead. He believed so too. It was precisely because he was powerful, and because his fist outweighed everyone else's, that everyone obeyed him. Otherwise, Bai Zemin had no doubt that a young man with no background like him would have already been devoured by the wolves watching him from the shadows. I'm glad we understand each other. Shang Yunzinyu opened both hands and said in a soft voice, I've been looking for a king for myself, but everyone has been disappointing. I've killed 3 third-order zombies so easily that I even felt a little sorry for them. Everyone's soul power was too disappointing. How could such scraps be able to leave good descendancy? It would definitely be a complete waste. Despite the content of her words, Shang Yunzinyu's sweet and innocent voice made it seem as if she was right about everything, and as if what she was saying was an obvious thought or reasoning to follow. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart, finally realizing where this whole conversation was going and what she would say next. So, the reason why you wanted to turn Qun Wenshin into a zombie. That's right. Even though I honestly don't like that man at all, and actually feel some hatred towards him due to my memories of when I was still human, I have to admit that his soul power is pure enough to be able to fight against me on equal footing, even though he is still in the second order while I am in the third order. Shang Yunzinyu revealed without hiding anything as she looked at Bai Zemin with her red eyes brimming with sincerity. Bai Zemin's expression was indifferent as was his voice. However, now you changed your mind, haven't you? Exactly, now I changed my mind. Shang Yunzinyu nodded with a smile and said in a gentle voice, Why should I have to settle for a man I disdain? If I had no choice, then so be it. But now that you have appeared, there is no need to make such a sacrifice, is there? Bai Zemin finally understood the reason why Shangyuan Xinyu asked him about his relationship with Shangyuan Bingzu a moment ago. If you and my daughter were in a romantic relationship, then I would first have to talk to her to see if she had a problem with sharing you with me, but I'm sure she wouldn't have a problem with that. Mother and daughter have been close since forever. Sharing our lover should be fine. Bai Zemin's expression did not change at all as he began to close the distance between the two of them. Shangyuan Xinyu seemed not to have noticed, or rather, ignored the fact that Bai Zemin was advancing towards her. Even though your level is a little too low, your soul power is delightfully pure to the point where your blood tastes like the ambrosia of the heavens. I'm sure the reason you haven't advanced is because your next class will be tremendously powerful. She continued, our future progeny will definitely be great talents. After we have a few hundred children in the future they will be great generals, and in less than 2 centuries we will be the monarchs of the whole earth. Doesn't it sound tempting? Not only can you have mother and daughter all to yourself, but you will also enjoy many days and nights of pleasure while waiting to become the highest ruler of this whole world. How about it? Why don't we all join together? We can turn your subordinates into zombies. No one has to die, and it will be a simple racial change. In the distance, Shangyuan Bingzu looked at her mother with eyes full of sorrow. Her mother's personality was not like that at all in the past. The Shangyuan Bingzu knew would never say something like that with a smile on her face. Her gentle and kind mother seemed to have disappeared, even though the smile and gentleness in her eyes were identical. Many men might have been tempted by Shangyuan Xinyu's words. Not only was Shangyuan Xinyu tremendously beautiful with a petite body that might arouse some perversity in some, but she was even offering to share a bed with her daughter and give pleasure to only one man. Not to mention the fact that her words made sense in pointing out the purity of the soul power of Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Shangyuan Xinyu herself. Children born from such a union would definitely have much purer and firmer records compared to 99.99% of the living beings in the universe, not to mention on Earth. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin was clear about his goals and priorities. Besides, his heart had an owner and lust would never be able to overcome his love for Lilith. When he reached 100 meters from her, he activated lightning movement, and his body was soon surrounded by small blue electric snakes. At the same time, his boots released a faint white light, and an extra 100 points of agility were added to the 70 points of lightning movement. With now over 1,200 total agility points, Bai Zemin had a little more confidence in facing Shangyuan Bingzu's mother. Don't worry, Auntie. I promised Bingzu that I would turn you into a human again, and that's what I will do, he said. After a short pause, and even though he knew there was no point in saying it, he added, I'll try to be as little rude as possible, but I hope you'll cooperate with me. Oh well, that's how I assumed it would be. Shangyuan Xinyu smiled sweetly as she waved her hands. Her white dress fluttered along with her hair as a tornado of wind gathered around her and lifted her off the ground slowly. Snowflakes and lightning began to move strangely, gathering around her and giving her the appearance of an extremely dangerous goddess. She looked at Bai Zemin like a haunted woman, and her gentle voice rang out in the midst of what would soon become a terrifying battlefield again. Come, show me your strength on this battlefield first. While we're at it, I'll take the opportunity to delight myself with your blood while it's still possible. Bai Zemin slowly watched as the body of Shangyuan Bingzu's mother lifted off the ground, and instead of attacking her immediately, he first tried to take the opportunity to better understand how her powers worked. Lightning, wind, snow. She was practically manipulating 3 different elements at the same time, and she seemed to be doing it so smoothly that it was scary. Was she the possessor of 3 manipulation-type skills? Backslash, 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 backslash. Chapter 775, Blood Emperor Bai Zemin vs. Climate Queen Shangyuan Xinyu, Part 2. Shangyuan Xinyu did not give too much time for Bai Zemin to understand the core of her skill, as after soaring 700 meters off the ground, she pointed to the sky and called out loudly. Lightning Dragon. The lightning in the sky quickly gathered, and within seconds a purple-colored vortex was formed. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and without daring to be too bold pulled out his main weapon from his spatial storage ring. At the same time as he held onto Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words with his right hand, Bai Zemin summoned Annihilation of the Falling Sky and turned it into a golden-colored greatsword in his left hand. Rumble! The skies rumbled as a huge monster, similar to the mythological Eastern dragon, broke from within the lightning vortex, and with the thunder thundering, shattered the atmosphere and charged towards Bai Zemin. Crimson flame. Little fire. With blood-red flames burning alongside the crimson, lightning on the greatsword in his right hand, and blue flames burning on the greatsword in his left hand, Bai Zemin growled, and at the same time as he took a step forward, he swung both arms skyward without holding back at all. Boom, boom. Two huge explosions were followed by a huge crimson crescent moon, and another giant deep blue crescent moon soaring into the sky. The freezing temperature melted as the fire burned and illuminated everything over 700 meters around. The two crescents of fire roared, and at over 2,500 meters high met the lightning dragon that shook the skies with its descent. Rumble. The lightning dragon exploded as the two giant fire crescents did. The skies rumbled and the earth shook despite the height at which the explosion had occurred. From a distance, the troops of the Transcendent faction watched in awe and horror as the skies lit up with purple lightning and deep red and deep blue flames spreading across the entire heavenly vault. Despite the fierce storm that refused the meager light of day, Bai Zemin's face lit up brightly as he looked up. His night-black eyes met Shangyuan Xinyu's blood-colored eyes, and her voice reached him from above. I knew you were powerful, but this really is a surprise." Bai Zemin did not respond and instead stomped hard on the vibrant ground beneath his feet. His body soared skyward like a rocket, and within seconds he found himself close to Shangyuan Bingzu's mother. Just as he was about to attack, Shangyuan Xinyu waved her left hand backward and her right hand forward as she chanted in a clear voice. "Raging winds." Bai Zemin was pushed back, and with a look of frustration, could only watch as Shangyuan Xinyu was pushed away in the opposite direction by the winds she controlled. Fighting against existences that could fly or stay in the sky using some skill was really annoying. Although Bai Zemin had a way to bring Shangyuan Xinyu to the ground and not let her return there for quite a while, first he needed to make sure he understood her power, or else he wouldn't be able to stop her if she tried to flee afterwards. As Bai Zemin was falling towards the ground, Shangyuan Xinyu pointed her little finger down and muttered, "Freezing whirlwind." Bai Zemin's expression changed slightly as he noticed all the surrounding snow swirling around him, and in just a few seconds, he was engulfed by thick walls of wind that after spinning at high speeds soon turned white. The icy snow began to stick to his body, and with each passing second it was not difficult to notice that both his movement speed and attack speed began to drop. However, thanks to his cloak containing large volumes of fire-like energy from a third-order flame, the descent was much slower than it should be. Little fire. The endless blue lotus flame responded to Bai Zemin's call, covering his body in an instant, and then burning without holding back at all. Shangyuan Xinyu had been taking advantage of those seconds to prepare a more powerful attack than before. She had her eyes closed, and her two slender arms were pointing towards the sky, the mana inside her body roaring in her veins and moving towards her fingertips before heading towards the clouds and entering the lightning that soon fell under her control. After around 30 seconds, she suddenly felt the temperature rise, and as she slowly opened her eyes, noticed that the snow whirlwind on which she had spent much of her total mana was slowly overheating. The white was quickly being replaced by a deep blue color. Shangyuan Xinyu's lips curved upward, and a strange glint shone in her red eyes. Boom! A few seconds later, Bai Zemin finally managed to shatter the snow whirlwind. However, it was just at that moment that Shangyuan Xinyu's voice echoed in the sky. Purple hell. Bai Zemin raised his head just in time to see a huge torrent of lightning covering an area of at least 3,000 meters around. His expression turned dark as he realized that Shangyuan Bingzu's mother really was out of all sense, and that despite being able to have a conversation, she was a zombie at the end of the day. With this attack that Shangyuan Xinyu was launching, even the troops that were in the distance would definitely be caught by the resulting aftershocks once the giant lightning torrent hit the ground. "I have no choice." Still falling, Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and carefully watched the huge lightning strike falling towards him. A moment later, his gaze focused on a single point, and with a sudden twist of his body and a fierce growl, annihilation of the falling sky turned into a spear that soon shot out of his hand like a golden lightning flash into the sky. From a distance, the human troops could see a purple giant and a golden ant about to meet at a midpoint. To anyone's eyes, there was no comparison, and the victor was decided even before the clash occurred. However, there were many things that could not be measured with the naked eye. Bang! Like a hot knife cutting butter, the golden spear broke past the purple giant lightning. The purple giant lightning broke out, and the sky over 5 kilometers around was soon dyed purple all over, illuminating the earth with purple lights flashing intermittently. Shangyuan Xinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. For the first time her expression broke as she watched in shock as one of her most powerful magic attacks was shattered so easily. That attack contained 50% of her mana, and she had once used it to wipe out an enemy zombie army and wipe out the leader at the same time. Shangyuan Xinyu was fully aware of how terrifying that attack was, but it had failed. How could this be possible? Shangyuan Bingzu's mother looked at Bai Zemin in shock, to which he responded with an attack of his own. 200 of blood-red spears formed behind his back, and with a wave of his free left hand, he shouted, "Crimson Blood Judgment." The mana within Bai Zemin's body quickly drained tremendously as the magic power within the approximately 200 blood-red spears increased explosively. At the same time, each and every one of the spears was soon dyed deep blue as the endless blue lotus flame burned around them, and the power quickly reached a disastrous level. Rumble. The skies and earth began to rumble with much more pressure compared to when Shangyuan Xinyu cast her purple hell skill. It was as if the pressure the world was enduring was too much and was about to collapse, a warning of what would happen at this rate. Shangyuan Bingzu's pupils shrank, and she subconsciously opened her mouth to say something. However, when she looked at Bai Zemin's back again, she took a step back and closed her lips tightly again. She did not believe that he really wanted to kill her mother. On the other hand, Qianyuan Wenchen had finally managed to free himself from the almost infinite number of lightning snakes that lashed his body from all sides. That had been one of Shangyuan Xinyu's most annoying magical skills. When Qianyuan Wenchen felt the terrifying trembling of the atmosphere and noticed the blood spears surrounded by flames, his pupils sank to the maximum as a feeling of dread flooded him like never before. Each of those little spears possessed the power of a nuclear bomb like the one that exploded in Hiroshima and ended World War II. Even if it was not a power comparable to that of the strongest nuclear bombs, 200 of them exploding at the same time was definitely not something a living being would want to see. Seizing the opportunity, Qianyuan Wenchen silently activated a skill. The space around him trembled and he unhesitatingly took a step back. Things had gotten out of control and he needed to do something to put this right, even if the price to pay was one that would hurt. "You're really going to use that to attack me?" Shangyuan Xinyu frowned, and for the first time her sweet and loving voice was nowhere to be heard as she looked at Bai Zemin with a serious expression. Shangyuan Xinyu possessed many skills to save her life, especially in this kind of snowstorm. It was practically impossible to kill or capture her, and if she wanted to run away, no one could stop her. However, even the most powerful escape technique or skill of all such as teleportation skills needed at least an instant to be activated. If Bai Zemin really attacked with all those flaming spears, Shangyuan Xinyu had no way of escaping the range affected by so many magical skills whose destructive power definitely exceeded what her current ability would allow her to withstand. "Auntie, you really won't let me turn you into a human for the sake of all?" Bai Zemin asked in a deep voice. In reality, while the blood spears behind him were full of magical power, they were not as destructive as they appeared to be. Bai Zemin was not stupid enough to activate Crimson Blood Judgment 200 times, since even he himself would not be able to survive something like that, and probably did not have enough mana for such a thing. The reason he had shouted out the name of the skill had been to divert Shangyuan Xinyu's attention. He had done something different with these blood spears, and precisely why he consumed so much mana and charged them with magic power. This was something that would give him victory. "Dream on, boy," Shangyuan Xinyu replied, and without hesitation waved her hand while chanting softly, "Illusory snow." Her body soon began to disappear, turning into snowflakes that slowly began to form in the distance. However, Bai Zemin was waiting for that moment. "Little fire." Shangyuan Xinyu's pupils trembled as she hurriedly raised her head. There, only 200 meters above her, the golden spear that Bai Zemin had used to shatter her magic attack before was floating, surrounded by blue flames. She didn't have time to do much as the blue flames swelled up, and in less than a second exploded with great power. BOOM! The blue flames surrounding the golden spear were the ones that had absorbed 60% of Bai Zemin's total mana, not the spears behind him. When the blue flames broke out, the surrounding wind and snow were incinerated, and both elements were erased for several seconds from the area, leaving behind nothing but flames and heat. At the same time, Shangyuan Xinyu's almost completely illusory body broke apart and returned to its natural form. Damn it! Shangyuan Xinyu cursed and a panicked expression crossed her face as she finally realized what was happening. She looked down and glared at Bai Zemin in anger as she shouted out loud, "Damn human, you played me right. Your calm attitude is disappearing and your real personality is showing now, zombie." Bai Zemin muttered as he looked at the mother of. No, she was not the mother of Shangyuan Bingzu. At this moment she was nothing but a zombie. Shangyuan Xinyu tried to stay in the sky, but could do nothing as gravity brought her back to Earth. It was then that her body was suddenly surrounded by a strange golden light, and when she looked forward suddenly, saw the bracelet on Bai Zemin's right hand glowing with the same color. Your skill is not equal to my manipulation skill. I noticed it thanks to the fact that every time you manipulated an element, you consumed too much mana other than the mana needed to strengthen it. Bai Zemin revealed as he sighed in relief. With his binding bracelet activated, Shangyuan Xinyu could forget about teleporting or flying into the sky until he runs out of mana. AN, Binding Bracelet, Chapter 343. You weren't creating lightning or wind or snow, you weren't manipulating them either. Then, I remembered Wu Yijin's skill, hydrokinesis. Your skill is just like hers, only much more powerful since you are controlling several elements at the same time. Bai Zemin smiled and his eyes flashed with pride as he said confidently, "Your main skill must be one that allows you to control the climate, isn't it?" Shangyuan Xinyu said nothing, and simply looked at the 200 fire spears with a dark expression on her face. Bai Zemin had been watching every movement of the woman in front of him. Every time she controlled lightning, winds, or snow, the flow of her mana was the same, which meant that with the other skills she was always using a skill. This took Bai Zemin a while to figure out, and it was then that he concluded that to defeat her, he first needed to eliminate the elements she was controlling. Without wind she could not fly. Without snow, she could not become nearly immortal and able to travel long distances unnoticed. To top it off, Shangyuan Xinyu could not control the surrounding temperature to her advantage, because that was the domain of his endless blue lotus flame. All she had now was lightning, but Bai Zemin was not afraid of lightning from the sky. Bai Zemin waved his hand, and the 200 blood spears descended from the sky, encircling Shangyuan Xinyu inside. "Zombie, you are a pure mage and your physical prowess is nothing out of this world. I noticed it when you barely managed to pierce my flesh earlier." Bai Zemin sneered as the 200 blood spears disarmed under the control of his blood manipulation skill, revealing the real attack. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With great amounts of magical power, thousands of blood threads shot out at speeds that broke the sound barrier and coiled around Shangyuan Xinyu's body, sealing her inside like a cocoon sealing a caterpillar. However, she did not stand still waiting for the end, and despite being sealed, she controlled the lightning in the sky to strike the blood cocoon when she realized that she could not break free so easily. Boom, 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 boom. Bai Zemin shook his head and watched for more than 1 minute as purple lightning rained down from the clouds and hit the blood cocoon, turning everything within 1,000 meters into an electric purple sea. He had created those blood threads when he was inside the snow whirlwind, and to craft them he had used overlap regeneration. Those threads were so tough and had so much mana, as well as magic power, that even if Shangyuan Xinyu whipped them with lightning for 2 whole hours, she definitely wouldn't be able to burn them. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 776, Reconversion Process and Imminent Danger. Chapter 776, Reconversion Process and Imminent Danger. Lightning continued to lash the blood cocoon. From a distance, the constant flashes of purple light that lit up the sky and shook the earth each time they lashed it looked especially magnificent, and despite the danger they posed, the human troops in the distance admitted their beauty. "How long do you think this will continue?" Zhang De asked in a serious voice as he looked off into the distance. He was still being supported by 2 other soul evolvers, as he had yet to recover from the 4 cuts Xunyuan Wenchen had made on his legs earlier. Although Ziya was present to heal him, no one mentioned anything regarding a healing, as they were all aware that the healing skill Ziya possessed was different from the more basic healing skills. None of them had any idea whether Bai Zemin or Shangyuan Bingzu would come out with serious injuries from this confrontation. Therefore, it was only natural not to spend precious healing on relatively insignificant injuries. "It's hard to say." Kaijingi bit her nail as she muttered with a frown, "Those lightning strikes have been raining down for a couple of minutes so far. I don't understand why Bai Zemin doesn't finish off that zombie now that he captured it. Only the most powerful soul evolvers could see the small blood cocoon on the ground, tenaciously resisting the scourge of lightning. The problem was that none of them had even for a moment associated the captured zombie with the familiar of someone important and close. That zombie is Bing Zhu's mother, Chen he revealed with a pale face and a pained expression on his face. What? Zhangde's eyes widened and he shouted in disbelief. That powerful zombie is Shangyuan Bing Zhu's mother. Holy crap. Evangeline and the others had shocked expressions on their faces as well. Although they had seen Shangyuan Xinyu's white hair, none of them had associated her with the mother of the second most important person in the entire Transcendent faction. Moreover, due to the constant explosions and the bad atmosphere controlled by her, they who were far away from the battlefield could not hear the words spoken by those who were fighting at all. If that powerful and terrifying female zombie really was Shangyuan Bing Zhu's mother, then everything was different. Bai Zemin is probably thinking on a way to solve this mess. Chen he gritted his teeth, splitting his head trying to think of some solution himself. A growl full of anger and frustration came out from between his clenched teeth as he looked off into the distance. But how the hell are we supposed to sort this out? No one said anything, but everyone felt in their hearts that even if Bai Zemin was an existence capable of creating miracle after miracle, he should have his hands tied in this case. After all, this was not about a battle of strength. This was not even about a battle of brains. This was about a racial change that was beyond what a human being could do, and probably only the legendary and mythological gods might be able to do something about it. For now, all they could do was look into the distance and wait. At the same time, some of them sighed in regret as they realized how much suffering Shangyuan Bing Zhu would soon experience. A few kilometers away, Bai Zemin's expression was dark as he watched the lightning continue to attack the blood cocoon. His bad mood did not come from the fact that the blood cocoon might soon be destroyed, as he knew that such a thing would not happen. Although there was some white smoke that occasionally rose from the blood cocoon after it was attacked by the destructive heat of the mana-filled lightning charged with magical power, Bai Zemin was confident in his creation, and knew that even if he did not supply it with large amounts of mana, the cocoon would resist. His bad mood stemmed from a different reason. Damn, how much mana does this woman have? He muttered under his breath. Although he didn't know how much mana each activation of Shangyuan Xinyu's skill or skills consumed, Bai Zemin was sure that she had spent a good amount to strengthen the lightning in the sky, not to mention all the mana she must have consumed during their previous confrontation. At that precise moment, Bai Zemin felt a series of delicate footsteps approaching him, and he didn't need to turn around to know who the person was. Zemin, that man is not around at all. Bai Zemin glanced over his shoulder and looked at Shangyuan Bing Zhu's face, being illuminated by the purple lightning whipping the blood cocoon 200 meters in front of him. Her ever-steady and sure blue eyes shone with sadness and insecurity. Even though she was looking at him, Bai Zemin noticed her eyes constantly wandering beyond where he stood, obviously looking at the blood cocoon where her mother was captured and trying to free herself. She's taking it quite well, if I were in her place. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart as he looked around the grounds, effectively noticing that Xunyuan Wenchen was nowhere to be found. Bai Zemin frowned tightly as he felt that something was wrong, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't feel where, so he finally ended up shaking his head. Forget it, Bing Zhu. If that man ran away, then let him run. He won't be able to run forever when his bases began to fall one by one, he said, looking straight ahead. Our current priority is to turn your mother human again. Make her human, Shangyuan Bing Zhu muttered, stopping standing next to him. As she watched the lightning raining down from the clouds with no end, a pained expression crossed her eyes as she said in a low voice, "Say, Zemin, is it really possible to do such a thing?" Shangyuan Bing Zhu knew that with the skill blood manipulation that Bai Zemin had could modify a variety of things. However, zombification was something that went beyond blood and genes. Zombification affected the soul itself, the records that made up the life and existence of something or someone. This was a realm that the blood manipulation skill was not even close to reaching. Although she really trusted Bai Zemin and believed in him from the bottom of her heart, it was hard to accept some things just because one wanted to accept them. Instead of saying anything else, Bai Zemin turned his hand and took out a small wooden pagoda with strange engravings that immediately caught Shangyuan Bing Zhu's attention. This is my pagoda. Your pagoda? I don't quite know how this pagoda thing works, and even Lilith doesn't know since she doesn't have one. But apparently, only the most powerful beings in the universe have a pagoda in their possession, though I think I'm the first to get one in the first order. Shangyuan Bingzu was silent, not understanding too much about the matter of pagodas. However, she was smart enough to know that if Bai Zemin had brought out that small wooden pagoda now, it meant that the answer to her doubt should be in that small, ancient-looking object. Is that pagoda what can turn my mother human again? Instead of answering, Bai Zemin asked, Bingzu, do you remember the army of soul evolvers that appeared out of nowhere? Of course I remember, she nodded. How could she forget the sudden appearance of so many powerhouses in the midst of the war against the goblins? Not to mention the subsequent appearance of approximately 150,000 unclassified soul evolvers. It was then that she seemed to realize something and her expression changed slightly. She looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes and whispered under her breath, Don't tell me, zombies. Bai Zemin nodded. He looked at the small pagoda in his hand and slowly explained its function so that Shangyuan Bingzu would understand his plan and how he would turn her mother human again. Hopes grew in her heart, and the more she listened to Bai Zemin, the more excited Shangyuan Bingzu became. The thought that her mother might return to the way she was in the past, and that they would be able to be properly reunited, was no different than receiving a life preserver just when she felt like she was about to drown. She didn't mind the consumption of third-order soul stones to bring her mother back. Forget about some third-order soul stones. Shangyuan Bingzu was sure that Bai Zemin would not hesitate to consume every soul stone of the transcendent faction for her sake. He was that kind of man after all. Besides, soul stones could be won back after defeating enemies, but a powerhouse like Shangyuan Xinyu with such powerful magical skills was not something that could be seen every day. However, we have a problem, Bai Zemin said in a serious voice. Shangyuan Bingzu's heart immediately became heavier when she heard his tone of voice. Bingzu, your mother's magic power is really powerful, and my unlimited pagoda is not indestructible since it is still a baby, so to speak. I can't lock her inside the pagoda as it is now, or else the lightning might destroy it. Shangyuan Bingzu sighed in relief and tapped her chest softly as she heard the problem. She looked at the lightning in the sky and said in a firm voice, If that's the problem, then there's no need to worry. Leave it to me. I'll leave it to you. Bai Zemin nodded without saying much more. Even though he could stop the lightning, what he was about to do was to contain a powerful and terrifying third-order zombie. Bai Zemin did not dare to be careless this time, as a single mistake could not only destroy his pagoda, but could also cause Shangyuan Bingzu's mother to break free from her bonds and flee. Bai Zemin knew that the trick he played before would never work on her again. Shangyuan Bingzu moved forward and closed her eyes for several seconds. Bai Zemin noticed how the wind around her stirred and the temperature plummeted, a sign that she was about to consume large amounts of mana to activate her skill. Approximately 40 seconds later, Shangyuan Bingzu opened her eyes and pointed towards the sky as she shouted out loud, Unbreakable Ice Barrier. The Ice Maker skill was activated, and the mana moved according to the image in Shangyuan Bingzu's mind. At 200 meters high above the blood cocoon and spreading rapidly, a rectangular ice barrier began to form. Lightning flashes falling from the sky struck against the barrier, but except for exploding on the surface, they were unable to destroy it. On the contrary, the ice barrier was getting stronger and stronger with each passing fraction of a second. Bingzu, what are you doing? Shangyuan Xinyu's voice echoed from inside the blood cocoon. She realized that the lightning strike stopped lashing the prison that held her captive, and the cause was her human daughter. My child, stop joking. Why don't you help Mom? Don't you love Mom? Don't you love Mom anymore? If you get me out of here, we can be together forever. She was panicking. Shangyuan Xinyu had a terrifying instinct too, and every cell in her body was screaming danger for some reason, as if she would soon cease to be her if she didn't get out of this place as soon as possible. This damn cunning zombie. Bai Zemin cursed in his heart, and only sighed in relief when he noticed that the expression on Shangyuan Bingzu's face was firm despite his mother's words. Shangyuan Bingzu continued to strengthen the ice barrier without allowing the lightning to reach the ground, and while looking at Bai Zemin with firm eyes, she said without hesitation, Don't worry about me. I know well that the person in there is not completely my mom. Leave the lightning to me. You do what you have to do without worrying about anything else. All right. Bai Zemin nodded firmly before throwing the pagoda forward. The pagoda quickly began to grow. in no time reaching the height of a small building 10 stories tall. The runes glowed faintly, but when Bai Zemin took out 3 third-order soul stones and fed the pagoda with them, the runes quickly began to glow, and the initial floor lit up completely as the firmly closed door swung wide open. Bai Zemin controlled the blood cocoon to carry it inside the pagoda, ignoring the high-pitched screams and shrieks of the third-order zombie inside. It was clear that Shangyuan Xinyu knew that this was a crucial moment for her. Unfortunately for her, the blood cocoon was too strong considering that Bai Zemin had consumed a large portion of his total mana, using overlap regeneration, and considering that blood manipulation was several times more powerful than in the past after evolving. Bang! The doors closed and the runes glowed brighter. The process of recovering original records started. It was only a matter of time before Shangyuan Bingzu's mother became fully human again. But Bai Zemin did not know that a much greater danger was approaching from the distance. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Chapter 777, Nuclear Missile Number 4. While Bai Zemin looked at the pagoda with a frown growing stronger and stronger on his face, Shangyuan Bingzhu took it upon herself to protect the pagoda from the lightning that was falling more fiercely from the sky. It was clear that Shangyuan Xinyu was still battling inside the pagoda, trying to free herself from her bonds. Especially after about 2 minutes had passed, it was too obvious now and she knew what would happen soon, and while she had not yet fallen unconscious, she was trying to gain her freedom. At the same time as Bai Zemin made a mental note to never throw a powerful enemy inside the pagoda to avoid problems, the feeling of discomfort grew. But the strangest thing of all was that he felt discomfort about two things, but he could not identify either of them. Out of sheer caution, Bai Zemin looked into the distance and shouted, "Chen-he, make the troops retreat at full speed in a northerly direction." From afar, Chen-he's reply came a moment later. "Did something happen?" "It's nothing, just do as I say." "All right." Bai Zemin only sighed a little calmer when he saw the troops starting to back off. Even if they could only retreat 2-3 more kilometers, it was better than nothing. "Is something wrong?" Shangyuan Bingzhu asked, finally noticing Bai Zemin's strange behavior. Bai Zemin hesitated for a moment as even he was not sure of anything. However, for every second that passed the uneasiness kept growing therefore, he finally looked at her and said in a serious voice, "Bingzhu, I'll go see if I can find Xuanyuan Wenchen around." "Okay," she nodded without much thought. Then, as if realizing something, she said in a voice full of regret, "I'm sorry, if only I had been more alert." However, Bai Zemin shook his head and pointed out the obvious. "Not only did you fight against the cause of your suffering for most of your life, but you also met your mother, who turned into a zombie and tried to harm you. I don't think a living, sentient being could stay alert after suffering so many ups and downs, Bingzhu. You did well, don't worry." Bai Zemin was not saying those words just to make her feel better but really thought that way, and Shangyuan Bingzhu noticed it. She sighed in relief, and with a small smile that was somewhat forced but full of gratitude, she nodded. Bai Zemin made sure not to lose contact with the blood cocoon, even if he moved far away. It probably needed another 2 minutes before the record remodification process was over. He had only taken a few steps when he stopped, and without looking back said in a somewhat hesitant voice, "Bingzhu, in case it takes me too long, make sure to take care of the wooden pagoda for me. Can you do that?" Yes, of course I can." Shangyuan Bingzhu's reply sounded as if she was confused, but Bai Zemin couldn't be too sure as immediately after hearing it, he dashed off into the distance heading south. At that time, neither he nor she knew that depending on a person's decision, the next time they would see each other would be several months later. /////. Approximately 5 minutes ago, Zicheng District. In the past, before the world changed with the arrival of the Soul Record on Earth, the Zicheng District could be considered the polycultural and commercial center of the entire capital of China, Beijing. Not only were there many companies with the capacity to affect the entire world that had at least one branch there, but there were also several important political headquarters stationed in this small but undoubtedly crucial district. Even the Bank of China was located there. In short, Zicheng District was undoubtedly one of the key points in all of China despite its small size. However, what only a limited number of people knew was that in the Yuetan subdistrict within Zicheng District was one of the most important strategic points not only of China, but of the whole world. Yuetan Subdistrict, a missile base of the Chinese army located more than 200 meters underground, and with walls reinforced with at least 50 meters thick. Why so much security for a missile base? This was because this missile base was not just any missile base, it was a nuclear missile base. At the Zicheng Missile Base, name it clearly received due to the district it was located in, the number of personnel working and operating there was very limited, and there were not even soldiers in the vicinity, as that would attract unwanted attention from other people. Only a small group, but composed of powerful soul evolvers armed to the teeth and equipped with the best technology, guarded the area, making sure that not even a mutant beast entered this part of the forest. Xuanyuan Wenchen had managed to take control of this base again approximately 3 months ago. By the time he and his troops arrived in front of the hidden gate in the mountain, the first thing they noticed was the security cameras moving, which meant that there was life inside. After identifying himself as the highest authority in China, and once the surviving operators inside confirmed his identification, Xuanyuan Wenchen entered the facility and easily beheaded all the zombies that had mutated. Except for 6 operators who managed to survive the record mutation and reach the central room in time, all the soldiers inside the subway base and the rest of the team had turned into zombies during day 1 or slowly began to fall as the days passed. Even those 6 operators were on the verge of death by the time Xuanyuan Wenchen found them. They were pure skin and bones and had barely managed to survive by eating packaged nutritional food intended to feed the soldiers on the battlefield quickly and without wasting time. Of course, those 6 operators made a full recovery after they were fed with mutant beast meat and even overcame their past physiques. Although they could only leave the missile base 1 day a week, the pay was too high and the privileges too exquisite to refuse, making the 6 of them very satisfied with their current conditions. It wasn't as if they had to do much anyway. The 6 of them were chatting casually while paying attention to the computer screens in front of them. Although they had not yet managed to recapture a satellite base, the missile base had its own guidance system and a map that covered the entire world, since among the 16 nuclear missiles at the base, 3 of them were intercontinental ballistic missiles. Just at that moment, space twisted, and when the 6 operators saw the strange black portal appear just inside the closed room, they were so frightened that 2 of them almost choked to death on whatever they were eating. But that was nothing compared to what they saw next. With faltering steps, a pale, disheveled face, blood at the corner of his mouth, burns on multiple parts of his body that could not be covered by the shredded robe, with his left arm severed from the shoulder down. When the 6 missile base operators saw the current appearance of the person they respected as the President of China, they could not believe it. However, when they were finally sure that the man before them was undoubtedly the highest authority in the country, Xuanyuan Wenchen, their faces turned pale, as if they were looking at ghosts in broad daylight. "El Lord, Sir President. My God, Mr. President, are you okay? A doctor, quickly, we need a doctor." The 6 immediately began to panic, forgetting that a doctor could do little or nothing in this kind of circumstance, considering that there was no doctor capable of growing limbs or healing burns that were made using magic and mana. Xuanyuan Wenchen said nothing, but when his cold eyes met the eyes of the 6 operators, all of them immediately fell silent as they felt an invisible hand clutching at their throats. After that glare that could be a warning or something else, Xuanyuan Wenchen went on to ignore the 6 operators and walked weakly toward the huge desk that was not very different from an airplane cockpit but much larger and more complicated. He sat down right next to the main chair, and without looking back, he ordered in an indifferent voice, "Lin Tao, commence the process of launching missile number 4. WH." The eyes of Lin Tao, a man of about 48 years of age with a lot of experience and the leader of the 6 operators, opened in shock when he heard the president's order. Launch a nuclear bomb. Missile number 4 was a normal missile and not an intercontinental one. This meant that Xuanyuan Wenchen was about to launch a nuclear bomb on Chinese territory. The problem with nuclear missiles was not only the immediate destruction they could cause after their detonation, but most terrifying of all was the radiation that would spread silently for hundreds of miles, destroying the earth and life to the point where no living thing would be able to set foot in that area again for at least 100 years. Since they presented the devastation they were capable of, all nuclear weapons had been sealed. They had always been used in threats and displays of power, rather than actual firing. No one in their right mind would fire one of those terrifying weapons in their backyard. "And Mr. President, why you're sure?" Lin Tao's face was thick with surprise, and his lips were trembling, waiting to hear the refusal to the previous order. Xuanyuan Wenchen looked at him and pointed to his severed arm before saying in a cold voice, "If you believe that in this country there is something or someone other than a nuclear missile is capable of stopping someone capable of leaving me in this condition, then I invite you to tell me your solution, Lin Tao." Xuanyuan Wenchen, just like Bai Zemin, was a possessor of the super warrior skill. After shattering all the electric snakes and leaving that battlefield, he immediately activated the space portal to teleport to the missile base when he saw the terrifying power of the young leader of the enemy faction. The power of those 200 blood spears was something that made every hair on Xuanyuan Wenchen's body stand up, and every cell of his existence screamed danger. With destructive power on such a large scale, if the leader of the other party really wanted to rule, then it would be hard to say no. After all, even if Xuanyuan Wenchen believed that he was stronger than Bai Zemin in general, the destructive power of the other party was something that Xuanyuan Wenchen knew he could not match even with his strongest attack. The leader of the Transcendent faction was literally a walking nuclear bomb base, one that could explode at any moment. For his own safety, for the safety of China's citizens, and to prevent a calamity, Xuanyuan Wenchen had no choice but to use the last resort, the most powerful weapon of mankind, the only weapon that, regardless of the power of the enemy, would still be able to destroy everything without a trace. "I understand." Lin Tao nodded, and with somewhat fearful steps walked towards the main chair, where he sat down and immediately set to work pressing multiple keys quickly. They didn't know how powerful Xuanyuan Wenchen really was. They had only seen how he took down the zombies easily when he rescued them in the past, and that to them was already an impressive feat. However, Lin Tao and the other 5 missile base operators knew that to reach this forest and clear out all the mutant beasts in the area, one needed to be as powerful as at least a fully armed military battalion. Even someone who was at least comparable to a military battalion was so severely injured. It was definitely a matter to consider firing a nuclear missile. Xuanyuan Wenchen said nothing. The other 5 operators also said nothing. The first one had his eyes closed and seemed to be thinking about something as the frown on his face gave him away. However, the other 5 were scared to death as they watched the launching process being completed very quickly. After about 3-4 minutes, several red letters lit up on the giant screen on the wall. "And Mr. President." Lin Tao turned to look at Xuanyuan Wenchen, and after adjusting his glasses, said with a serious expression on his face, "Coordinates, please." Xuanyuan Wenchen slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, "X00243, Y00576. Firing missile number 4 to target coordinates X00243, Y00576. Lin Tao looked at Xuanyuan Wenchen again and said in a deep voice, "Confirm if you wish to proceed with the decision, Mr. President." Xuanyuan Wenchen did not respond immediately. Instead, he stared at the screen bright with red lights in front of him with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 778, Activating the Title LR Regular. Chapter 778, Activating the Title LR Regular. Bai Zemin ran practically without holding back his agility at all. With lightning movement, and with the effect of his boots still active, his total agility at this moment was 1235 points. Therefore, to the eyes of any normal human or soul evolver below level 40, Bai Zemin's body would appear to be teleporting a distance of approximately 200 meters per second if one were watching him. The weather was bitterly cold, but thanks to his physique improved by the constant absorption of soul power, such temperatures were nothing to him. However, things were different now considering that Bai Zemin was running at high speeds and the blood-chilling wind was hugging him tightly as if to turn him into an ice statue. Fortunately for him, however, his cloak that contained large amounts of fire-like energy from a third-order flame kept his surroundings warm, so despite the freezing cold, Bai Zemin's movement speed was not affected at all, and every step he took was perfect to propel him forward with more vigor. After running approximately 200 kilometers, Bai Zemin stopped to look back. Even though he had moved far enough away, that feeling of uneasiness was still with him. After several seconds, he looked straight ahead and said in a tired voice, "Hey, Lilith." Although there was no one in sight, a woman's light humming sounded amidst the white snow. From the sky, there was only a red dot standing in the middle of nowhere with strong winds blowing in a constant but failed attempt to knock it down. That dog surnamed Chunyuan is no longer here, isn't he? More than a question, Bai Zemin's tone of voice was brimming with certainty. He simply wanted to confirm that remaining 0.01% of doubt. He is no longer in Hadean district at all. Bai Zemin nodded, not at all surprised at Lilith's confirmation. A moment later, he looked up at the sky inside. Damn, why do bad things always happen to me? That's because the strong and talented are always surrounded by bad fortune. Heh, in light novels, the talented ones are always accompanied by good luck, the favorite children of heaven. The greater the talent of an existence, the greater the number of adversities it will face. Fate and the universe itself will do anything to try to break it down for fear of being overpowered. An existence that overcame the laws of the universe and fate itself was a godly existence that could destroy everything at will. Life or death in its hands, the true emperor of the cosmos. Not to mention the fact of how difficult it was to reach such a level of power, even if one really managed to overcome the universe, fate, and the laws that governed them. Was it really that easy to exist in a place that was theoretically weaker than you? A human couldn't live inside a shoebox after all, the size didn't allow it. For an instant, Bai Zemin felt as if he had discovered something, but that flash disappeared as soon as it appeared, probably a consequence of the situation he was in. After several seconds, he stretched his body and said in a flat voice, "Well, it's not like I'm going to die because of this anyway." "I guess you're right." Lilith's voice reached him. A moment later, she asked, "What are you going to do now, though? I guess you already have an idea of what's going to happen, don't you?" "That dog surnamed Chunyuan will surely fire a missile over here." Bai Zemin sneered. A flash of anger shone in his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Really, calling that fellow a dog is disrespectful to dogs. Even dogs don't abandon or do anything to hurt their cubs." Lilith said nothing, and Bai Zemin continued. "But it's okay. Even though this is a backlash I didn't expect, it's not like I didn't see it coming completely. Just in case, but let me remind you that if you are hit by a nuke you will definitely die. Even with the third activation of your skill blood manipulation still active, your physical body won't be able to resist the blast power. And even if you manage to resist the explosion, the radiation will consume you from the inside with every breath." "I'm aware of that," Bai Zemin nodded. In the past, he had broken the Earth's space barrier when he carelessly used his enemy's magic power, the power of his enemy's skill, his own magic power, and the power of the endless blue lotus flame to create a giant fireball. Bai Zemin nor anyone else knew if a nuclear bomb could do such a thing after all. When the nuclear bomb exploded, it wiped out everything in its path, so there was no way to observe what happened in the core of the impact. However, the reason why the space barrier was broken back then was not only due to the power of the attack, but also because that attack contained magic and mana that devoured the mana and magic that protected the Earth. Therefore, comparing that attack to a nuclear bomb was not too wise from the point of view of world laws. Now the problem at hand was what to do. Attack the nuclear missile in mid-flight. It was out of the question. This was because the area of effect of a nuclear bomb was too wide, and even if the blast wave only extended for about 200 kilometers, the radiation would extend for at least 1,500 kilometers, and considering how strong the winds were blowing, the speed would be way too fast. Bai Zemin's troops and people he cared about were less than 300 kilometers from where he was. In short, the radiation would devour them without even understanding what happened. Stop the missile in mid-flight. Impossible, that would cause the nuclear warhead to explode immediately. Redirect it. If Bai Zemin could fly, he could match the speed of the missile and very carefully deviate its trajectory. Unfortunately, he could not fly through the skies to accomplish such a thing. "I hope it's not an intercontinental missile or a hypersonic one," Bai Zemin muttered as he prepared himself. Watching him create a blood platform and slowly rise into the sky, Lilith asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" "Well, I'll try to misdirect the missile, but I'll just try," Bai Zemin said as he narrowed his eyes to fight against the fierce wind. "However, this will be my first time facing something like this, so I have no idea how it will turn out. If I sense that something is about to go wrong, then I will have no choice but to use my irregular title to take the missile with me away from here." At the end of the day, the power contained in a nuclear bomb was comparable to the power of Bai Zemin's crimson blood judgment skill, coupled with the endless blue lotus flame. Could he withstand the power of his own skill? The answer was no, therefore, he could not take the power of a nuclear bomb either and could only try to misdirect it. As for whether Bai Zemin was successful or not, Honestly, he was not even 50% confident. Approximately 2 minutes later, Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes, and a flame of anger burned in his chest as he looked into the distance. Although he already knew what would happen, seeing it directly was completely different. Xuanyuan Wenchen, I swear on my life that if I, Bai Zemin, come back from this, I will definitely make you pay me back with interest. His roar was filled with anger and frustration as he watched the bright object flying directly towards him. Nuclear missile. That crazy bastard had actually launched it. He hadn't even cared about the fact that his daughter was there. Bai Zemin quickly controlled the blood platform after calculating the trajectory of the missile. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong with the weapon. Why is the missile falling so fast? He muttered with his eyes wide open as he watched the dot in the distance begin to fall at a clearly abnormal speed. It was then that something hit him. Fucking. The world's gravity had increased, and the force at which the missiles were launched had not been changed. It was obvious that, with the Earth's gravity multiplied by 3, and without increasing the firing force, the trajectory and the target would change. Bai Zemin quickly made the blood platform move forward. His body wobbled, and there were several times when he almost fell. In fact, if not for the fact that he had used several blood wires to bind himself, he would definitely have fallen down from the sky. Swoosh! Just as the missile passed a few meters from him, Bai Zemin felt the heat burning his face. However, his eyes were filled with resolve as he waved his left hand and used a blood chain that quickly curled around the missile. He. Bai Zemin felt the muscles in his left arm tear as his body was suddenly carried backwards at over 1,000 kilometers per hour. However, he did not let go of the blood chain and slowly began to climb towards the top of the missile. Shit, this daddy really misses the times when he just needed to sit in class and listen to the teachers babbling for hours. 5 months ago, he was just an ordinary student working to pay his own daily expenses. 5 months later, he was over 2,000 meters up in the air being dragged while using a blood chain to get on a nuclear missile. Who said life would always be boring? In just 3 or 4 seconds, Bai Zemin reached the top of the missile and quickly got to work after securing his position in order not to fall off. The first thing he did was to try to change the trajectory of the missile using raw power. However, Bai Zemin quickly gave up on this idea when he noticed how his hands were sinking into the missile. More pressure, and the nuclear warhead inside could explode. Bai Zemin did not dare to gamble with this, considering that the slightest mistake would turn his body into a pile of ashes. As for using blood chains to turn the missile, it was impossible unless Bai Zemin could accurately calculate the trajectory of the missile, as well as its speed at every instant. Otherwise, the blood chain and his strength would become an obstacle to the weapon, and that would cause the bomb to detonate. Lilith, what do you think will happen if I use gravity manipulation in reverse and try to push this damn thing into the sky? Shouted Bai Zemin when the missile was less than 800 meters from the ground. He was getting closer to where his army was, but the missile would definitely fall several kilometers sooner due to the world's increased gravity. He needed a solution immediately, but he also couldn't rush unless he wanted to die. This was truly a time when brute strength, the path he walked, was of no use. Don't do it. If you alter the missile's gravity like that, you will definitely cause the sensor inside to detect it as an obstacle and will explode. Lilith shouted in an anxious voice as she followed the missile closely. She was so scared that her face was white, but she knew there was little she could do in this kind of circumstance. Earth's natural gravity had already affected the missile like this. There was no doubt that if Bai Zemin used gravity manipulation in reverse to lift the missile into the sky, the intelligent sensor would notice it, and that would trigger the detonation of the nuclear bomb. Bai Zemin stood up on the missile, and as he looked into the distance, he couldn't help but sigh. He could now see small dots in the distance, a sign that he was approaching the location of Shangyuan Bingzhu and the rest of the human troops, who at this point could surely see the missile flying towards them. As if this was not enough, the altitude of the missile had dropped below 600 meters, and it would be a matter of seconds before it impacted the ground. So, it turned out that there was only one option from the start, didn't it? In the distance, Shangyuan Bingzhu had finally reunited with her mother. At this point, Shangyuan Xinyu had regained her humanity, and it seemed that her personality had returned to normal. However, the two women were powerful existences, and therefore, mother and daughter noticed the imminent danger looming ahead of them. It was then when a circular black door appeared in the sky. Shangyuan Bingzhu's pupils contracted, and her eyes trembled as she remembered the words Bai Zemin had said to her long ago, about that title that allowed him to travel across worlds. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 779, Powerhouses and New World. Chapter 779, Powerhouses and New World. It all happened too fast. No one was prepared for what was about to happen. When Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes met Bai Zemin's powerless eyes, the first thing she felt was pain as she realized what was happening. But that pain was soon suppressed when a surge of burning anger that threatened to consume her sanity overwhelmed her. She didn't have time to say a single word. There were no goodbyes, far from it. Under Shangyuan Xinyu's shocked eyes and Shangyuan Bingzu's unwillingness, the missile pierced through the black portal that had appeared in the sky, and an instant later the space regenerated at such a high speed that after a slight atmospheric shock everything returned to normal. Although the missile that had disappeared was several kilometers away, the eyesight of existences like Shangyuan Xinyu and Shangyuan Bingzu was good enough to allow them to see far away. Besides, a normal missile would never represent a level of threat where their bodies would freeze as the missile from before managed to do. Xuanyuan Wenchen. Shangyuan Bingzu's body trembled as she whispered those words with fury. She stared at the spot where Bai Zemin had disappeared, ignoring the fact that she was gritting her teeth so hard that the inside of her mouth began to bleed. Backslash backslash backslash. A few minutes earlier. United States, Washington State. Just like the whole world, the buildings of the once sparkling city considered to be prosperous due to a large number of technological industries, restaurants, music scenes, sites, etc., had completely collapsed. Zombies occupied the streets, weeds grew everywhere, and mutant beasts from the distant forests slowly began to move into what were once cities. Streets split and temperatures went out of control. A few miles north of Seattle, a human base of colossal size that could easily put the larger base Bai Zemin had into shame had been erected. Mutant trees, reinforced debris, bones of giant mutant beasts, and even apocalyptic-born metals had been used to strengthen the exterior even more. The base was so large that it stretched from north of Seattle to halfway to Victoria, and had taken a total of 3 months to build with the hard work of over 100,000 men. The number of survivors inside easily exceeded 3 million. But it was expected that this number would not increase any higher since almost every living human in Washington State and the surrounding area had been rescued. Inside the base, there was a military satellite facility as well, and the 15 operators working there in different areas were attentive to the screens. It was at that moment that a red dot lit up on the world map. What the one of them jumped to his feet as he identified the moving object and shouted in shock, "Shit, the Chinese really fired a missile." The U.S. government had fallen, but not completely. The son of the previous president managed to quickly regain the reins, and taking advantage of the fact that he was at a major military base in Washington State at the moment everything started, he managed to crush the zombies and mutant beasts while they were still weak, gathering large numbers of humans in a short time. With great advisors, Angelo established the Washington State base as he expanded rapidly, crushing all opposition and reclaiming territory after territory. Although Angelo had not yet regained even 1/3 of the entire United States and was in fact having difficulty holding his forts, everyone believed that within 5 years at most the United States would fall back into human hands. This was the first time that the faction of Angelo, a powerful soul evolver with backing from the previous world and probably the most powerful person in the entire United States, had acquired information that they were not alone in the midst of this catastrophe. When the news reached Angelo's ears, he was hunting mutant beasts with 6 of his trusted team. His appearance was that of a handsome young man with dark hair and green eyes. His body was neither big of nor small in muscle mass, but his height of 1.95 meters definitely made him a considerably tall person. "I see, looks like a powerful Chinese faction found trouble big enough to force them to fire a nuclear missile," Angelo muttered as he wiped the blood off his sword. He looked in the direction of China and said quietly, "I hope they were able to overcome that problem." A beautiful woman with blue eyes, blonde hair, and a devilishly seductive body holding a bone staff next to him said in confusion, "Angelo, wouldn't it be better if the Chinese go down? It will be easier to conquer the world in the future." Angelo looked at the beautiful young woman and said very slowly, "Eleonora, we don't even know for sure if we will be able to regain all the land we have lost. What is the point of worrying about the rest of the world? If a world power like China manages to stand firm, In the future, we might be able to collaborate in many ways." Lenora pouted but said no more. The others had their own thoughts too, but Angelo was the leader, so they could only nod. ////. Italy, Rome. Just as it happened not only to Beijing and Washington state, the once glorious Rome was now covered by wild plants, and the mutant beasts ran rampant along with the zombies that roamed everywhere. In the city of Rome, deep underground in the Vatican headquarters, all sorts of high-tech military equipment that only a handful of people knew was being operated by some people wearing silver robes. When they detected the discharge of a nuclear missile on Chinese ground, the 4 operators were about to report when a clear voice sounded from behind them. "Apparently, mankind has not been abandoned by the Lord after all." When the 4 turned around and saw the young man dressed in silver armor and a silver spear, the first thing they did was kneel down with eyes full of idolatry. "Your Holiness." The young man nodded, and as he watched the screen, following the path of the missile for a few minutes, he suddenly saw something that confused him. "Oh, no detonation." The 4 operators, who were also powerful soul evolvers, turned around, and seeing that there was indeed no sign of impact, they were very surprised. How could this be possible? What happened? Hadn't China fired a missile just moments ago? Interesting, the young man muttered before taking a step to the side, disappearing after turning into a flash of light. Earth had several powerhouses, however. Not all of them possessed control over a satellite base that would let them know that in China a nuclear missile had been fired. Therefore, only the faction established by the Vatican and Angelo's faction in the United States knew this fact. ////. After passing through the portal following the activation of his irregular title, Bai Zemin felt as if his body was passing through a kind of very thin membrane. With his now greater understanding of space, thanks to the increasing number of skills that somehow or other had some spatial power, and thanks to the passive effect of his super warrior skill, he finally came to understand that the thin membrane that his body passed through on every teleportation was actually the spacetime barrier bending at the will of the activated skill or magic circle. His knowledge of the Space Force would definitely grow if he studied that feeling better while it lasted. However, he wasn't in a position to worry about something like that. "Damn it," Bai Zemin shouted through gritted teeth as he felt the gravity suddenly increase. He quickly activated gravity manipulation, but instead of increasing the gravity even more, what Bai Zemin did was reduce it so that, before the intelligent sensor installed in the nuclear missile detected the anomaly and detonated the nuclear warhead inside, everything returned to normal, and the missile continued its course. Bai Zemin quickly looked at his surroundings and realized that he was in a forest. All his eyes could see was green and more green, along with trees that surprisingly were not as tall as those on Earth, but looked much more beautiful and vibrant. "Good luck in the portal open high in the sky. This must be like 6,000 meters high if I'm not wrong," shouted Bai Zemin from the bottom of his heart. "Indeed, you had good luck in appearing in an unpopulated place." Bai Zemin's eyes sparkled when he heard the voice of his wholehearted partner, and even though he couldn't see her immediately, he felt more relieved. He was not alone. That was the important part. Bai Zemin didn't even stop to think about it when he jumped off the missile. He didn't dare to step on it hard for fear of causing the weapon to detonate, and instead let himself be swept away by the wind and gravity. However, Bai Zemin knew that time was his enemy again. The small crimson pearl emerged from inside his armor and floated above his head, releasing large amounts of blood that, under the control of his blood manipulation skill, turned into huge crimson platforms. Boom, 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 boom. Bai Zemin used each of the blood platforms without worrying about his mana. He activated overlap regeneration and converted all his magic into strength, which increased the power of his legs tremendously. Every time Bai Zemin stomped a blood platform, his body turned into a torpedo that moved off at least 500 meters per second. The wind cut his face and his eyes closed due to the strong pressure, but he didn't even care where he was running to as he tried to get as far away as possible in the opposite direction in which the nuclear missile was flying. When Bai Zemin reached the solid ground, he didn't even stop as he activated overlap regeneration and turned all his magic into agility. Using strength in his legs to propel his already terrifying agility, Bai Zemin's movement speed could only be called monstrous at this point, as he was crossing almost 1,000 meters in one single second. This was the first time he gave his all to running, It was no surprise when he felt the muscles in his legs slowly tearing. However, he did not stop and gritted his teeth as he ran for his life. In fact, Bai Zemin did not hesitate to harm his soul, as after the 10 safe activations, he continued to push himself further and pressed himself with consecutive overlap regeneration activations. Approximately 5 minutes later, the earth shook and the sky rumbled. Looking back, Bai Zemin's face turned white when he saw the huge cloud of smoke and fire rising into the clouds, quickly taking on the shape of a giant mushroom surrounded by fires and lightning. Holy shit! Every cell in Bai Zemin's body was aching, and each step he took felt heavier than the last. He knew that several of his muscles had been broken due to his soul damaging the body, especially his legs. However, he did not dare to stop. The shockwave from the nuclear explosion swept through mutant beasts and trees alike, destroying everything in its path with terrifying ease. Fortunately, Bai Zemin had already moved far enough away to avoid it. However, after about 2 minutes, he noticed that the radiation reached him. Fortunately, the effect of the third activation of his blood manipulation skill was still active. Bai Zemin had already been saved by blood immortal radiance twice, in just 1 day. Approximately 10 minutes later, and after feeling that he had moved far enough away from the radiation zone, Bai Zemin finally stopped. Or rather, he could no longer continue. His body rolled over the ground for more than 200 meters, crashing into several trees and rocks, smashing everything in his path, and showering himself with dirt and mud. Once his body finally stopped rolling, Bai Zemin looked up at the blue sky above his head, and his tired eyes began to close on their own as his chapped lips twitched weakly. What a way to visit a new world. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 780 Problems of Visiting a New World. After an unknown lapse of time, Bai Zemin finally regained consciousness of himself. He had no idea if it had been days, months, years, or if he had only been out of action for a couple of minutes. However, there was something Bai Zemin did know even without opening his eyes. Looks like someone found me in that forest, Bai Zemin thought to himself, still keeping his eyes closed and controlling his breathing to pretend he was sleeping at the moment. As for why he knew someone had found him, the answer was very simple. Bai Zemin could feel that he was lying in a comfortable, soft, and fluffy place, very different from the feeling that sleeping on the ground transmitted. Not to mention the fact that Bai Zemin could not feel his plate armor, and instead was dressed in silk clothing, clearly of a fairly high quality considering that it flowed over the skin smoothly and did not cause itching or discomfort at all. Another reason why he was sure that someone had found him unconscious in the forest and carried him to a safe place was the fact that Bai Zemin felt no wind blowing over his face or body, a clear sign that he was inside a room or a cave at the very least. It's a good thing I still have my rings and the rest of my treasures. Bai Zemin sighed a sigh of relief in his heart. He could feel that except for his cloak, armor, shoulder pads, able, leg guards, gloves, and boots, all of his equipment was in place. Even his space storage ring had not been removed and was still there, much to his relief. Otherwise, there was no way for Bai Zemin to remain calmly with his eyes closed. As for why he did not open his eyes, this was because Bai Zemin first wanted to confirm a few things before letting whoever had helped him know that he had regained consciousness. Even though there didn't seem to be anyone around at the moment, Bai Zemin couldn't rule out the fact that there were cameras inside the room. Better to be safe now than sorry later, he silently said to himself as he inspected his soul carefully. Bai Zemin was a distrustful person by nature. In the past he was like that, not to mention now that he was in a completely new world where, except for Lilith, who could not physically intervene with the affairs of lower existences, there was no one he could trust. Even if this unknown person helped him to leave the forest, preventing some mutant beast from attacking him while he was unconscious, the heart of intelligent creatures was a mystery, and one could never be sure of the inner thoughts of the other party. A few minutes later, Bai Zemin had finally finished checking his current condition, and after knowing his situation he couldn't help but grimace even with his strong willpower. However, it was no wonder. 6% of his soul was still wounded, which meant that before Bai Zemin opened his eyes his condition was even more miserable than this. As if that wasn't enough, because his soul was wounded and his stats were down, the deep wounds in the muscles of his body, especially his legs, had yet to heal completely. The stats, the records that represented the totality of an existence, came from the soul power of each individual. If the soul was injured, then the stats would drop accordingly until the soul recovered, and this would naturally hinder the physical body. Bai Zemin estimated that unless he received care from a healer with him using overlap regeneration, he would need at least a week to recover. Besides, this week would have to be a very relaxed week without too much heavy fighting, or else that time would be extended. There's no way I would use overlap regeneration in front of strangers. Bai Zemin wanted to cry, but he had no tears to shed at the same time as his anger towards Xuanyuan Wenchen grew more and more. If he didn't make Xuanyuan Wenchen pay him back, then Bai Zemin would stop calling himself a man. Even if the other party was Shangyuan Bingzu's father, and Bai Zemin did not kill him on her account, Xuanyuan Wenchen would certainly experience her wrath, and Bai Zemin would make sure that the man would never be able to eat anything but liquid again for the rest of his future miserable life. That depended on whether Shangyuan Bingzu didn't kill him before Bai Zemin returned to Earth, of course. Should I return immediately? Thought Bai Zemin to himself. The irregular title had a cooldown time of 1 year, however. That cooldown was for traveling to another world, since if Bai Zemin wanted to, he could return to his birth world immediately 1 time per activation. However, if he wanted to do that, then he would not have crossed the portal and simply let the nuclear missile go through the gate to the other world instead of going himself as well. With such a long cooldown time, Bai Zemin knew that a lot would happen in that 1 year span before he could use the activation of his irregular title again. At least from his point of view, it was wise to take a good look at the new world and see if there was anything to learn from, or perhaps objects to bring back to Earth that would help with the development of his faction and the future of mankind in general. Bai Zemin had left many resources behind, and with powerhouses like Shangyuan Bingzu, Shangyuan Xinyu, Feng Tianwu, Chen He, Feng Hong, and all the other second-order soul evolvers, as well as first-order soul evolvers with especially pure soul power, should be fine even in the second evolutionary stage of Earth. Bai Zemin had decided that, depending on the situation, he could stay in this new world for days, weeks, up to a maximum of 3 months. 3 months later at the most, he would return to Earth to conquer China. He believed that in that time span, he would manage to complete the rest of the requirements of his evolution to the second order in this new world. After all, just as the description of his irregular title stated, this should be a world more suitable for the current Bai Zemin. It's a pity that I won't be able to meet Xian Mayer within the time she marked, but given the circumstances, I don't have much of a choice. Just as Bai Zemin was thinking about the meeting that should occur in 2 weeks' time, if those 2 weeks had not already passed while he was unconscious, the sound of the door opening reached his ears, and he hurriedly pretended to be asleep. The sound of delicate footsteps accompanied by the sweet fragrance of natural flowers, as well as the sound of what seemed to be long hair caressing the silk of a dress, were the first things Bai Zemin heard after the door was closed again. "Woman," he reasoned secretly. The other party was silent for a few seconds before she finally spoke. Her voice was very sweet and pleasant to listen to, delicate, and she was clearly a person who had received a lot of education judging by her intonation. Unfortunately, Presentlichen Hachet. It was hard for Bai Zemin to keep his expression unchanged when he finally remembered a problem he had forgotten about. Damn it, how the hell am I going to communicate with the inhabitants of this world if I don't even understand a word of their language? Bai Zemin was not Meng Qi, who possessed a cheating skill, and this world was certainly not Oblong world, which in turn meant that the dominant race of these lands was certainly not the Usra race, that had the ability to learn the language of others after acquiring multiple records after killing enemies. Just at that moment, Bai Zemin's eyes snapped open, and he subconsciously caught the hand that was moving towards his face. This had been a completely involuntary movement. His body had moved on its own due to the distrust of being in an unfamiliar environment with no one to trust nearby. His cold midnight black eyes met 2 beautiful emerald eyes that looked at him with surprise, causing Bai Zemin to weaken his grip after realizing his mistake. This brief exchange lasted only a second as the other party quickly broke free, and at the same time, as she took several steps back, a shrill shriek rang through the room. At least she screams just like Earth girls do when they see a cockroach. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twitched a couple of times as he looked at the person in front of him, looking at him as if looking at an alien. This girl was very attractive, and at the same time young, as she appeared to be between 15 and 17 years old at most. However, what confirmed her age was her hairstyle. The girl's long, bright golden hair was tied in two tails that somehow made her look quite childish but cute at the same time. Bai Zemin knew it had been his mistake to scare the girl in front of him. Therefore, he tried to smile as kindly as he could and raised both hands in a sign of peace as he said in a gentle voice, "I'm sorry, it wasn't mine." It was then that Bai Zemin remembered that no matter what he said, the girl in front of him would not understand. Indeed, when the girl with two ponytails heard the strange words coming out of Bai Zemin's mouth, she stopped her high-pitched shriek. She frowned and looked at him in confusion for a moment before speaking. "Appresentend." Bai Zemin looked at her with a dead expression on his face before sighing. He shook his head and, despite knowing the conclusion, still spoke. "I'm sorry, I don't understand anything of what you're saying to me." The girl's expression became a bit serious, and she seemed to be thinking about something as she remained silent for almost 2 full minutes. However, she did not keep her eyes on Bai Zemin, as for some reason it seemed to him that she felt uncomfortable, presumably due to being with a stranger of the opposite sex in a room. Finally, she waved her hand at him while saying some words that Bai Zemin naturally did not understand at all. Fortunately, however, the gesture she made with her hand was something that people on Earth often used. Bai Zemin used the index and middle fingers of his right hand to simulate the legs of a person walking, and at the same time, he wiggled those two fingers of his right hand. He pointed at the girl with his other hand as he said in an uncertain voice, "Do you want me to follow you?" The girl's eyes lit up and her face showed obvious emotion. She nodded repeatedly, and a really very pretty smile adorned her face, making even Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel calmer. Before getting out of bed, Bai Zemin confirmed under the sheets that he was properly dressed, and it was only after that he removed the blankets covering his body. He looked at his body and realized that was wearing a gray long-sleeved shirt and long pants. The material was silk, but it was definitely a very delicate and high-quality one. In fact, now that he had finally calmed down a bit and looked around, Bai Zemin realized that the place he was in was quite luxurious. The room was very spacious. The king-size bed with the neatly arranged white silk canopy was located on the left side, relatively close to the door, while on the right side of the room there was a wide red carpet covering the floor, where a big couch of the same color pointed in the direction of the wood-burning stove. Again on the right side, facing the king-size bed, a large window leading to what seemed to be a balcony was covered by pure white silk curtains. Besides, now that Bai Zemin had a better look at the girl in front of him, it was clear that at the very least she had a rather high status in this city. She was wearing a long silk dress with ruffles. It was similar to the classic clothing seen on Earth's noblewomen during medieval times, but not as exaggerated and more volatile. Moreover, even though the dress looked rather simple, Bai Zemin noticed that it was definitely a magic dress as he could feel the mana surrounding the piece. He, this daddy is finally living the life of a light novel main character. Bai Zemin mentally rubbed his hands together as he stood up, preparing to follow the girl who was looking at him for some reason somewhat annoyed. Backslash 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 backslash. Chapter 781, Eventide World and Gale's Earring. Chapter 781, Eventide World and Gale's Earring. Bai Zemin had no idea where this unknown girl was taking him, however. It was clear that she had no ill intent toward him. In fact, Bai Zemin noticed that she was secretly looking at him curiously as he surveyed the surroundings, and when the girl realized that he had noticed her stare, she immediately looked away and snorted. It was as if she was annoyed by his presence but at the same time curious about him. Really strange. Be that as it may, Bai Zemin finally confirmed that this world was different from Earth in many ways other than language. The girl, whose name was still unknown to Bai Zemin, led him down a long corridor with high white stone walls rising at least 10 meters high. To the right of the corridor were huge, luxurious golden windows that extended from the floor to halfway up the wall, offering a beautiful view of green grasslands in the distance and what seemed to be smaller buildings. It looks like this place is built in a favored location. Bai Zemin judged silently as he realized that this castle was located on top of a small mountain in the middle of the city. That's right, this place was a castle. Even though Bai Zemin had not walked through it completely and had only walked part of a corridor, the appearance of the previous room, the decorations and the constructions he had seen so far were more than enough for Bai Zemin to understand that this was a castle similar to what could be seen in picture books, storybooks, or even as was Buckingham Palace or various other palaces that were still existing on Earth. Bai Zemin couldn't help but look at the girl's attire in front of him, as well as the aura of elegance around her, and subconsciously muttered under his breath, "Cool, a human princess." Although his voice was low, it was actually very clear amidst the silence, as the only sound in the entire corridor was that of Bai Zemin's footsteps, and the girl walking 1 or 2 steps ahead of him. Therefore she looked back when she heard him speak, and with a frown she began to say several things. %% equals. Bai Zemin blinked, to which she replied with more mysterious words that to Bai Zemin's hearing sounded as if someone was reading Russian or German to him. She only paused after remembering that they could not communicate, and with a snort looked ahead again. However, Bai Zemin wasn't going to stand idly by, so he immediately said in a cheerful voice, "I don't know what you're telling me, but just in case let me tell you that whatever you say to me, I hope it will be multiplied to you tenfold." The girl glared at him as if she was asking him not to speak anymore because she didn't understand him, to which Bai Zemin responded with a kind smile and nodded weakly, much to the dismay of the girl, who stomped on the floor and continued walking, this time with more hurried steps. Well, if she was blessing me, I've wished her blessings for 10, and if she was cursing me, then good luck with that. Bai Zemin shrugged and followed her silently. Approximately 5 minutes later, and just as Bai Zemin was beginning to tire of the exaggeratedly large scale of this castle, the girl he identified as a possible princess led him to a double wooden door that was locked. 2 guards who looked 35–40 years old, dressed in silver armor and holding shining spears, guarded the entrance, but did not stop the girl, who politely said something to them with a smile on her face, to which the guards responded respectfully but also with admiration. Bai Zemin naturally noticed that they were looking at him with careful eyes, as if silently telling him not to do anything foolish inside the room, but he ignored the silent warning. Even so, he was a little surprised that these guards were actually peak first-order existences, and they were clearly not weak at all, as the posture they were standing in revealed that both of them had a lot of combat experience. These soldiers were so powerful that, probably based on their rich combat experience, they would probably be able to jump 4–5 levels without a problem, even if their soul power wasn't particularly pure. They are probably old men over 100 years old. Bai Zemin thought silently as he followed the girl into the room once the guards opened the door for her. The first thing that entered Bai Zemin's eyes was a spacious room, at least 4 or 5 times larger than the place he had stayed in before. At the end of a long red carpet with golden borders, there was a staircase of about 5 or 6 steps, and at the top was a stone throne with 2 bare statues carrying an axe each on its 2 sides. However, completely ignoring the luxurious decoration of what was definitely the throne room of this castle, Bai Zemin's eyes immediately focused on the man sitting on the throne, and the muscles in his body automatically hardened, as if preparing to face a powerful enemy. This was a man wearing a dark green robe with golden thread embroidery. He looked to be about 40 years old, even though he had definitely lived at least 2 centuries. There was a trace of beard on his elegant and friendly face, but his emerald eyes flashed like lightning in the middle of the night sky. His light brown hair was neatly combed back, but instead of making him look like a scholar or an idiot, it gave the man a neat and tidy appearance that perfectly matched the golden crown on his head. This man, he is very powerful, Bai Zemin thought silently, and immediately made a mental note to avoid major conflicts with these people, at least until his full recovery. The current him could not defeat the man sitting on the throne, and something told him that even if he launched his strongest attack, it was highly probable that it would still not be enough. Of course, it was not as if Bai Zemin wanted to come into conflict with people who had at least so far treated him well and even helped him. The man, who was clearly the king of this place, immediately focused on Bai Zemin, and his eyes flashed peculiarly. However, he smiled kindly and said in a soft but dignified voice, /%$. Bai Zemin subconsciously looked at the girl who had brought him here. She looked at him and raised both eyebrows as if she was telling him that she was his only choice after all. This left Bai Zemin a bit speechless, and somehow he couldn't help but wonder if he had offended this little princess. The king was clearly confused when he saw Bai Zemin not saying anything, as after a few seconds of no reply, his curious eyes landed on the girl who brought Bai Zemin, probably his daughter. $, the king spoke. The girl stepped forward and turned sideways so that now Bai Zemin could see her outline, and the same was true for the king. She looked at Bai Zemin out of the corner of her eye before looking at the king and began to say a few words to him. Bai Zemin felt a little uncomfortable, not understanding anything these people were saying. It was at that moment that he finally discovered that in the throne room there was another person. In fact, due to his wariness towards the king, Bai Zemin had neglected to notice that right next to the throne was another throne of equal size, and there was a beautiful, mature woman sitting on it and looking at him with a faint smile, and when their eyes met she nodded towards him. Bai Zemin quickly nodded in greeting, getting a friendlier smile from the woman. Just like the king, she too had a crown on her head, but it was smaller and more delicate. Her hair was long and golden, while her eyes were a charming deep violet. Bai Zemin noticed that, except for the clearly much more grown-up body and the more mature face, the woman who was surely the queen of this castle had at least a 70% resemblance to the girl with the ponytails. Kingdom, king, queen, princess. Bai Zemin muttered those four words in his heart, and based on everything he had seen so far he managed to draw some conclusions. First, this world had been evolving longer than Earth. This was obvious for two reasons, one of which was the fact that this castle was definitely at least a few centuries old and was built with materials that contained mana. Second, probably even the most ordinary soldier of this world was comparable to an elite soul evolver of the Blood Spear Legion led by Bai Zemin. This was because, although the soul power of these soldiers was not too pure compared to that of his subordinates, the amount of experience accumulated over the years on blood-soaked battlefields gave them qualities that his troops still lacked. Third, Bai Zemin looked at the queen's dress, the crown on her head, the king's robe, the crown on his head, the dress of the princess with ponytails, the small silver crown on her head. They are all rune equipment. These people are dressed in treasures from head to toe. This world definitely had talents in multiple fields, and treasures were more plentiful than on Earth. Looks like I made the right decision by crossing the portal and not leaving right away. Bai Zemin inwardly celebrated. It was just then that the king clapped his hands, causing Bai Zemin to blink in surprise and immediately focus his attention after realizing that he might have been staring at the three people for too long. However, he soon realized that this was not the case. The king looked at him more curiously than before, but his gentle smile was the same. He made a gesture to him, but Bai Zemin did not understand it at all, therefore, he subconsciously looked at the ponytailed princess. She rolled her eyes and extended her open right hand towards him, moving it slightly back and forth. Oh, she wants me to wait a bit. Bai Zemin nodded twice towards her to indicate his understanding. Ha 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 ha, attend, #dollar. The king laughed as he looked at his daughter and then said something that Bai Zemin didn't understand, however. Judging by the overreaction and red face of the ponytailed princess, he was probably teasing her about something, and even the queen covered her mouth and laughed not so slyly. Bai Zemin secretly shook his head. It was not necessary to understand the language of these people to have a more or less clear idea of what the king had said to his daughter. At that moment, one of the guards from before entered and knelt on his right knee, standing up only after the king waved his hand and sighed. After the king said something to him, the soldier looked at Bai Zemin for a moment before bowing to the king, the queen, and to the princess before retreating again, closing the door after leaving the hall. Time passed, and the atmosphere inside the room was a bit strange as everyone looked at each other in silence. More specifically, everyone was looking at Bai Zemin as if they were trying to count the hairs on his body. If not for the fact that Bai Zemin was an existence that had been through a lot, and the leader of hundreds of thousands of humans on Earth, he would definitely have cowered in the face of the three stares. His calm attitude clearly surprised the king and queen, as the two could not help but nod with kind smiles. Unfortunately, the princess with the ponytails snorted in annoyance for some reason. Approximately 10 minutes later, a maid neatly dressed in a dress very similar to that of French maids entered the throne room carrying a silver plate. The king looked at Bai Zemin before looking at his daughter. He said something to which she nodded and turned to look at Bai Zemin before pointing to the object on the silver plate. Bai Zemin followed the finger of the ponytailed princess and saw that what she was pointing to was a small silver earring covered in pure white runes. He looked back at the princess just to make sure, and as he saw her stomping on the floor and repeatedly pointing at the earring, he finally understood what she meant. Bai Zemin picked up the earring, and seeing the princess nod with a satisfied expression, he knew what to do next. He temporarily removed the mystic earring from his right ear and replaced it with the silver earring. It was then that the records of the small silver earring shone in Bai Zemin's pupils. Gale's earring. Accessory. Rank 2. Magic defense 1. Physical defense 1. Magical attack power 1. Durability 2000/2000. Special options. 1. Allows the user to perfectly understand the Gale's language of Eventide World. Description. a very simple earring, technically unworthy of rank 2. However, its special feature of allowing anyone who wears it to understand a language makes it a great treasure depending on the circumstances and location. Applause for the rune encryptor and boos for the blacksmith. Bai Zemin blinked, and a small but distinct sound of surprise fled from his mouth as he finally realized what was going on. It seemed to be that the language problem was no longer a problem. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 182, Serafina die Gales. This earring was indeed a great treasure depending on the circumstances and location, just as the description dictated. For a native of this place, it would definitely be useless, and in fact for them it was probably a piece of junk. However, in the case of Bai Zemin it was just what he needed. Hey, now you should be able to understand what I'm saying, shouldn't you? A voice that Bai Zemin recognized immediately, as it was the first voice he heard once he reopened his eyes in this world, sounded a few steps ahead. It was a sweet and pleasant voice to listen to. However, for some reason that voice sounded a bit bossy and annoying. Subconsciously, Bai Zemin looked at the girl who had led him to the throne room and said with a faint smile, "Oh, now I understand your words, Ponytail's princess." He immediately wanted to slap himself after saying those words, but unfortunately it was too late. The king and queen looked at each other before looking back at Bai Zemin with curious expressions. It was as if they were waiting to see a good show. "Indeed, Ponytail's princess," murmured the golden-haired girl who looked to be around the age of the younger sister of Bai Zemin. She looked at him in surprise and confusion at first. However, her face soon began to tremble, and moments later her whole body began to tremble like a vibrator. She gritted her teeth and with red cheeks looked at Bai Zemin as if she wanted to eat him alive. "Is this how you speak to the person who saved your life? If it wasn't for this princess, you would already be a corpse and in the stomach of some vicious orc." The voice of the princess was very loud and high-pitched, so much so that subconsciously the three people inside the throne room closed their eyes and shrank back as if they wanted to curl into a ball and cover the sound. In fact, Bai Zemin wondered what the crystals placed in the large windows on both sides of the room were made of, because he was sure that a normal crystal would definitely have exploded into 1,000 pieces. "I see, so it was this princess with the ponytails who saved me." Bai Zemin nodded silently. Knowing it was his fault, he apologized in a sincere voice. "I apologize if I offended you, it really wasn't my intention. It's just that the first thing that caught my attention when I saw you was your hair, and because I don't know your name and just HMPH. If you don't know the name of a person, then you first introduce yourself and then ask, isn't that basic education? Looks like you're not much different from orcs after all," snorted the ponytailed princess. Bai Zemin really didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this girl. He knew she had no ill intentions, as her eyes were probably the purest eyes he had ever seen on a person other than a small kid. Even then, he was a little speechless at her attitude. She was kind, but she was hiding it under an annoying attitude. Bai Zemin couldn't help but remember certain characters who always snorted and blushed at the same time. He held back the urge to laugh and said in a soft voice, "In that case, allow me to introduce myself." Bai Zemin looked not only at the ponytail's princess, but also looked at the king and queen. Bowing slightly, he said in a deep voice, "My name is Bai Zemin. This year I will be 21. Thank you very much for helping me get out of the forest while I was unconscious. I will definitely repay for this favor, and for allowing me to stay here for a few days." Bai Zemin. The king and queen looked at each other, both noticing the confusion in the other's eyes. However, neither had time to say too much as a voice rose above them. "Bai Zemin, quite a strange name. I've never heard anything similar. HMPH, as expected from an orc." The princess with the ponytail snorted before lifting her chin and saying in a clear voice, "My name is Serafina die Gales, second princess of the Gales Kingdom. I'm 16 years old but already in the second order. If you know how awesome I am, then quickly get down on your knees and swear your loyalty to me. I will treat you well in the future." PFFFT. Bai Zemin quickly covered his mouth to keep from laughing, but it was too late. "What's so funny?" "No, sorry. You're still holding back the urge to laugh, aren't you? That's why orcs are no good." Bai Zemin had to listen to the princess with ponytails, Serafina die Gales, the second princess of Gale's kingdom, teaching him manners and calling him an orc repeatedly. He wasn't upset, even though he didn't understand why she was calling him an orc. Was his appearance that bad? Even though Bai Zemin had never seen an orc, He believed that his appearance wasn't that bad even if compared to people of this world. At least from what he had seen so far, everyone in Eventide World seemed to be above average in terms of beauty compared to the humans of Earth. Be that as it may, Bai Zemin was surprised that Serafina Di Gales managed to break into the Second Order despite being so young. After all, the guards outside guarding the doors to the throne room were peak First Order warriors even though they had clearly lived a long time. Unfortunately, Serafina Di Gales did not get the reaction she expected from Bai Zemin when she revealed her identity, power, and age. This made her little pride and small vanity feel hurt as she started trembling all over and gnashing her teeth as she looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes, leaving him at a loss for words again. "I will really bite you to death. Are you a dog or what? Orc, how dare you call me a dog?" Serafina Di Gales immediately turned into a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She looked at Bai Zemin with wide eyes and said loudly, "You are almost 5 years older than me, but you are only level 50. You should understand the difference between you, the orc, and me, the princess." "No, well, it's really cool and all, but I know a 9-year-old girl who at this point is probably already on her mission to break through the Second Order," Bai Zemin said in a neutral voice. The room suddenly fell silent, and the next moment the second princess of the Gales Kingdom began to burst out laughing. Her laughter was actually pleasant to hear, as even her voice was despite how annoying her words were, however. Bai Zemin really felt like throwing a bucket of water in her face, regardless of knowing that he shouldn't get annoyed with a kid. About to break into the Second Order at the age of 9. Why don't you better tell me that this girl was just evolving for 6 months too? Serafina Di Gales laughed as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Actually, I think it's been less than 6 months. Bai Zemin secretly thought about whether he should say those words, but after a moment he decided it was better not to, or he would really be seen as crazy. "Bai Zemin, that's your name, isn't it? Good. In view of the fact that you made me laugh so much and entertained me quite a bit, my genial and gentle self will try not to call you orc as much as possible. Feeling grateful." Serafina Di Gales puffed out her flat chest and put both hands on her hips as she lifted her chin, almost pointing towards the ceiling. Was she mentally retarded? Bai Zemin was really beginning to question the sanity of this girl with the ponytails. After a moment of silence, the queen's voice rang out inside the spacious room. "It has been a while since Serafina has laughed so casually, young Zemin. The fact that you made her laugh is a good payoff for us, regardless of whether or not what you said was a joke." The queen's voice was soft, composed, and very noble. Other than Lilith, this woman's voice was probably the noblest voice Bai Zemin had ever heard in his life. He did not know what to say, so he simply bowed slightly. This simple act for him was a great sign of respect considering his identity. However, for others it was different. The queen covered her mouth and chuckled softly, looking at Bai Zemin with amusement and at the same time curiosity. "Zemin, right, do you mind if I call you by your name?" Bai Zemin looked at the king and said in a calm voice, "No, you may call me whatever you like, your majesty." The king looked at Bai Zemin for several seconds before an amused smile appeared on his face. "You know, I always found it a bit annoying when people kneel whenever they see me. But now that I meet a person who doesn't, I can't help but feel a bit strange. Not in a bad way, but it's like suddenly rainbow-colored cats disappear. Strange, isn't it?" In this world there were 7 colored cats. Bai Zemin looked at the king with a perplexed expression, hoping it was a joke on his part. That's why the second princess bit her tongue at the recall of her earlier words, and pouted before giving Bai Zemin a sidelong glance and snorting softly. "Well, never mind." The king waved his hand and said in a gentle voice, "My name is Philip Di Gales, the current king of the Gales Kingdom." Then the queen continued, "My name is Helena Milborn, second daughter of House Milborn." "It is a pleasure to meet you both," Bai Zemin nodded. But he didn't realize he made a mistake. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Serafina Di Gales jumped forward and grabbed onto Bai Zemin's shirt with both hands. Because she was several inches smaller, she stood on her tiptoes but still had to lift her head to look him in the eyes. "Is it not your pleasure to meet this princess, orc? It should be your honor." Noisy, Bai Zemin sighed in his heart. This girl really was different from Meng-Chi even though they were of similar ages. This second princess was like an immature child who didn't know anything about life. But even then, Bai Zemin couldn't get angry at her for some reason, probably because she saved his life. "Of course I do, it's my honor." Bai Zemin smiled brightly and patted the young girl 2 or 3 times. "Eh, It was only then that Serafina die Gales noticed the short distance, and her cheeks flushed. She jumped back several feet and covered her chest as she looked at Bai Zemin with teary eyes. "Holy shit, this daddy is not a pervert. My woman is watching from the shadows, you brat." Bai Zemin really wanted to beat up this wild second princess. In fact, Lilith had been laughing out loud all this time, as it was a rarity for her to see Bai Zemin having a hard time dealing with someone. "Ha ha ha ha," Philip die Gales, the king, laughed good-naturedly, and while looking at his daughter said in an amused voice, "Serafina, you have used your natural eyes, haven't you?" "What? Of course not." The second princess's ponytails shook all over as she began to shake her head furiously while kicking the floor furiously. The queen shook her head as she let out a giggle. She looked at Bai Zemin and asked in a gentle voice, "Young Zemin, I wonder if we can ask you some questions. You can refuse, but that might make things a bit awkward for everyone, especially because of the foreignness of your name, facial features, and the fact that you don't speak Gales." "Of course, I will answer whatever it is possible for me to answer," Bai Zemin said with no surprise on his face. His features as a Chinese were very different from the features of these people, who possessed a resemblance to the Europeans of Earth. Besides, the name Bai Zemin was definitely not normal in this realm, not to mention that he could not even understand and therefore could not speak the language of Gales if not for the earring he was given before. In addition to everything mentioned before, Bai Zemin's appearance in the middle of the forest right, where a terrifying explosion occurred, would certainly be seen as suspicious. The fact that he had not been put in a dungeon and interrogated was already a mystery that Bai Zemin could not answer for himself. These people did not even touch his treasures despite the fact that on him was a legend-grade treasure. The gentleness and kindness these people had shown him were too big, so big that Bai Zemin could not fully understand why. Yet, somehow he was sure that a great part of the reason he was still able to walk free and easy was all thanks to the princess with the ponytails. Serafina die Gales. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 783, Seraphina's Invocation. Since you are willing to answer some questions, then how about we head to a more appropriate place to talk, proposed Philip, king of the Gales' kingdom. A more appropriate place, Bai Zemin blinked in confusion. I don't know much about the customs of you orcs, but here in Gales we people usually sit down to have a conversation. Seraphina snorted as she looked at Bai Zemin, clearly still upset at what had happened earlier, even though she had been the one who had jumped at him. This brat, she's really earning herself a good spanking or two. Bai Zemin had to restrain himself to keep his change of mood from showing on his face. He tried his best to ignore the princess with ponytails, and while looking at the king he nodded politely. In that case, Zemin will follow in your majesty's footsteps. Hey, don't ignore me. Under the guidance of a maid who was surprisingly level 23, Bai Zemin accompanied the king, the queen, and the second princess of the Gales' kingdom to a large garden located at the back of the vast castle. Bai Zemin had lived in luxurious villas for short periods of time while he was still on Earth. After all, he and his troops were constantly on the move to expand and save as many humans as possible. However, today was the first time he fully understood the phrase, "There are mountains beyond mountains." The castle's decorations could only be described as majestic. Even a simple porcelain vase seemed to be so expensive that even if Bai Zemin's parents sold their old house 7 times, they probably couldn't afford it. However, leaving aside the castle built according to medieval times, but as luxurious as any modern high-class residence, what left Bai Zemin most breathless was the back garden. There were all kinds of colorful wild plants, from mutant flowers with purple leaves to golden roses adorning the well-maintained lawn that was so green that Bai Zemin was even suspicious about its natural authenticity. There was even a kind of labyrinth made of green hedges. In addition, along a white path made of stones that cut the wide garden in 2 halves, were giant statues of warriors with armor, swords, axes, spears, and shields. The bronze statues were approximately 12 meters tall and looked majestic and powerful. Bai Zemin counted at least 40 such statues along the walk, but there could be more as there were several branches off the main path. Each statue represents each of the 59 kings that the Gales' kingdom had from its birth to the present day, explained Seraphina di Gales, the second princess of this kingdom. She noticed Bai Zemin's interest along the way, so in a respectful voice she introduced. Each of the 59 kings bled and died for the good of Gales. It has always been so. Many see it as a curse that the king of each generation has on his head, but to me, it is not a curse but an honor. Honor? Bai Zemin looked at the young girl walking a step or two in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "You think dying for the sake of your country or your kingdom is honorable? I, Serafina di Gales, may lack in many respects. However, if it is for the good of the people of this kingdom, I will gladly die," she said in a serious voice, completely different from her previous childish self. Bai Zemin looked at her silently as they walked, but he did not touch on the subject in depth again. He only said a few words that left the young princess thinking before falling silent. "When you die, it's over. No more greetings, no more hugs, no more hearing the voice of those you love. Not even goodbyes. When you die, it's all over. Are there really honorable deaths and cowardly ones that run away? I wonder about that." Bai Zemin would not allow his troops to escape from the battlefield. He would personally behead them for treason. However, he did not hate those people, nor did he call them cowards for their actions. Death was not terrifying. The real terror was never being able to feel a caress or hear a word from those truly important to us again. However, it was quite probable that Serpahina had not experienced death firsthand yet, and that was the reason why she could say such words. For a person like Bai Zemin, who danced hand in hand with the Reaper thousands of times to get to this day alive, the words honorable death were just that, nice words with no real meaning. King Philip and Queen Helena walked a few steps ahead of the two younger ones. Hearing the words Bai Zemin said, the two could not help but be more curious about him. The Gale's kingdom had no shortage of soldiers, and among them were many brave young men. However, Philip and Helena doubted that there was a young man of 20 years old with enough experience to understand the depth that rested in the seemingly simple words that Bai Zemin had just spoken. A few minutes later, the four were sitting under a large natural tree line where a round limestone table and 4 stone chairs had been set up. By the time the four arrived, the maids had just finished serving several appetizing-looking desserts, and one served a cup of red tea for each of them before stepping aside and walking back, awaiting future orders. Noticing the puzzled look on Bai Zemin's face, King Philip explained with a smile, "My family and I usually enjoy tea time here unless something keeps us busy. That's why there are 4 chairs." "Oh, I see." Bai Zemin nodded. He didn't touch the desserts on the table and the teacup at all until he saw Serafina tasting hers with a happy expression on her face. The king pretended not to notice Bai Zemin's little act and continued, "My other daughter, the first princess of Gales, is currently busy organizing an important competition that takes place every 15 years among the kingdoms of the world. It turns out that this time the competition will be taking place here, in Gales, so you will probably see the city more lively than usual when you decide to pay a glance at it." "Oh," Bai Zemin nodded, not knowing what else to say about it. After all, he didn't care too much about any competition or any first princess of Gales, since the only reason he was staying here was to see if he could get technology, resources, ideas, or anything that would be useful to bring back to his world. Philip was no fool. On the contrary, he was very intelligent, or else he would never have been crowned king among his 4 brothers. Noticing Bai Zemin's lack of interest in the matter, he no longer pressed the point and instead looked at his wife. Helena looked at Bai Zemin and asked in a kind voice, "May I call you Zemin? I feel like the word young is not necessary." "Of course," Bai Zemin replied as he calmly took a sip of tea. His movements were not even 20% graceful compared to those of Serafina di Gales or the king and queen. However, every movement of Bai Zemin's arms demonstrated authority and control that did not go unnoticed by Philip and Helena. The queen continued, "So, Zemin, would you mind telling us a little bit about the reason you were unconscious in the Forest of the Ancients?" Forest of the Ancients. Bai Zemin quickly remembered the name of that forest in which he had appeared, and after a moment's thought decided to answer honestly. "At that moment, I was running in the opposite direction of the surprise attack that a coward threw at me after running away after seeing things difficult for him. The reason I fell unconscious was not due to injuries caused by others, or that attack I was trying to escape from, but because my soul and physical body were damaged after I used a special skill." In fact, it was a good thing that Bai Zemin decided just being honest, as Philip and Helena nodded without any trace of surprise on their faces. The two of them had more or less come to that conclusion, but they just wanted to hear the confirmation. "Eh, your soul is damaged?" Serafina looked at Bai Zemin with surprise. A trace of wariness shone in her eyes as she said in a low voice, "You better rest well and don't use active skills until you recover. Soul injuries take a long time to heal. One of my uncles was injured by an enemy mage's spiritual skill over 3 years ago, but he still hasn't fully recovered." Bai Zemin smiled slightly as he felt the care in the girl's voice. She was really a good person despite her somewhat annoying and shouty attitude. Don't worry about it, even though I don't look like it, I'm pretty strong. I'll recover before you notice. Who's worrying about you? Seraphina's eyes widened and her face turned apple red as she raised her voice in an attempt to cover her anxiety. You think a princess as beautiful and talented as me would be worried about an orc like you? Dream on. Bai Zemin shook his head wordlessly. Holding a conversation with this girl seemed to be something impossible. Seraphina, you are not being honest with your words again, Helena reprimanded in a gentle voice. HMPH, I don't know what you're talking about, mother. The second princess folded her arms and looked away, looking like a little pig who wasn't afraid of boiling water at all. Philip shook his head and focused on Bai Zemin again as he asked with a powerless smile on his face, Zemin, would you mind telling us what kingdom you come from? Your physical characteristics are somewhat distinctive, and if it were not for the earring you would not be able to understand or communicate with us, which means you are definitely not from Gales. If possible, we would also like you to tell us about that attack and your enemy. That explosion that happened back then. Not only did it shake the capital of Gales, but it also took out at least 1/20th of the forest of the ancients. The king was a tactful person and did not mention the treasures on Bai Zemin's body. After all, such a thing was seen as rude and impolite. Leaving aside the amazing legend-grade storage ring, each and every treasure Bai Zemin had was of the highest quality among those of its ranks. There were even some that left the king of Gales himself drooling. Besides, what King Philip was most interested to know about was the attack that Bai Zemin was fleeing from. That explosion had frightened Philip not only by its power, but by the fact that all the soldiers who approached the area of the explosion came back with physical deformations of varying magnitudes, while the most severe ones had died after 2 days. Bai Zemin finished the piece of cake in his mouth and proceeded to take a sip of tea before answering the king's question. He needed to organize his next words carefully, as what he was about to say was no small thing, let alone insignificant. Actually, that attack I escaped from wasn't a magic skill. Probably no one in this whole world knows the name of that weapon of mass destruction that shouldn't exist. Oh? Bai Zemin was not only getting King Philip's attention, but now Queen Helena and the second Princess Seraphina had returned their full focus to him, even though the second princess was looking at him sideways in a failed attempt to feign lack of interest. The name of the weapon my enemy used to attack me is nuclear bomb, more specifically, a nuclear missile. Actually, I know the name of some bombs such as electromagnetic field bombs or monobombs, but this is the first time I've heard of nuclear bombs. King Philip muttered to himself, looking at his wife and daughter only to see that they were both as perplexed as he was. That's only natural, Your Majesty Philip. Bai Zemin paused, and after taking a sip of tea and setting the cup down on the table said in a deep voice, After all, I am not someone from this world. The expression on King Philip's face froze as he heard Bai Zemin's words. It was not only the king but the queen was the same, surprised or perhaps shocked by what she had just heard, which was completely normal, something Bai Zemin expected. However, there was one person who had a different reaction than what Bai Zemin was expecting. This person was naturally the second princess of the Gales kingdom, Seraphina di Gales. What happened next was something that Bai Zemin did not expect at all, and somehow made him doubt many things. Queen Helena slowly turned her face and looked at her daughter with wide eyes as she muttered under her breath, Don't tell me. See, coincidence. It's a coincidence, I tell you. The second princess began to wave her hands as if in panic and her face turned red again. She turned to look at Bai Zemin and kicked him under the table while shouting loudly, Orc, quickly tell them it's a coincidence. This. Bai Zemin was dumbfounded as he watched the strange exchange between mother and daughter. What the hell was going on here? He expected all kinds of reactions, but apparently there was something else involved here. In fact, Bai Zemin now doubted whether the expressions on the faces of King Philip and Queen Helena were frozen by his words or by something related to the second princess. Hadahata. Suddenly, King Philip began to burst out laughing. His laughter was very powerful, and probably because of his happiness even the ground shook slightly. He looked at Seraphina and said in a cheerful voice, Girl, don't tell me your invocation skill finally worked. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 784, Towards the Competition of Kingdoms. Chapter 784, Towards the Competition of Kingdoms. Invocation. Bai Zemin looked at King Philip before looking at the second Princess Serpahina with surprise. His surprise didn't come from the word itself, but from what it represented to have such a skill. Furthermore, after thinking about it a little better, Bai Zemin realized that many things might be more complicated than it seemed to be. For the first few seconds, Bai Zemin was laughing internally, thinking that just as the princess with the ponytails had just said, it was a coincidence. He assumed to himself that Seraphina probably had some skill similar to the bear and wolf summons that soul evolvers could get if they were lucky after killing some enemy, especially mutant beasts. However, Bai Zemin was not that confident anymore after remembering that the person who had taken him out of the forest of the ancients had been none other than the second princess of the Gale's kingdom. He didn't know how big that forest was, however. It was definitely huge, considering that King Philip said that the power of the nuclear missile had cleared only 1/20th of the forest of the ancients. Was it really a coincidence that Seraphina di Gales, a princess, was casually near where Bai Zemin was teleported? You don't know, let me explain, King Philip said with a very happy smile. Besides, for some reason unknown to Bai Zemin, the way the king was looking at him now was a little different, but maybe it was just an illusion on his part. Dad, Seraphina slammed the table with both hands, clearly not intending any harm, or with her strength she would have smashed it to pieces. It's all right, child. What's wrong with letting him know? Wouldn't you like to show him how cool and awesome you are? King Philip chuckled and pointed. Hearing this, Seraphina gave Bai Zemin a sidelong glance and muttered under her breath, "What's so great about impressing this orc?" Tsundir, Bai Zemin snorted in his heart. The king shook his head for a moment before explaining with enthusiasm in his voice, "Zemin, let me explain. Actually, Seraphina has a special class, and even though it is not a unique class, she is the only one in all Gales and probably even in the whole world to possess this class." Oh, Bai Zemin looked at the ponytailed princess with a little more respect. He had thought that she had reached her current level with the help of others, but apparently he had judged her too soon. HMPH. Seraphina snorted and abruptly turned her head away, smacking Bai Zemin's face with one of her ponytails in the process. Cough. So, King Philip coughed upon seeing Bai Zemin's uncomfortable expression and quickly continued. Seraphina's class, World Priestess, not only boosts all of her stats passively anywhere in these lands that she is, but allowed her to have twice as many active skills as a normal soul evolver. What? Bai Zemin's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this, and the shock in his heart fully showed on his face. Twice as many active skills. That's crazy. Whoever had more would not necessarily win, however. Whoever had more definitely had a higher chance of beating whoever had less. That was how the world worked, not only with skills but with everything. Even Bai Zemin himself could not possess more than 5 actives, were it not for the fact that all the other actives he either learned by himself, or in some unknown way, unlocked them. Unfortunately or not, half of those skills must mandatorily be skills that grant some benefit to Seraphina's allies, which means she will only receive benefits if she is in a party, so to speak. Otherwise, she wouldn't be much different from the others as far as number of active skills concerned. King Philip explained as he saw Bai Zemin's shock. Oh, Bai Zemin sighed in relief in his heart. Only with such restraint was he willing to accept the existence of such a broken class like that, even though it wasn't even a unique one. Still, that's pretty amazing, he said, looking at Seraphina with a bit more respect. Not bad, ponytailed princess. You. Seraphina gnashed her teeth, glaring at Bai Zemin as if he were her natural enemy. Bai Zemin ignored her and instead focused on the king's explanation. When Seraphina broke into the Second Order about 1 year ago, she received a strange skill called Invocation. I think it will be best if Seraphina herself explains the rest, said King Philip after a better consideration. Seraphina released all the air from her lungs, and with an obviously feigned expression of defeat began to slowly explain. The description of my invocation skill is not at all clear. It only says that, given the right circumstances, I will be allowed to invoke a powerful existence that, in the not-so-distant future, could help me to get out of difficulty. That was a pretty vague description indeed. To begin with, what were the right circumstances? One might as well wander eternally in the face of the unknown without ever being able to activate the skill. However, no matter how many times I used invocation in the past, the skill never did actually activate, or at least nothing changed, so I eventually stopped trying. Seraphina said before looking at Bai Zemin and saying quietly, but 7 days ago for some reason, I wanted to try again. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and, taking advantage of Seraphina's pause, asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "If you had not awakened today, it would have been 7 days since you fell unconscious." Queen Helena replied with a small smile that suggested she understood the reason why he was asking that question. "That sounds like too much of a coincidence." Lilith's voice sounded next to Bai Zemin. In fact, she was currently sitting on his lap with her small back resting on his firm chest. "Indeed, too much of a coincidence." Bai Zemin nodded silently. Seraphina die Gales, for some reason, began to get a little nervous as she continued her narration of events. "At the time, I had gone out to hunt some orcs as I needed their blood to take to Aunt Aurora to help me concoct a stamina potion. It was then when for some reason I decided to activate invocation. And to my surprise, I actually felt the mana in my body being consumed. This was something that had never happened before. I actually felt like I invoked something or someone into this world at that moment. And that's when I saw a huge black portal appearing in the distant sky." "Okay, I understand what you want to point out." Bai Zemin gestured with his hand to ask Seraphina to be silent for a moment and then continued. "However, I'm afraid it really is just as Seraphina said before. This can only be a coincidence." "A coincidence?" The king and queen looked at each other puzzled before the latter looked at Bai Zemin with a slight frown. "Zemin, even after everything you heard you say it was all a coincidence, it means you must have your logical reasons, doesn't it?" "That's right." Bai Zemin nodded before proceeding to explain the fact that he had a title that allowed him to travel to a random world. He didn't fully reveal the existence of his irregular title, let alone the reason why he obtained it. He only revealed enough for the people in front of him to know and understand that the reason why he came to Eventide World had nothing to do with the second princess's invocation skill. "I guess that changes a few things," King Philip muttered in confusion. In fact, after hearing Bai Zemin's words, Queen Helen and even Seraphina herself was confused. Despite her earlier words, it was obvious that this proud but gentle second princess somehow or other expected to be the person who had summoned Bai Zemin to this world. Approximately 1 hour later, Bai Zemin, under the guidance of a maid, returned to his room. Apparently, the person who helped him change into something more comfortable, cleaned the blood from his body, and helped heal his wounds, had left all of Bai Zemin's equipment in the room itself. The reason he didn't see it was because he never looked for it to begin with. "Lilith, what do you think regarding the conversation before?" Bai Zemin asked after the maid retreated. "It's really strange," Lilith said as she observed Bai Zemin putting on his combat equipment. "To be honest, I'm not particularly good with space magic despite having some knowledge and mastery of it." Bai Zemin began to put on his boots after the leg protectors and said in a somewhat perplexed voice, "Although I said at that moment that it was all a coincidence, coincidences of that magnitude are probably as unlikely as winning the lottery 20 times in a row." After a moment of silence, Lilith's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, Zemin. Could it be that at least one of the so-called right circumstances that states that Seraphina girl's invocation skill has to do with the existence to be summoned must possess a way to move between worlds?" "That sounds quite plausible," Bai Zemin muttered. However, after a moment he shook his head and pointed with a frown. "However, if I was invoked into this world by Seraphina, then what changed? I don't see or feel any kind of change in my records that would somehow or other bind me to her. Well, if I remember correctly, that little princess said something like, invoke a powerful existence that in the not-so-distant future could help me to get out of difficulty. The word could is the key here. Perhaps, whether or not the existence summoned by her decides to help will depend on whether or not the two of them form some close relationship," Lilith pointed out, leaving Bai Zemin with no way to counter at all. Bai Zemin sighed heavily as he finished putting on the top of his armor. He walked to the large balcony, and as he looked at the huge city littered with buildings beneath the mountain, he said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "If this really is like that, then somehow I feel like those heroes summoned from faraway lands to save the world." "You and your light novels," Lilith rolled her eyes. Forget it, forget it." Bai Zemin turned around and clapped his cheeks. His expression became firm as he said in a deep voice, "Be that as it may, what I have to do hasn't changed. Get what I can get and then return to Earth, simple as that. Everything else has nothing to do with me." Lilith's eyes twinkled with a hint of amusement as she looked at his back. "Oh, I see, that's good. By the way, something I forgot to mention to you is that little golden-haired princess used her skills to heal you so many times that she fainted 5 times in a row due to the loss of mana. She even went to the trouble of cleaning your body without letting anyone come near you, fearing you would get hurt despite her embarrassment and awkwardness. Probably the first time she did something like that for another person, considering how beginner-like her moves were. Bai Zemin's footsteps stopped, and his hand froze as he was about to open the door. He knew that Lilith was telling him this only now to mock him. However, Bai Zemin could not deny that her words were effective. That girl, who was even younger than his younger sister, had helped him so much despite not having the responsibility to do it. Even with her background, she took the trouble and time to do it all by herself despite having no experience at all. She even hid it and didn't say anything to anyone. Serafina didn't even remark it to Bai Zemin despite the fact that she always seemed annoyed with him. Let's go to see how that kingdom competition goes," he said quietly, opening the door. A maid received him with a polite smile, and after bowing slightly guided him somewhere. "We'll see what fate has in store for us." Serafina Gales had been very good to Bai Zemin despite knowing nothing about him. Regardless of whether her skill invocation had anything to do with his irregular title bringing him to this world, Bai Zemin might as well give that ponytailed princess a hand if he was on the way. Chapter 785, First Princess, Ellis Gales. "Hey, what are you looking at for a while now?" Bai Zemin raised his head, and his black eyes met the emerald eyes of the second princess of the Gales kingdom. She was scowling at him as if she was annoyed, but Bai Zemin was already starting to get used to her peculiar way of hiding her true thoughts and feelings, more so after knowing what she did for him while he was out of combat. "Oh, I was just trying to understand these runes," Bai Zemin replied, pointing to the complicated union of several magic circles. They were both sitting in a luxurious chariot that was being pulled by two mutant bears, one white and the other black. It seemed that the flag that represented the Gales kingdom had two bear heads with two crossed axes. "You have any skills that allow you to understand runes?" Serafina asked, raising both eyebrows with surprise shining in her eyes. Bai Zemin scratched his head and said in a calm voice, "No." "Really? You can't expect too much from an orc." Serafina rolled her eyes and pointed out in a tired voice, "If it were that easy to understand runes, everyone would study them, and rune encryptors wouldn't be so appreciated by everyone. Even if they are basic runes like these, it's not something we can learn just because we want to learn them." "Well, it's still better than doing nothing." Bai Zemin gave a shrug. This luxurious chariot was as big as a small motor home, as it even had two bedrooms, a bathroom, a living room with kitchen and dining room attached, as well as a small living room which was where the two of them were currently sitting. However, the most amazing thing was that the chariot levitated approximately 80–90 centimeters off the ground, and although the temperature outside was warm, the inside was pleasantly cool. If Meng Qi could learn these runes, wouldn't that mean that in the future Bai Zemin's faction would also be able to have chariots like this one? He was even planning to ask Serafina to show him how to tame mutant beasts like the two bears pulling the chariot. "Instead, let me tell you a bit about the competition of kingdoms so you'll understand better." Serafina snorted, and without waiting for Bai Zemin's answer, she began to speak without impotence whether he agreed or not. Eventide world is composed of a total of 49 realms. Out of those 49 realms, there are 3 powerful realms which are the parent kingdoms. The parent kingdoms are the most powerful kingdoms of all. They are so strong that if the 3 of them went to war, they would cause a lot of destruction. Therefore, 300 years ago, and after years of bloodying the land, they finally decided to use the other 46 kingdoms to decide which one of the 3 would take 30% of the resources produced by all the other kingdoms over the 15 years of cooling down the competition of kingdoms, while the second place winner will take 15%, and the last place winner will take only 5%. We, the Gales Kingdom, find ourselves in the territory of the Billux Kingdom, one of the 3 parent kingdoms. The Billux Kingdom is the one who has jurisdiction over Gales. Therefore, Gales always fights for them in the competition of kingdoms. Serafina, wait a moment, Bai Zemin interrupted. "What?" She looked at him in dissatisfaction. Bai Zemin didn't mind her tone of voice as he knew she was only acting this way on purpose, but it wasn't her true self. After a moment of silence, he asked, "These 3 parent kingdoms you are talking about get a lot of resources, but what do the other kingdoms get?" It was impossible for someone to fight for the good of another just out of pure kindness. As long as something involved intelligent beings with free will, even if the other party was tremendously powerful, rebellions would always occur if the smaller ones did not receive a payoff or benefit for their work. For example, Bai Zemin was very powerful, and his subordinates had repeatedly witnessed what he was capable of on a battlefield. However, if he did not give them positions, pay, and benefits commensurate with their strength and the contribution they made to the faction, eventually riots would occur or they would begin to desert regardless of the difference in power. Serafina nodded and said in a clear, pleasant voice to the ears, "All the parent kingdoms grant resources and troops to the affiliated kingdoms to gradually expand the human territory. If the Bilux kingdom wins in the competition of the kingdoms, all kingdoms affiliated to the Bilux kingdom, as is the case with Argail's kingdom, will get a 15% increase in resources received every year, and will also send at least one-third order warrior to support in the war against the other races for 18 months. However, if the Bilux kingdom loses, then all affiliated kingdoms will receive 20% fewer resources every year for 10 of the 15 years in which the next competition is expected to take place." Bai Zemin nodded silently. Originally, he had thought that this competition of kingdoms was a stupidity organized by people who were too bored. After all, the kingdoms of this world were already established and not in constant war, completely different from the mankind of Earth who was in constant war against other races such as zombies, goblins, etc. However, it seemed to be that the reason was way deeper. Even if Serafina had only given him a quick and casual summary of the competition of kingdoms, it was clear that it was very important to everyone, which was why they were fighting hard. "Say, Serafina," Bai Zemin raised his head and asked in a curious voice, "how does this competition work in particular?" Bai Zemin aspired to rule the earth someday, but it was impossible for him to be everywhere at all times, which meant that he would have to leave leaders in different establishments that would have huge amounts of manpower and power to rule. The structure of this competition of kingdoms would surely be of great help for the future of Earth, and for Bai Zemin as it would help to avoid possible rebellions. Therefore, he was interested in knowing the structure in order to in the future be able to apply it if necessary. The competition of kingdoms lasts for a total of 5 days unless some mishaps occur. During those 5 days, the affiliated kingdoms will face each other in different arenas using their best fighters under the age of 25. There will be team competitions first. The winner of the team competition will be assured the second place in the overall competition, even if they lose in the individual matches. Of course, if the winner of the team matches also happens to be the overall winner, then the second place winner of the team competition gets second place overall unless they came last in the individual matches. If that turns out to be the case, then there will be a final match to decide the overall second place winner. "I see." Bai Zemin nodded and couldn't help but feel that the organization up until now sounded quite decent. Even the age limit had been thought out so that each combatant would only have one chance in their lifetime, unless the competitor had their first competition of kingdoms at the age of 10. This served to prevent kingdoms with powerful warriors from abusing others. Instead, victory would depend purely on the talent of each individual and the efforts of each kingdom in nurturing the next generation. As Bai Zemin was thinking in defects to improve from this competition to apply in the distant future, Serafina's confident and proud voice brought him out of his inner world. "However, no matter who comes this time, no one will be able to take the victory. This time, Argail's kingdom will be the overall victor, and for the first time since the creation of the competition of kingdoms, we will become the first kingdom to take first place in both team matches and individual matches." Despite being seated, Serafina brought both hands to her waist so that her upper body resembled a cup. She even stuck out her chest and lifted her chin proudly while looking at Bai Zemin as if she expected to be praised for something. Unfortunately, even though she did indeed look radiant under the glare of the sun coming through the chariot window, and even though he knew what she wanted to hear, Bai Zemin was unwilling to indulge the girl's small vanity. "Oh, I wonder who is so talented and powerful from the Gale's kingdom this time. Even you are so sure. Why don't you tell me?" Bai Zemin asked, feigning innocence. "You?" Serafina's posture broke, and she looked at Bai Zemin as if she wanted to devour his existence with her teeth. Surprisingly, however, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes for a few seconds. By the time she opened them again, she looked very relaxed as she said softly, "For this year's competition, our kingdom has 3 second-order talents. Although the other kingdoms surely have at least one as well, 3 second-order existences of the younger generation belonging to the same kingdom is something that has never happened in the history of the kingdom competitions." 3. Bai Zemin was truly surprised this time. This was not the first world Bai Zemin had traveled to. In the past, he had been in the world of the Usra race, against whom he fought. Therefore, he He knew that second-order existences were considered decent powers on fairly evolved worlds like Oblong World was. Although Eventide World was more advanced than Earth, Bai Zemin estimated based on the mana and gravity of the surroundings that it was at most at the peak of the second stage, or at the beginning of the third stage. This meant that in this world, second-order powerhouses represented the true foundation of each realm, and thus having 3 soul evolvers under the age of 25 who had already broken through to the second order, meant that in the future that realm would most likely enjoy 3 third-order powerhouses as long as they did not fall or find advancement too difficult to complete. In a way of rewarding the second princess who had behaved like a young lady instead of screaming like a brat, Bai Zemin casually hid some praise in his next words. "I see, that's really impressive, no wonder you're so confident. But Seraphina, apart from you are there 2 other such great talents in Gales." Indeed, the eyes of the second princess of the Gales kingdom shone upon hearing Bai Zemin's words, and she wriggled in her seat like a little puppy happy to be patted by its master. "You're taming her." Bai Zemin cleared his throat at the sound of Lilith's mocking voice. It was hard for him not to roll his eyes and retort to her words. "Actually, if it weren't for my class, I might not be a big deal compared to the other 2, said the ever-proud Seraphina with respect and admiration, making Bai Zemin's curiosity really start to itch to know who could make this second princess hold them in high esteem. The first of them is the person who is estimated to be the future hero of Gales, Liam Anworth. He is only 18 years old. Liam Anworth is a giant sword wielder, and his talent is truly insane. Despite being in the second order, he once single-handedly killed a third-order mutant scorpion lizard. Bai Zemin noticed the admiration and gleam in Seraphina's eyes when she mentioned this young man. However, it was completely natural to feel admiration, and even something more for a young and talented person with a seemingly boundless future. What surprised him most was the fact that this person, Liam Anworth, was actually a greatsword wielder just like him. Bai Zemin had met wielders of hammers, axes, spears, swords, daggers, and all sorts of weapons both melee and ranged. However, this would be the first time he would encounter a greatsword user other than himself. "What about the second person?" Bai Zemin asked, even though he had a hunch regarding this person's identity. "The other person is my big sister, the first princess of the Gales kingdom." Seraphina's expression turned competitive as she talked about her older sister. "My big sister is a magic guardian with a special class just like me. Not only does she possess a very powerful defense, but her attacks encased by layers of mana are really potent, and she is already at level 82 despite being only 20 years old. Many people secretly want to pair her up with the future hero of Gales, as they say that the 2 of them would make a very good couple, and their progeny would have superb talent that would enlighten Gales into a golden era." Bai Zemin looked at Seraphina and a faint smile peeked at the corner of his mouth. "I see, now I understand." Seraphina, however, frowned as she saw the slight smile on Bai Zemin's face and said in a somewhat angry voice, "Why are you smiling? For some reason I feel like you are getting some wrong ideas." Your imagination. Bai Zemin dismissed it by waving his hand and went on to ignore whatever the princess with the ponytail said, looking out the window and appreciating the sights that the capital of the Gales kingdom had to offer. "Do you think this girl has any romantic interest in that guy?" Lilith asked in a curious voice beside him. Bai Zemin simply shrugged his shoulders in response to indicate that he did not know, and at the same time did not care. The capital of Gales, also known as Bearcrest City, was a very large city. Millions lived there. Some were lower-class citizens, most were middle-class, and a minority were high-class. However, all of them were soul evolvers. Of course, considering the evolutionary stage of Eventide World, the level of most of the citizens was too low and insignificant to fight monsters, so they were not much different from most of the survivors on Earth. Bai Zemin didn't know how crowded Bearcrest City usually was, but he had to admit that the city at the moment was as crowded as an anthill. Had it not been for the distinctive Royal Gales family insignia on the chariot, and the fact that a VIP road had been prepared in advance, it would have been absolutely impossible to reach the competition site. Approximately 20 minutes later, the 2 mutant bears pulling the chariot began to gradually slow down before coming to a complete stop. Bai Zemin followed Seraphina towards the door leading to the outside world, and the noise and high temperatures immediately assaulted him, causing him to subconsciously frown at the sudden change of environment. A person dressed in a black robe with golden borders approached and bowed respectfully. Seraphina said something to him, and that person took the chariot somewhere. Bai Zemin estimated that it was some sort of coachman or something similar. All the other entrances are a mess right now. The crowd always gathers around the arena even if they know there's no room for them inside. Fortunately for you, Orc, you're in the company of this cool and noble princess, so you can skip a lot of trouble. Be thankful, Seraphina said as she led Bai Zemin towards a huge double door constructed of some kind of opaque wood, and where there were 2 guards in plate armor and swords standing guard. Of course I do, oh your highness Princess Ponytails. Bai Zemin muttered under his breath, gaining a glare from Seraphina and a flap of her hair. It was just as the two were halfway across the bridge, and about 50 meters from the arena doors that the doors opened wide. The soldiers standing guard immediately knelt down when they saw the person who stepped out with delicate but firm and confident steps. Seraphina's footsteps stopped automatically, and in response, Bai Zemin's footsteps stopped as well. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and upon seeing the appearance of the other side, he immediately identified the person even before the girl next to him had time to say anything. Seraphina looked at Bai Zemin over her shoulder and said in a low voice, "She is my big sister and the second most battle-talented person after the future hero of Gales. First princess of this kingdom, Ellis Di Gales. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Serafina, why are you presenting me to people as if I were some kind of monster? You'll make everyone look at me as some kind of freak girl." A voice as pleasant as Serafina's but more mature and softer sounded from a few meters ahead, and when Bai Zemin raised his head, he noticed that the first princess of the Gale's kingdom had already come close enough that even a normal human could see with clarity of detail every feature of her appearance. Just like the second Princess Serafina, Elis die Gales had golden hair that glistened in the sun's splendor, obviously inherited from Queen Helena, their mother. However, unlike the emerald eyes of Serafina and King Philip, Elis had inherited the queen's eyes. Those violet eyes shone charmingly, and the gentle glance of the first princess made people could not help but have a very good opinion of her. First princess currently wore a light plate armor of deep violet, almost black color that somehow matched the color of her eyes and contrasted strongly with the color of her hair. Despite being covered like a brave warrior, the curves with which the armor had been forged exposed that the upper body of the first princess was undoubtedly better shaped than that of the second princess, which was only natural considering the age difference between the two. However, leaving aside her undoubtedly elegant and beautiful appearance, what caught Bai Zemin's attention the most was the huge black diamond-shaped shield on the first princess' left hand. Bai Zemin wasn't sure what material that shield was made of, but seeing that it even had a soul stone in the center, he estimated that it should weigh at least 2-3 tons. The fact that she could lift it so easily was proof that Serafina's words were no joke when she spoke about her sister. Serafina stuck out her tongue in Bai Zemin's direction at the sound of Ella's voice, and to his surprise, the girl trotted with soft steps. Catching up to her sister, Serafina clung to her arm and smiled sweetly. "Sister Ellis, how are the preparations for the competition?" Bai Zemin felt her legs weaken, and for a second he thought he was going to fall on his butt. Who was this person? Someone must have changed the original Serafina. That should be the case. Bai Zemin refused to believe that the rude and rough girl he met before suddenly turned into an obedient kitten. The first princess used the index finger of her right hand to lightly tap Serafina's forehead, and as the latter covered herself with pitiful puppy eyes, she said with a sigh, "Girl, you'll be the death of me one of these days." While still fronting her forehead with both hands, Serafina looked at Bai Zemin with fierce eyes and snorted. "It's okay. What's wrong with making this orc feel a little scared? Besides, what I said is all true." The first princess shook her head, finally giving up on her little sister. She looked at Bai Zemin and extended her right hand forward as she said with a bittersweet smile, "Hello, you can call me Ellis. I'm the older sister of this troubled girl over here. Although I don't know why she calls you an orc, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Stranger." Unlike what Bai Zemin expected to find, Ellis die Gales gave him a very good first impression. He looked at her outstretched hand covered in battle gloves before extending his own also covered in battle gloves, giving it a light handshake. "Nice to meet you, Ellis. My name is Bai Zemin. As for why this ponytailed princess calls me an orc, I'm afraid she's probably the only one who knows." Bai Zemin shrugged, and after introducing himself, he let go of the girl's hand calmly. Or at least he tried to, since the first princess was still holding his hand. Bai Zemin looked at her curiously, and Ellis quickly let go of his hand as she apologized with an awkward smile. "Sorry, Bai Zemin. It's just that you surprised me a little, hee. I did. Well, I always tell people to call me by my name without honorifics, but other than Liam, you're the only person who really did. Besides, it looks like you found a nickname to get back at my dear sister. That's really cool. Sister Ellis, why are you suddenly siding with this orc? By the way, your name really is Bai Zemin. Well, that's what the civil registry says. Civil registry? That's the first time I've heard of a corporation like that. Let's just say that's the name my parents gave me. Hey, why are you two ignoring me? Orc, you traitor, I'm the one who brought you here. Don't leave me behind. When Bai Zemin crossed the arena gates in the company of the two princesses of the Gale's kingdom, he finally understood that the noise outside was nothing compared to the noise inside. Looking up from the side, Bai Zemin could not help but be amazed to see the grandstands crowded with people. There were so many people there that they literally looked like ants congregated and squeezed together, not seeming at all bothered by the discomfort as they shouted with bright eyes and fervor the name of the kingdom they belonged to or the name of the competitor they were supporting. So many people, Bai Zemin muttered, and a flash of sadness crossed his eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and so neither Serafina nor Ellis noticed it. The arena was very huge, so huge that there should be at least 600,000 to 700,000 people in the stands. Despite the exaggerated size, however, Bai Zemin could not help but remember the past, when Earth was normal, and families attended all kinds of crowded events with cheerful smiles and bright eyes, just like the people of this world. Bai Zemin himself had sometimes visited sports and musical entertainment arenas with his parents and younger sister. However, the old warriors of Eventide World had managed to successfully build places of peace, where the new generations could have fun and enjoy life without worries, while planet Earth was in constant war, and it was still a mystery whether mankind would survive or not. Seeing this today made Bai Zemin's resolve grow exponentially. He was determined to build a kingdom of peace, even if he had to slaughter countless others and be tagged as a tyrant a million times over. Lilith smiled warmly from the side, and seeing Bai Zemin's back straighter and his shoulders firmer, she couldn't help but nod proudly. That was the way it was supposed to be after all. Over here are this time's participants. By the way. Ellis was about to lead them somewhere when she suddenly remembered something and stopped. She looked at Bai Zemin and asked curiously, I still don't quite understand who you are, but since you're standing next to my proud little sister, I assume you must be some important figure to H. What? Serafina immediately jumped up and cut off whatever Ellis was about to say. She blushed and shouted loudly, Big sister, what are you saying? How could I with this orc? Bai Zemin inwardly thanked the noisy grandstand, or else everyone would have heard the bestial shriek of the noble second princess of Gales. On the other hand, Ellis looked confused at her younger sister, Serafina. Why you? As if thinking of something, her eyes suddenly lit up and a peculiar smile appeared at the corner of her lips. I see. You saw it, didn't you? Saw it? What did I see? Serafina asked, gasping, still blushing because of earlier. The name, you saw it, didn't you? Ellis grinned like a little fox. And no, I'm telling you I didn't. Serafina immediately became agitated for some reason, and before Bai Zemin had time to say or do anything, she jumped at him and started trying to bite him. You get off. I'll bite you to death. You idiot, my armor. Ouch, my tooth. You see, I warned you. Ellis smiled and shook her head as she watched Bai Zemin trying to push away Serafina, who was clinging to him with her 4 limbs like an octopus. She inwardly thanked the fact that the grandstand had no way of seeing them, thanks to the huge column covering the view, or else there would soon be several gossips about the second princess of Gales. Out of mere curiosity, Ellis used an innate skill that only belonged to the royal family of the Gales kingdom. Her violet eyes lighted up for a moment as she looked at Bai Zemin. A second later, a small sound of surprise that was inaudible due to the uproar of the crowd and the shouts of the 2 people next to her came out of her mouth. Her expression changed slightly but quickly returned to normal. She smiled and used her right hand to slam her shield, successfully attracting the attention of the fighting duo. All right, you two, we'd better be on our way. Saying those words, Ellis turned and began to lead again. HMPH, I'll settle up with you later. Serafina growled at Bai Zemin like a dog before running off after her big sister. Bai Zemin fixed his hair and cursed under his breath as he followed behind the 2 princesses. 2 princesses, my ass. It's clearly a princess and a rabid dog. Zemin, that first princess used some ocular skill on you just now. Bai Zemin paused for a second upon hearing Lilith's words. He resumed his steps as she continued. It's not a harmful skill at all, that's for sure. However, it seems that these two princesses can see something about you. The girl named Seraphina did seem to do the same thing the day she found you in the forest, but I have no idea what the function of that skill is. Now that you mention it. Bai Zemin frowned as he recalled the words King Philip had said in the throne room shortly after Bai Zemin had received the Gale's earring. The king had mentioned something about natural eyes, and now it seemed that the first princess, Ellis Di Wales, had used those natural eyes on Bai Zemin as well. However, no matter how much he thought about it, he could not come to any conclusion. It was the same for Lilith. Forget it, since it's nothing harmful or malicious, then let's not think about it too much. We'll find out in the future what this is all about. Bai Zemin shook his head and focused on the present, following in the princess's footsteps quickly. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// 11 Liam Anworth. Under the guidance of the two princesses, Bai Zemin soon arrived at the area where the soul evolvers who would participate this time in the competition of kingdoms and who would fight for the Gale's kingdom were gathered in an attempt to grant victory not only to the Billuck's kingdom, but also to their home. The area where the soul evolvers who would fight for Gales in this year's competition of kingdoms were located was underneath the stands, underground. However, there was a long corridor leading to the central arena. In some aspects it was quite similar to the Colosseums on Earth where gladiators used to fight to the death in ancient times, except that this arena was much larger, and the area where the participants rested much more luxurious instead of gloomy. Although there were not many participants from Gales, the number was still more than Bai Zemin had expected to find. "Oh," one of them exclaimed softly, the one who coincidentally was standing facing the side entrance. This person was clearly an assassin, as not only was he wearing light leather armor, but there were 2 daggers at his waist. "Ellis, you finally brought Seraphina," said the assassin with a somewhat resigned sigh. "That was quicker than we thought," pointed out someone else, this time a beautiful mage with pale green hair and eyes of the same color. "Too fast, I would say." A warrior who had 2 swords sheathed on his back and wore a light cloth tunic folded his arms. His appearance was somewhat cold and proud, something that stood out even more when he folded his arms and asked in a curious voice, "Ellis, did our kingdom develop teleportation magic, or did we finally manage to build advanced magic circles?" "Ah, it's not like that." Ellis chuckled, and while stroking her younger sister's hair pointed out, "Guess what? It turned out that just as I was leaving the arena and heading out to find this troubled little girl, she was only a few feet from the west gate." A guy with a cloth tunic and a leather backpack on his back, as well as a wooden staff in his hand, looked at Seraphina with amused eyes and said in a joking tone, "Looks like Her Highness, the second Princess of Gales, really wasn't joking when she said that the big celebrities always come in last. Giles, if you continue to annoy me, then look how I turn around and leave the way I came." Seraphina immediately bared her teeth. The guy in the tunic and backpack immediately raised his hands in surrender, and no one else dared to bother Seraphina. They knew that even though she was kind and gentle, if they really made her inner little devil come out, no one would get out of here unscathed. They all focused on Seraphina and Ellis, the 2 princesses and also members of the team that would participate in this kingdom competition. As for Bai Zemin, everyone casually overlooked him. Or rather, they were probably a bit too anxious to care about an unknown at this point. However, Bai Zemin's eyes were fixed on one person. Probably feeling his eyes, that person turned to look at him, and when their eyes met he nodded, to which Bai Zemin responded by nodding and surprising the other party. That person came a little closer and asked curiously, "Ellis, who is this person? Friend of yours and the second Princess Seraphina?" "Ah, Liam, right on time." Ellis looked at the young man who was given the title of future hero of Gales by the people before looking at everyone and saying with a smile, "Let me introduce you to friend. His name is Bai Zemin. Even though he is only 20 years old, he is already level 50, and from what he has told me, it seems that 2 requirements are all that separates him from the second order. Peak first order at the age of 20. Oh, that's really cool. Actually, if we don't compare him to Liam, Ellis, or Seraphina, this person is quite talented. But isn't his name kind of weird? Maybe he's from a different kingdom. But if he's from some other kingdom, is it okay to let him be here?" Bai Zemin's mouth opened slightly, and a flash of surprise shone in his eyes as he looked at the people in front of him. "I expected to meet arrogant people, young people blinded by their own talent who look at no one but themselves." Far from meeting what he expected, What greeted Bai Zemin were mostly curious looks. Some praised him even though they were all young and talented. Others looked at him with a bit of wariness at the possibility that he belonged to a different kingdom and would divulge information to the competition. There were several different reactions, but Bai Zemin felt the goodwill of these people. Of course, if these people had snubbed Bai Zemin or acted proudly, he would directly ignore them and scoff in his heart. At the end of the day, the soul evolvers on Earth were more brilliant at reaching levels as high as these people in a matter of months. However, if all the soul evolvers in Gales were this careful and did not disdain others, then Bai Zemin believed he had begun to understand a little of the reason why the ancestors of this kingdom had somehow managed to reach peace. Will we be able to get there someday? Bai Zemin sighed in his heart and could not help but feel a bit of helplessness and envy. In his world, 90% of soul evolvers disdained everyone who is not stronger than them. However, here in Eventide World, Bai Zemin received respect from even the three most talented people of the younger generation in Gales, even though none of them knew his true power. HMPH, surprised. Serafina looked at Bai Zemin and said proudly, "We people from Gales are not snobs." Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and gave her a sidelong glance as he muttered under his breath, "Tell that to the expression on your face, Ponytail's princess." You, Serafina immediately became furious and gnashed her teeth. Padihasa. Ponytail's princess, ha ha ha, Bai Zemin, I like you. This guy really has balls. Giles, can you watch your vocabulary? Bah, Anna, stop being such a crybaby, will ya? It was more than obvious from the way they interacted with each other, and the way they addressed the two princesses by their first names, or joked with them, that this group had not been casually formed for this competition. They've all spent a lot of time together, friends, huh? Bai Zemin reasoned in his heart. He had no doubts now. Even without seeing the other side's competitors, it was clear that victory would be the Gales' kingdoms, as Bai Zemin doubted that the other kingdoms would have this kind of unity. Even if one of the other kingdoms has powerhouses that can rival against Gales, the understanding of comrades on the battlefield will make the difference. Bai Zemin, right? That's a rather peculiar name, of course, no offense. Bai Zemin looked at the young man standing in front of him and was again surprised. This young man was very handsome, a little too handsome one might even say. Tall, muscular but not exceedingly burly, face handsome enough that even Bai Zemin had to admit that perhaps even he was not comparable, white skin that contrasted with his jet black hair, etc. However, what caught Bai Zemin's attention the most were this young man's eyes and ears. Don't worry, I've heard the same multiple times over the past few hours. Bai Zemin replied with a smile and took the young man's outstretched hand. The young man's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise that quickly turned to joy. He used his free hand to let Bai Zemin's hand between his own and gave his hand several shakes. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Liam Anworth. I hope we can get along well. Bai Zemin didn't quite understand the sudden joy of the future hero of Gales. However, he could feel the genuine goodwill oozing from his voice and eyes, so he didn't reject his intention and smiled slightly. Sure, I hear your main weapon is a giant sword. I use a greatsword too. Maybe we can learn from each other in the future. You use giant swords as your main weapon too. That's great. Zemin, when the competition is over, let me show you a unique way to use the greatswords. I'm sure it will shock you. Haha, I'll look forward to it then. Serafina and Ellis exchanged glances before sighing in relief. In fact, they all sighed relieved in their hearts before looking at Bai Zemin with eyes several levels kinder compared to a few seconds ago. Backslash. Eponym. Prisha. Badish. Bai Zemin watched from the shadows and hidden by large columns in the resting area of Gales. Beside him, the 12 members who would be participating for the first and last time in their lives in the competition of kingdoms on representation of their kingdom began to get nervous as the shouts from the stands became more and more fierce with each passing second. Actually, they were nervous not only because they were young and because this was something new to them, but amidst the shouts of those who had come to support their kingdoms, the distinctive shouting of people supporting them from the stands could be heard. Gales. Fight Gales. Go for the victory, Gales. Shit, somehow this is making me more nervous than when I killed my first monster. The young man with the backpack and tunic, Giles, squirmed in place as he looked at the fervent expressions of his compatriots. Why yes, I feel my hands starting to get wet from the sweat. I'm afraid I might not be able to hold on tightly to my staff, haha. Anna, who Bai Zemin learned about 30 minutes ago was Giles' girlfriend, didn't reprimand her boyfriend for saying rude words since she was so nervous. HMPH, all those people cheering for other kingdoms, just wait and see. This princess will make sure to send you all home with pitch-black expressions on your faces, shouted Seraphina loudly as she pointed her finger in the distance. Seraphina, you! Ellis was speechless as she looked at her little sister and hurriedly pulled her back before anyone saw her. Hey, Ellis. Bai Zemin looked at the first princess who was around his age and asked curiously, what's next now? Ellis came to his side, and while looking towards the center of the arena said softly, soon, one of the competition supervisors will arrive at the arena and give a speech regarding the importance of this competition. After the speech ends, each kingdom will send one participant as a delegate to take a ball. This process will be repeated several times in a single day. Let me explain the reason. After a short pause, she continued, there are a total of 49 balls with different runes according to the 49 participating kingdoms. However, one of those balls is actually a fake. The lucky kingdom that takes the fake ball will be considered the winner of an invisible match since the number of participants is uneven. As for the rest, they will all fight against the kingdom that draws the ball that complements the runes of their ball. In short, 48 kingdoms will fight in each round facing each other in 24 groups, while one will go directly to the next. Evan, the assassin of the group, interjected. Bai Zemin blinked in confusion and asked, feeling somewhat perplexed, 49 participating kingdoms. I thought the 3 parent kingdoms didn't participate. Stupid orc, the parent kingdoms are naturally participating in the competition. Even though the wars were stopped thanks to the competition of kingdoms, that doesn't mean they won't try to increase their chances of victory. Seraphina walked over and stood between Bai Zemin and Ellis before saying in a tired voice, more than that, the balls didn't catch your attention. Oh, now that you mention it, Bai Zemin frowned. Seraphina was about to explain when suddenly, Ellis took control of the conversation away from her again. Each ball has runes engraved on it, as I mentioned before. The runes engraved on the balls are different, but they share something in common, and that is that they all have a rune of mutual attraction. Once all the participants have finished drawing their balls, the judge will use the mother ball so-called, which will cause the balls with half runes to struggle to unite in an attempt to complete the broken rune. Oh, now I get it, Bai Zemin nodded. That way B will form the pairs for combat. Seraphina looked at her sister hesitantly as if she wanted to ask something, but after several seconds, she finally gave up and said nothing. Approximately 20 minutes later, what Ellis had told Bai Zemin actually happened. A soul evolver who was in the initial levels of the Third Order came into the arena and raised a hand for silence, which caused the crowd to slowly stop talking. After a speech of about 5 minutes during which she spoke about how important this competition was to keep the peace among the humans and thus join forces to fight against the enemy races, the powerful mage waved her right hand and said in a voice clear and audible to all, let the representatives of the 49 kingdoms enter the arena. It's time for the team matches to begin. The crowd immediately became agitated as they slowly began to see a person coming out from underground from different hidden parts of the arena. They all shouted out the name of the soul evolver representing the realm each of them belonged to. Bai Zemin couldn't help but shake his head. These people were clearly just trying to suppress the voices of the others in an attempt to have the name of their kingdoms, and their team's representative overwhelmed the others. He looked at the 2 princesses and noticed that neither of them was moving. Seraphina, Ellis, which one of you will represent the team this time? It was natural to expect that one of the 2 talented princesses from the Gale's kingdom would represent the team that would represent Gale's. However, to his surprise, the 2 princesses shook their heads. This time the honor goes to someone else. Seraphina looked at the young man standing in the back with his eyes closed and said softly, status doesn't matter here, it doesn't matter. It's only talent and efforts what count. Liam's eyes opened, and everyone immediately noticed the change in his aura. Bai Zemin felt as if he was looking at a completely different person from that cheerful and even somewhat immature young man who had greeted him with enthusiasm earlier. Everyone, I'll be back soon then. Liam smiled slightly at his team and nodded to Bai Zemin before moving forward with firm steps in the direction of the arena. Looking at his back, Bai Zemin for some reason couldn't help but feel that the cheerful 18-year-old he had met a little over 1.5 hours ago suddenly and somehow looked somewhat lonely. Somehow or other, Bai Zemin couldn't help but remember the times when other people would tell him how lonely his back looked at times, and thinking that this was how others saw him, he somehow understood some of the sadness they felt. It was a very difficult feeling to understand, and much more difficult to explain. It was then when Ellie's whisper answered some of his doubts. Liam has a very sad past. As you may have noticed by his red eyes and pointed ears, he has demon blood in his body. That's why he was so happy when you didn't discriminate against him, even though today was the first time you guys met. Despite knowing that he will face everyone's mockery and insults when he leaves, he still asked me if he could represent the kingdom this time. How was I supposed to say no to him when his eyes were so determined? Demon blood. Bai Zemin looked straight ahead with a frown. That boy is really brave. Followed by the unmistakable scent of fresh roses, Lilith's voice sounded beside Bai Zemin, and when he turned his head, he saw her standing looking at the young man's back with somewhat complicated eyes. If he doesn't collapse today before the demons in his heart, then he will definitely be a powerful existence in the future as long as he can grow up properly. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 788 Anger. Chapter 788 Anger. Bai Zemin did not know how the matter of races worked in Eventide world, nor did he know very well how they viewed each other. However, as in most cases, any intelligent race would in theory be considered an enemy by another intelligent race. Why? It was very simple: resources, power, control, land, etc. Just as humans fought each other to gain more control over territory, and thus monopolize the resources of that territory, it was only natural that humans would also fight against other races and vice versa. When Liam entered the arena, the noisy stadium fell silent for a few seconds before several murmurs slowly began to rise up among the crowd viewing everything from the stands. Those red eyes are. Demon. Why the hell is there a fucking demon here? Just when things seemed to be about to get out of control, the sweet voice of a young girl echoed all around and gave itself to be heard very clearly in the middle of the partial silence. Go, Liam. In the resting area of the Gale's kingdom, Bai Zemin looked at Seraphina with weird eyes and couldn't help but feel that this second princess was really a strange species, probably on the verge of extinction. At least it could be said that Bai Zemin never expected a princess to scream so loudly like this without caring about her image at all. However, that didn't mean he didn't support her decision. Giles took a step forward and put both hands to the sides of his mouth as he shouted loudly, "Go, Liam, show them who's in charge." Following in Seraphina's and Giles' footsteps, Evan, Anna, Ellis, and all the others began to shout loudly, and soon their voices began to rouse the citizens of the Gale's kingdom. Go, Liam, future hero of Gales. Liam, make sure the victory sticks with us at home. Liam's footsteps stopped, and he took a moment to look at the faces of the people shouting at him. Of course, they weren't all chanting nice and good things. Fucking hell. What are the guards doing? Why don't they capture that vile creature once and for all? Is Gales going to let the demons take part in such an important competition? Hey, you filthy demon, why don't you go back to your den? In response to the fierce shouts of the vast majority of the grandstand, the minority belonging only to Gales became enraged, and quickly several people stood up with threatening expressions. How dare you? Have you no shame to insult a kid your children's age? Damn it, I dare to insult that damned demon, and when I get the chance I will tear his head off. What can you do about it? If this elder doesn't rip out a couple of your teeth today, then I won't be a man anymore. Soon enough, things seemed to get out of hand, as even the allied kingdoms of Gales began to curse Liam, which naturally led to an even fiercer response from the Gales kingdom to defend their warrior. Just at that moment, an aura overpowering everyone in the stand swept through the arena, and everyone who was about to activate skills or roaring loudly turned pale, falling back on their seats as they looked in a certain direction with fear-filled eyes as they recognized the aura and pressure of a third-order powerhouse. 90% of the people in the stands were just ordinary citizens who had barely entered the First Order at most after many years of effort. It was impossible for them to withstand the pressure of such a high-level soul evolver with such a heavy killing intent. Standing in a higher box and overlooking the entire arena, King Philip looked at the crowd below with cold eyes. His kind and gentle smile was nowhere to be found as his voice carried across the length and breadth of the arena. I would like to kindly remind everyone that activation of skills is forbidden inside the arena, except for the participants of the competition. You may shout praise or curses as much as you like, however. Any physical aggression will not be spared, and the perpetrator will be duly punished. Shouts of praise and curses naturally could not be forbidden, otherwise it would make no sense to open the arena for the public and charge a small fee for it. However, activating skills could not only end in mass genocide but also hinder the development of the competition of kingdoms, and such a thing could not be allowed no matter what. Taking everyone's silence as a confirmation, King Philip soon returned to his seat. However, he hadn't even rested his back against the back of the couch when the shouting and cursing resumed, causing him to be unable to help, but sigh as he prayed in his heart that a talent as brilliant as Liam wouldn't break under the pressure. Ha ha ha, Philip. It seems that your kingdom's representative is not very well received even by his allies. King Philip looked at the person who had just laughed, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes. This person was the king of the Azure Kingdom. They had always been enemies of Gales due to the fact that in the past the Azure Kingdom often captured citizens of Gales and used them as slaves, which naturally led to the Gales Kingdom retaliating. The two kingdoms were at war for many years, and the blood of the soldiers of the enemy kingdom stained the swords of the soldiers of both sides. This was not to mention the fact that both kingdoms were affiliated with two different parent kingdoms, effectively making them enemies independently. Philip did not reply right away. Instead, he looked higher up. There, seated on 3 golden thrones, 2 middle-aged men and a mature woman were watching the arena with interest. They didn't seem to care at all about what was going on, nor were there any different expressions on their faces, even though Liam had demon blood in his body. These 3 people were the kings and queen of the 3 parent kingdoms of the human race of Eventide world. They only cared about the results, nothing else. As for the process, as long as it didn't affect their own interests and those of their affiliated kingdoms too much, then it was all the same to them. I wonder how the other 2 will react when they understand Liam's true strength, King Philip thought with some apprehension. Then the King of Gales looked at the King of Azure and said in an indifferent voice, "Edgar, would you mind making a bet with all the kings of all the kingdoms of the world as witnesses?" The King of the Azure Kingdom immediately raised his guard. However, he couldn't back down after mocking the other side, so he said in an indifferent voice, "A bet? Tell me about it." "I heard that Crown Prince Edmund of your Azure Kingdom is 24 years old and 2 years ago completed the requirements to get into the Second Order. I also heard rumors that a young, talented 25-year-old mercenary is in the Second Order and will be participating in this year's competition. I don't know if my information is accurate," King Philip said calmly. The Azure Kingdom King's eyes shone with pride as he said with an arrogant smile, "That is correct. That disgusting half-demon and Princess Ellis are second-order powerhouses, but that doesn't mean that the other kingdoms don't have their own trump cards, Philip. This year, you will definitely get a surprise when you see my kingdom's lineup." It was impossible to cover news as big as the birth of a second-order soul evolver so young, so it was only natural that the Azure Kingdom and the other kingdoms would have a rough idea of Liam and Ellis' power. However, there was something that probably only a small handful of powers knew about, the fact that the Gales Kingdom had not 2 second-order powers but 3. Due to Seraphina di Gale's weird personality and the peculiarity of her class, she would only go out to fight enemies with a fixed and trusted group of people. Therefore, the number of people who knew her power was extremely small, and even in Gales, there was no citizen who knew that their second princess was a talent not inferior to the first Princess Ellis. When the kids of my kingdom face those of your kingdom, to put it simply, the losing kingdom of the match will have to deliver 100,000 first-order soul stones, 4 million unclassified soul stones, 1,000 second-order soul stones. In addition, the losing kingdom will also have to hand over an epic treasure of the winner's choice. Do you dare to play with me? This, the words of the Gales Kingdom's king immediately caused a small commotion among the other kings. Even the 3 watching from above became interested in what was happening. This was no small bet at all. The unclassified soul stones could be ignored, but the first-order and second-order soul stones were the foundation that maintained the defenses and industry of each realm. Such a large number, it could even cause the eventual downfall of the losing realm. King Edgar's face turned slightly pale, and the intention to immediately refuse was born in his heart. Even if he had confidence in the Azure Kingdom's lineup for this generation's competition of kingdoms, Losing this bet meant that even if the kingdom that the Azure Kingdom was affiliated with managed to take the crown this time, the Azure Kingdom still wouldn't be able to recover in the 15 years of increased resources. However, King Philip did not let him back down. What's wrong? An old man has the courage to speak ill of a child, but when it comes to competing against another of his level, he gets scared. What a king you have become, Edgar. Hearing the small giggles around him, Edgar looked up to the highest box. His face turned white as he saw the frown on the face of King Albert, king of the parent kingdom of the Azure Kingdom. It was clear that this personal competition was no longer so personal. After all, this would also affect the reputation of the parent kingdom. Edgar immediately found himself in a difficult situation. If he accepted and won, then everything would be fine. However, if he accepted and lost, Edgar feared that the loss of vast quantities of soul stones and a valuable epic treasure would not be the only thing his Azure Kingdom would lose, as the parent kingdom would definitely not be happy. However, after thinking of something he had handed over to his son Prince Edmund, Edgar gritted his teeth and nodded. Good. With all the kings of the entire Eventide world, I, Edgar Winfield, accept your challenge, Philip die Gales. The friendly smile returned to Philip's face, and as he turned to face the arena, he muttered under his breath, "Thank you for the goodies." HMPH, Edgar snorted and stood up, excusing himself for a moment. He needed to have a serious conversation with the Azure Kingdom participants now that things had reached this point. Back in the arena, Liam looked back. There, the people who had been the first to support him, those who had always fought by his side and supported him despite the blood that ran through his veins, were looking at him with thumbs up. Liam chuckled and shook his head, ignoring the curses the majority was giving him and sticking with the kind words of those who knew him. The future hero of Gales advanced. Arriving where the other 48 representatives waited, Liam was greeted with glares of disgust and abhorrence, but he didn't care, as these people were nothing to him. Each representative, take a ball and step back to wait for the teams to be decided, said casually the mage who had given the speech earlier. She didn't seem to look at Liam favorably either, as, except for the initial glance, she avoided looking at him as much as possible. Heh, to think that now they even let the descendants of our worst enemies participate. I really don't know what goes through certain people's minds. Mockingly muttered a soul evolver as he passed by Liam. When that same soul evolver returned with the small ball in his hand, what he did was to show it in Liam's face while he said with disgust, "You disgusting half-demon, you see this rune incomplete. You should pray you don't pull out the other half." He was a second-order potency. Liam ignored him. He also ignored the words of the others. However, just when it was his turn and he was on his way to take one of the few remaining balls, something that filled his heart with fury caused his footsteps to stop. Really, the King of Gales must be out of his mind. I don't understand how the wise King Philip allowed a woman of his kingdom to give birth to this creature, probably some whore who didn't care if she slept with humans or demons. Liam's body trembled with anger, and he had to close his eyes tightly and grit his teeth to keep the tears from streaming down his face. His mother was no longer with him, but Liam remembered her generosity even though it had been years since her death. Despite all the hardships she had to go through, despite being ostracized and belittled, she gave birth to the baby of a rape event. Therefore, to Liam, his mother was a sacred being who could not be touched or insulted. Liam looked over his shoulder at the person who had just spoken. His red eyes met a pair of blue eyes, a distinctive trait of the royal family of one of the three parent kingdoms. "How dare you look at me with those foul eyes of yours, you filthy half-demon?" The prince of the Zivel kingdom, Dixon Zivel, inquired with a deep frown and clear disgust in his gaze. The Zivel kingdom was not the parent kingdom of Gales. It was the parent kingdom of the Azure Kingdom. Liam said nothing, just looked at him with a flame of burning fury in his eyes. After 5 seconds, and after being called repeatedly by the mage in charge, Liam finally continued on his way. However, he left brief but clear words behind. "Your face and your kingdom, I have remembered them." Upon returning to the rest area, Liam was greeted by the other participants representing the Gales kingdom in this competition. "Liam, are you okay?" asked Anna with concern as she saw the gloomy expression on the young man's usually smiling face. Liam did not reply and instead continued to walk deeper into the rest area. As she passed by Ellis, he threw something at her which she quickly caught, and before she could say anything, he had already disappeared from her range of vision. Serafina approached curiously, and as she looked at what the paper in her sister's hand said, a cry of surprise escaped her lips. Will be facing the Zivil Kingdom in the first round of the team matches. What a parent kingdom from the start. Holy cow, what dog shit luck we have. Everyone had pretty big reactions knowing that the first enemy of the day and of the competition would be such a powerful one. There were rumors that the Prince of the Zivil Kingdom was already at the top of the Second Order despite being only 25 years old, making him a formidable foe even for the confident young people of Gales. Bai Zemin looked towards the back of the resting area. Moments later, a figure approached with slow steps. Dragging a giant sword 2 meters long and as wide as a young teenager's body over the ground, Liam's red eyes burned as he said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter if it's the Zivil Kingdom or not, we just have to crush them all." Liam Ju. Ellis. Liam interrupted her. If she wasn't his friend, Liam wouldn't dare disrespect her like that considering her position as the first princess of Gales, but considering how close the two of them were after all the things they'd been through, Liam believed Ellis would understand his reasons. He looked at her with glittering eyes, and his angry voice had a hint of pleading in it as he said in a relatively low voice, "For this match, I hope no one interrupts." Liam looked back at the arena and said through gritted teeth, "I have to crush them completely, until there's not a shred of pride left in their hearts." ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////